Yeah, Mike, Shaq, what's going on around? How we doing on this glorious Sunday? The return of the Lords. What's going on, y'all? There's some raw calls going on in the realm. Serious Fleck. What's going on, man? What's going on? Pop Nop, I see you early. Let me know how the levels are sounding. Let me know how we doing out there. Zach Riley, what's going on? Lydia Master, what's up? D-Harm Treg, what's up? What's up? The Hooded Canuck. Oh, he outside. Oh, he not gonna be in the chat no more because he's so hyped for Starfield. Okay. What's going on? Timmy version 2. What's going on? Lydia Master, what's up? Hustle, my brother. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Oh, hold on. We got King coming in hot, messing things up. He up in here hot while I'm talking to the round. He about to play music soon. So no, we got.
I knew you was talking.
Okay. Okay. You know how you do. You know. Violated. The king of the building. What's going on? X-Coin. What's up? Daily Passion Official. Just in case it ain't the other Danny Passion. This is the official Daily Passion. You know what I'm saying? I love that name. What's going on? Lots of Purposey, what up? What's going on? Yeah, we got King of the building. We about to get Hargeet in the building. Solve and crew. Oh, Mahmoud in there. All right, LordsOfGaming.net representation. Love to see it. What's going on? Kinda, what's up? What's up? Can't stop watching that video. Yeah. So then we're going to talk about it. Where's Colin coming on? We probably get Colin back on. Figure it out. Pop Nop and all that.
All right, yo, want Colin on.
Why you hating?
What's up? What's going on that y'all want Colin on? What y'all trying to do?
They want to talk to him.
Why y'all want to talk to him now?
They want to see what's going on out here.
Yeah, that sounds a little suspect right about now. Xbox falling on all cylinders, PlayStation falling apart.
Falling apart now.
Like the Tin Man. They need oil.
We gonna talk. Well, but remember, he missed you. You was out the week he came, I think.
That was a good week that I was
It
was terrible for him, for what I heard.
Oh man, you crazy. Anyway, no doubt we gonna get the legendary Hargeet Chani. Cog, I should be banned from City Field. We don't listen. They got bad juju with or without me. Nothing I'm doing is affected what's going on. I think I sold my soul for 86. I think that's what I did. I think I gave it all for 86 that one time, and God said no more. That's it. You had one. You prayed for that, and now you will live in eternal.
Don't worry about that. I was having too much fun with the Yankees. Over.
We will talk. Over. Anyway. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. He called out the. We're gonna talk about that. That's the topic for as far as death and Gary and all that. No question. Yeah. So look, we're gonna get my man Hargeet and everybody else up in the realm. Listen to some good bars from my man Dallas, and we'll be back.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental. What's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny. Word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool. But I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen.
All right, damn it. We'll spin the block and run it back. Okay, stop blaming the series that's on the intro. We do that.
That's PlayStation 4 that did that.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, mic check. Yo, y'all some savages. Epic fail.
No more split screen.
Spin the block back. This is the remix. We are back. Mic check. Make sure the levels is good right quick. Hargeet, let's hear you. There we go. Get that glorious voice right quick. Attic, say that voice real quick. So to make sure everything is good now that we spun the block back. Attic, are you can get a little mic check, sir? Back to back.
Testing.
There we go. All right, there we go.
Back to back.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about, King and Sav. I mean, just let's see little levels right there. We be good.
Hello. The nipple king is in the building.
The nipples is out. The nipple. We saw them yesterday, and here
Cock security in the building.
Yo, yeah, they was calling you security when you did have that. Yo, you protected the target kind of energy.
Yeah, you know what? This is the thing y'all don't know about me, right? Like I'm kind of the pretty boy of the group. Like, I don't
watch out, joystick is out here. Careful.
Yeah, I don't do in that I don't like do sports gear and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Everybody's
you always
rocking
come
their
to the game fly like you always as kids. Like this man's dressing like he going to the club, like he going out.
Yeah, I never did sports gear. I only wore jerseys when I played sports. Like that's not me. So yeah, I'm never good.
I bet you saw was like they like you need to wear this jersey when you play. Do I have to?
I have this nice polo I can wear instead.
Yeah, shout out. What ask your parents?
Adult Hova energy.
No doubt. Hear ye, and finally, we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 317. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. Very excited about our special guest, and we've got Baldur's Gate versus developers, Red Dead Redemption port, PlayStation 5 USB ports.
Woo. That sounds like it's coming in hot.
Oh, really? That's what we do. And PSPlus subscribers to discuss.
So that sounds like they losing steam.
I can't.
So he took over half the show.
Yeah, clearly.
We have the perfect guest for these topics.
Oh my God, Hargeet is like it couldn't have lined up any better with Hargeet.
Somewhere in there, the PlayStation 5 Slim too.
Oh yeah, we will definitely we'll fit that up in there. You already know. And
are we going to talk about? Sorry, we're going to talk about some rumors that I just happened to cross my timeline right now.
Oh no, we can talk about that. Or we want to discuss before we intro. Okay. No. But we'll get into it in the natural course of things. So
I gotta ship you the chainsaw for your kneecaps.
Okay, I think I know what this is. Yeah.
I want to give some insight on what I want to do. I was telling King about it.
Mm-hmm.
I want us all to make a trophy that's like representing like a trophy for knees or something like.
Oh, like some type of knee trophy.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah, like how many who got the knee, like the knee count. We should have a knee count for the year, and it go up.
If
I got one.
You know, when I won the Spider-Man and Wolverine thing, King will ship me his, so I'll have his and mine.
Let's have a deal. We'll figure. We get something on the
imagine like King's knees. Like
you are a little too confident in something that you shouldn't be confident in.
We just folded Hargeet's intro.
We folded Hargeet's intro. Like this man really been patient all this time. Here we go.
And we folded
IPSing all up the place
I
between
just
King.
want King's knees right here.
Anyway, so we're gonna get right into it. I want to introduce a very patient Lord who's not only been a true friend to the realm of the IOP, but whose pure passion for the games industry is only matched by his informative takes, sense of humor, and commitment to the events that celebrate the culture. Introducing a panelist of the RDX and Game On Daily podcast, plus co-host of the Zealots of Gaming podcast, the Lord of Podcast Community and Messy Super Chats, recently survived the one-chip challenge, and will always be our PAX and Summer Game Fest brethren. Live from Boston by way of India, and finally making his long-awaited debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Hargeet Chani. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks for that awesome intro, as usual. The Lord of intros.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yes.
I've been on a couple of times, but maybe the final actual, intro.
Yeah, brother. We had to get you the royal treatment officially. You've been patient, and I love to do the intros, that kind of stuff. First of all, how you been? What you been playing? How's it been going with you?
Busy with work, and but outside of that, I've been in Hogwarts Legacy. I finally caved in, started to really get into it.
Nice.
I started playing it on the Xbox, and then for some reason, I don't know if it was like patches or whatever, I moved off to something else and then never went back. And now I have a pretty high-end PC, so I'm like, I'm just gonna start again on there and try it.
You got your
so
build
I
out.
started
Showing us
again.
your build with the new people. What we rocking? Let me pocket watch. What you doing over there? 4090s? What we doing? What we doing, Hargeet?
Yeah, so I'm doing the AMD 7800X3D for the processor, and then the 4090 for the GPU.
Ooh,
Solved. Do we approve? PC Master approve of this?
I more than approve. More than
Yeah.
approve.
Is he Starfield ready? That's the question.
Oh,
Y'all
he's
gotta
more than
act
stuff.
like-
Feel ready.
Starfield
You gotta
ready.
act like Hog Geek wasn't rocking up the upper echelon. Like
Of course, if I'm going to build a
gonna stop
PC, then,
that.
and I literally built one just to put on the TV, so it's just sitting right next
Oh,
to
he
the
got
Xbox.
the.
It's a separate PC. Just to, I have a PC that can actually play games that I'm on right now, but I'm like, I hate sitting in a chair.
There you go.
I want to be on my my normal big 77-inch TV.
right, dude.
Just play my games, relax, right? And so I want a
With your
console
Valari
experience,
pillow.
but it doesn't give you- I do have it. I have that.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the Valaris. Oh,
Yeah,
put
you got the
Valaris out.
Valari.
Hold on,
Yes.
hold on,
Yeah,
let me-
keep
let me-
going.
let- keep-
Yes.
put it- Bring it back, because the realm ain't see that. Yeah, the IOP Valari. Let's go.
LP logo.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful. Make sure y'all hit the link in the description. We still got that in there.
He supports
Yeah,
for
I got
real.
15% off, code Lord 15. Go use that. Salute, no doubt.
So yeah, so I got into it for like 35 hours, and I don't think I've done anything. The game is so large. It's like
Yeah,
so-
that game is
But yeah,
huge.
so
Nice. No, it's good that you going back to it. But that's pretty much it, sir, as far as your gaming is concerned. That's what's been
yeah,
focused
I started Edge of Eternity, which is like leaving Game Pass, and it seemed okay. I don't know. I'm not gonna actually finish that one, but usually that's what I do. Whatever's leaving, I try to go play that before it heads out.
Yeah,
Make
you
sure
get that
it's
little
something I wanna buy, you
notification.
know?
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
like one more
So-
week. Yeah, no, I was doing that with
that's
Marvel
been
Avengers.
Pretty much it. I've been trying to get Grounded going with. We have that last. They added some content. They added an infected broodmother for those who have played Grounded.
Yes, absolutely.
And that boss is crazy hard to beat. So we're trying to like get a whole bunch of resources so we can have enough healing potions and get a third person to help. So yeah, that's another one that's in the background.
No
We played a little Halo last night. We
Okay,
tried to
I
play
heard
that.
things are looking
Nice.
really good
Yeah,
over there.
so as far as maps and stuff, it's good. As far as like me being good at it, I have totally lost my so I'd have to keep at it to get back into
No
to
question.
get in the feel, right? Especially when you're playing against real humans
Oh,
outside.
yeah. It's real out there. Salute to you. You always
But
up
yeah.
jumping out.
We
on our
actually had a
streams.
lot of good times playing that. with the
Yeah, our
community. That
IOP
was
community
fun.
streams with
Let's
Halo
bring it back.
Infinite.
Let's bring it
Yeah, we
back.
got to bring it.
Fun.
Those are always fun. Those are hilarious. No doubt. Salute. Good to have
Yeah, we
Hargeet.
need to have combat night, like the boxing night. Get back, well, not boxing night, but fight night.
Mhm.
Get back to our
Our
roots.
core, our role, like fight
Yeah,
games
our
and
Yeah.
fight
competitive.
games,
Yeah.
and get back to the Halos on the Saturdays.
Yes.
Get the community involved. We got to run these
Yeah,
things.
we got things cooking. We got, like I said, Lord Ty, and Lord Attic cooking in the background. Trust me, Discord, we got things cooking. Don't you worry
Little
about
die
that.
cooking. I'm cool with letting someone else do all that.
You good with that? Shout out to Lord Ty. And of course, we got the four horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table. My co-host, the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf, Lord Addict of the Addict Show, back to back. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I played Well, one game I can't talk about. I played this week.
Oh, you sound some NDA stuff.
Sound like an NDA.
Yeah, I love the NDA
Beta,
stuff.
beta boy and all that?
So I'm also been playing a lot of Xenonauts 2. I don't know if like I've talked about it a little bit. Like Xenonauts is like the spiritual successor of the old XComs. Like the very, very old XCOM. It's not like this new XCOM took a lot of modern takes, but that one took some modern takes, but it's more in the vein of the older XComs, and it's been a really fun time. I've also been playing like an absurd amount of Baldur's Gate 3. Like I think I played it till like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah,
multiple
you and
days.
DJ got to get our new character quest going. We got to figure that out. I see DJ in the chat.
I played like 6 different characters at this point.
Damn.
Yeah, because every time I join another like group, I
Right,
have
you
to
got to
make
make
a new
another character. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like that's not cool.
Well, it is what it is. Because here's the thing,
So,
like,
I mean,
in order,
isn't that a flaw?
but if they, how would you fix that? Are they going to take overpowered characters into other groups?
Yeah.
Oh, you want
See,
them
but
to
that-
level it
no,
out?
that-
I mean, because listen, when Attic came over and helped me in Elden Ring, he brought his OP dude over.
Here we go.
And I'm asking you, I'm not telling you to show up for some weak dude we gonna start over with. No, what the help is that? Oh, we all gonna have fun together. No, I'm bringing my big homie to jump me, and I want my big homie to come through. So I mean, I think that's
It's like
flaw.
equivalent of bringing a big brother to the bully crowd. Like,
Yeah.
It was
I
him.
could just see King pointing at, get him.
Get him.
Right there. No, didn't I do that too, Attic? I was like, Attic, that's him right there.
lot of snitching, lot of cooperative snitching. Continue.
And Attic
I'm for
said,
that,
sit
though.
down right here and let me kill him.
And I want to point out the people in the comment section can't interrupt me, so stop acting like it's just me interrupting people.
I love when he calls it out. He's hilarious. Continue.
So I
Look at
mean,
him, look at
Baldur's Gate 3, we actually talking about the developer panic here in a minute, so that's going to be interesting. I think people, I don't know, I think I'm gonna make a lot of people upset with that.
Ooh, it's gonna be spicy. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun topic. I can't wait for you.
I'm gonna get some messages on Twitter after this. I know.
Yeah, hey, it is what it is. We're gonna talk. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank, PC Master Race's own. Just saw him last night, Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing well. They're doing better than New York Mets. That's for sure. I'm doing good. Yeah, not too much gaming this week. All I did was kind of throw on, like I told you guys last week, I was trying to get into Alan Wake Remastered to get ready for Alan Wake 2. And that PC port is not the move. So I moved over to, we got the announcement of Quake 2. I said, let me download both Quakes onto the ROG. And obviously the ROG runs it beautifully or whatever. Yo, those games, man.
Yeah.
When you talk about Doom, you talk about Wolfenstein, you talk about Quake 1 and 2, you talk about Unreal, the real granddaddies of this, man. Those games still, in terms of moment-to-moment gameplay, they're simplified, right? But the fun factor is still there.
Yeah.
This idea that, this unheard of idea that, hey, I can look up and down in this first person shooter was such like a revolutionary thing back then. To see them running, like nothing on this little tiny handheld, and it can probably run very well on something even less powerful, which is cool to see. So if you haven't played 1 and 2, get them in Game Pass. They're in there and they're beautiful. But yeah, got to hang out last night with Cog, with our boy Sean Mason, Astro Parrot King himself, Jonathan Roberts at the Met
He's
game.
in the chat right now.
Whole lot of fun, man. Just hanging out. There wasn't a whole lot of baseball game watching.
It's all about the friends you make along the way when you watch a Mets game.
Exactly.
It's
It's
not
all
about
the camaraderie.
Don't worry about the score. It's
And
just,
I couldn't get left out of the conversation because I get a phone call last night at 10 o'clock and I'm like, what's going on, Brian? I'm like, what's going on, sir? My phone, at 10 o'clock, I'm panicking now.
He knows that he doesn't like me calling him because he thinks I'm dying. That's
yeah, no, it's true. When you call, I actually get nervous.
Yeah, I was, and then it's 10 o'clock and I'm asleep, and I look at my phone. I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "Oh, something really bad happened."
Yeah, a football game broke out at the Mets.
Yeah, at the Mets. So because I asked Cock, I was like, "Yo, wait a minute. Does he doing what's boxing tonight? He should be up." So I'm like, I call him. He's like, "Hello."
Yeah, he had the deaf voice. Yeah, I messed up. I thought he was doing comment to him.
So so it was just to give him a message that we forgot to give him earlier in the week. But yeah. So it was a good time.
No, you doing it too easy. See, I wasn't gonna interrupt. I had closed my mic. He calls, right? Listen, guys. This is the conversation. Yo, King. And then he just says, gets quiet, and then I'm like, oh my God. They got my man. I said,
They got him. They got Sav. They got him, y'all.
I'm like, they got him. They got him. I'm like, wait, I'm trying to get the
Where
location.
you at? Where's the location? We gonna pull up. Let's call it Scar. Let's call it Goons. Where are you at?
That was the moment. We the Mets almost hit a home run.
Yeah. And then he goes, "Oh, I'm at the Met game." Oh,
You must have been disgusted.
yo, my heart almost. Because you know, have you ever had your fears almost
antennas
realized?
up. Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm scared with picking up the phone.
Of course, because it's
And
Sav.
he
Because
goes
Sav,
quiet
he
and
don't
scream.
call us often. We call him or he messages us. But
Right.
when Sav calls you, there's a natural fear like, yo, this is important. What's going on? I agree. I always get that internal fear with Sav. calls.
I
So
know.
imagine
My
him
fault.
screaming on the other end.
He's under duress.
I'm like, my wife looks over. She's like, "Oh, what's going on?" I hope he's not dying.
Anyway.
My apologies. So it was a great time hanging out with those two. We just wound up mostly eating and talking
Chilling,
games,
yeah,
man.
good
Chilling,
talks.
talking games, man.
Yeah,
Great
good
guys to hang out with. That was amazing. So thanks to Sean. Happy birthday to Sean. Which I think is
Yes.
It's tomorrow, I think it is,
Yeah.
actually. So happy birthday to
Shout
Sean.
out to the homie Astro Parrot kid. He was so cool, man.
Yeah,
So
he's a cool dude. Very. We talked a little bit afterwards when we kind of broke off. This is a very intelligent man.
Oh,
man.
absolutely.
I mean, like,
Yeah,
the
Northwestern in the
things he
building.
studied. Yeah, he's
Northwestern
doing
in the
it.
building,
He's
for
doing
sure.
his thing. He's doing his thing. So
No question.
great hanging out. Also, one thing I forgot to mention last week. Big shout out to Lord Petty TV.
Ah, what's up?
And Lord Gene.
Yeah, playing
Lord
YC,
Gene,
holding it down.
holding down ILP,
Shout out
holding
Lords of
down Lords of
Gaming.
Gaming at Play NYC last week. Like, obviously, Cog was away. King had things that he needed to do, and I was just under the table. So
Yes.
thank you guys for holding it down,
Yes.
going out there, showing face for ILP
Yes.
and for LOGNET. You know, that was great.
Absolutely.
Great to see.
Absolutely.
So
Yep.
you see those videos up from last week, check them out. Definitely.
Yeah, please retweet. There's a lot of content. They just put out some really cool beat 'em ups. I saw.
Yes.
They covered some really good independent games in the New York scene. Shout out to I believe what's the homie why am I forgetting his name? Dan from
Dan
Butchko.
Butchko.
Yeah, he didn't host. He didn't do it this year, but he showed up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, salute to them. That's one of our regular styles, and it's good to see LordsOfGaming.net represent, hold us down. No doubt. So
That's
been
it.
sir?
Yeah, that's been it, sir.
No doubt. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh,
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience and is the leader of the Hold the Line movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how we doing, sir?
Okay, we doing a whole lot better than Oscar Valdez. Oscar Valdez fought Naratat yesterday and got really beat up. All right, so that was the fight for last night, and I was gonna do that fight in conjunction with the AJ versus Hellenius fight.
I fought someone.
Yeah, AJ, you was out there.
Yeah,
He was out there in the streets.
He was in the street.
Let me say his real name, Anthony Joshua.
Oh, damn, he ought to get the age. Damn.
Yeah, Anthony Joshua. He fights in London. So sorry guys, by the time I got back from the beach, it was like around 5 o'clock.
Sounds like rich people probably just got back to the beach. Sorry.
No, the beach is free. It's for everyone.
Sounds like as I got back from my villa.
Oh God, I was at probably the worst beach in the worst beach in New York is Orchard.
So them nipples out. That's what you say.
Yeah.
Shout out to it's Alex hitting 50K
Oh,
subscribers.
salute.
Everybody give us a round of applause.
Yeah, he
for
putting in the
Alex
work.
hitting 50K subscribers.
Thighs have been slapped. 50.
Hell yeah, man.
Salute.
I would love to hit that number, 50K. Shout out to him for doing
Yeah,
so.
for
That was
sure.
fantastic. So, got back from the beach and I'm like, okay, let me set up everything, for tonight at 10 o'clock. I get some rest. And I'm setting up the stream and everything. And then I look and they're like, yeah, they getting ready to walk to the ring right now.
Like,
Ring right now. And Yeah, so I forgot it's London time. You know, and that's the problem when we have international boxers that fight overseas mainly. The times is off, so they have a real fan base that's overseas, but don't really have a fan base here because the timings don't work
Time
out
difference.
for us, right? So AJ went and he fought Hellenius and he got the knockout. I think it was like the
Shout out
9th
to
or
Attic.
10th
Did
round.
his thing.
And yeah, Attic. But the problem is, you know, Deontay Wilder knocked the guy out in 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a lose-lose situation because the guy that he was supposed to fight popped dirty for steroids a week before. So Hellenius was a 1-week replacement. The last time
name is
Anthony
Hellenius?
Joshua had the dude's name Hellenius. That's a dope fighting name. Like
Hellenius. That sounds like in the realm of dominance.
It
sounds like it's part of that.
He's 6'9".
Damn.
Yeah, he's 6'9". He's crazy big, strong dude. But his chin ain't all that anyway. So he got knocked out. But this was a lose-lose for AJ because it was no way that he was going to beat 30-second knockout.
Of course.
And he didn't look fantastic. Now, this is what I fear for Derek James, his trainer. Derek James is the trainer of Errol Spence, is the trainer of Jamel Charlo, and is the trainer of AJ.
Yep, remember the name.
At the end of this year, AJ is going to fight Deontay Wilder. I think that's going to be a KO loss for AJ. I think Deontay is going to blast him out of there. Errol Spence lost this year so far, and Jamel, he could possibly lose horribly.
He fought a
to
Caleb.
Canelo.
Yeah. You need to stop touching Caleb plate.
No, that's Jamal. That's
Jamal.
Jamal.
I got the wrong Charlo. Somebody got slapped, but I saw that.
Yeah, that was Jamal that got slapped.
Somebody
putting
got
the wrong Charlo into the mix.
My fault.
So Jamel they're twin brothers. This is the reason why Cog confused it.
Yeah, I was confused.
He's gonna fight Canelo in September.
Gotcha.
That's a possible loss. Derek James has had a trainer of the year. And it's a trainer of the year curse. Every time somebody gets trainer of the year, they go on a losing run.
Damn.
And I think this year is going to be his run. So shout out to him for doing that. I played
What you played?
The Revenant 2. Ooh, wow. I am not going to lie. Okay. If this is the closest that you're going to get to The Last of Us all over the place, right? If it feels like Last of Us light, but then it has other aspects to it that's way better than The Last of Us, like branching trees and stuff like that. When you get to the hub part, the game runs perfectly. I'm talking about they have a performance mode, they have a balance mode, and they have a quality mode. So they give you 3 different modes. It's procedurally generated world stuff. And what I was explaining to Attic is because of that, this is the reason why it's like Last of Us Light, is because in The Last of Us, the world is set. So when the world is set, you can populate the world and craft the world, make it more beautiful in certain spots. When it's procedurally generated, these textures are generated by the AI, and then that means it's going to be a little bit bland in some areas. You don't know what the areas are going to look like because of the set pieces are being generated. So that's the reason why it can't exceed Last of Us quality. It can exceed it in certain areas, but it won't beat it in absolute visuals. But the performance is fantastic. The game is good. Quake 2 dropped inside Game Pass. I lost my everything. That was one of the games, like Saab was saying, when we was growing up, to look up and down, it's like, what? And then these dudes is polygon, and it still was moving fast and furious in the secret areas. It was like Doom on steroids. It's classic. So much fun. And wifey walked in, she was like, why are you playing this old game? I'm like, if you don't get out of here with your hate for the oldness, that was dope. And I played a couple of games on my ROG. Get my ROG in. I was gonna take my ROG to the beach, but I saw a video where a pelican took somebody's not a pelican.
Wait, somebody. I was about to say, you got pelicans that's taking portables off the beach?
No, they took their laptop. The lady put it on their laptop, and it took the laptop away. I had just a bad vision of one grabbing my rug. I was like, nah, you gonna stay home.
I don't know
only
what
thing
pelicans they
out.
got over there. I don't want to know what's
Word,
happening over there, son. I don't want to know. No pelicans, keep that away from me.
But shout out to Rockaway Beach,
Yeah.
where the lifeguards had drones flying in the air checking for the sharks in the water. My super paranoia, I'm scared of sharks. So my super paranoia, I was out there looking for sharks too. And they had a little quarantine beach. It was nice. It was cool. It was not too many people
So
out
you
there.
was in the water looking for the sharks?
Yes, sir. Just in case
I think once the sharks show up, it's a little too late at that point.
Yeah, correct.
No, they give you some distance. You'll see a little fin pop up at the top. And when it do, then I'm not that far away from the beach, bro.
Anyway.
I'm not like you, bro.
You just got to punch the shark. That's all. Just punch the shark.
Yeah,
in the
get
face.
your Resident Evil
No, I
on.
seen the video. You put your hand on his head. And
Yeah, all right.
your hand on his mouth, and you guide it.
Yeah, you sound like the dude who be in the full riot gear talking about this is how you disarm the gun. Yeah, you that dude.
Did you see the new one that he has with the chair? He was showing people how to disarm somebody who has a chair.
What, from the
And
riverboat? I never seen this.
He took the chair away from the dude, and he plays into it now. It's just comedy.
Yeah, he's
now.
comedy
So
now.
he pulls the chair away from the dude, and he shoots him with a taser.
Did you see the one where people were making fun of him, and it's some dude come up? He's like, "This is how you disarm with someone with a gun." And he's like, "I'm gonna shoot you," and he throws a $100 bill on the ground, and he crunches out and grabs it.
Yeah, that dude is wild funny. So that's been it, King?
Yeah, that's about it.
All right,
Game
no
Pass
doubt.
stuff. I'm waiting for a couple of games to drop in Game Pass. I got some good news from Nick.
Oh,
today.
Special Nick. Yeah, Special Nick had some news. So I
Special
don't know if you
Nick
saw it.
had some stuff for me, so I got to ship Solve out the hacksaw.
All of y'all love just going crazy with speculation and rumor. Listen,
What was it about?
I have no idea. I
King,
don't
what
know
was the speculation and rumors about? Was it about Solve's needs and trouble?
With you, Saul. I'm gonna be real with you. After all these games coming to Dane Date in the Game Pass, and a lot of these games coming to Xbox in general now, I think COD getting you. Yeah.
No, I'm saying, but I'm confused, King. What happened? Was there some
it was
news?
just wild news because I woke up to the chat and I looked, and it was like Persona 6
Really? What's going on with that? I'm
that
curious.
is becoming an Xbox day and day.
Oh, wow, that's
Listen, man,
crazy.
you
'Cause I
know
thought
that-
that would never happen.
You know that. Listen, man, we can't trust what that shipper Shaw Nick be talking about. I don't know what he's talking about.
Shout out to Xbox era.
Shout out to shipper Shaw Nick.
Yeah, but the best dreams are made from speculation.
Yeah, fun speculation. Shout out to man.
Did you see the
What's up?
apparently Final Fantasy 7, like a picture is put up on Xbox Brazil or something like that?
Oh,
really?
Somebody
Yeah.
fell out here working.
Someone in the super chat said, "Kanan update. Xbox teased on Twitter. Final Fantasy 7 remake."
Oh, man, that would be crazy.
all right,
too.
so I
Yo,
just
so-
want to say one thing, right?
Yeah, because we were
A lot-
more Hargeet's
okay.
been waiting.
Yeah, this week everybody got a chance to see how Ben put out and gave coins to everybody.
Oh, yes. So should we show the coins?
Hold on one second.
Oh,
sir.
okay, no doubt.
Hold on. Relax a second.
We gonna
Hold on.
relax.
I mean, everyone else has seen the coin.
Yeah, everybody. So everybody was hitting me up, and they was like, "Yo, King, yo, what's going on, man? Did you sanction this, man? Because we ride, we'll shut him down." And I'm like, "Nah, Ben has been an ally and a friend of the realm from way beyond."
Facts.
He dropped the patch for free for y'all guys. He sent that over. He worked hard overtime with COG to get that ready for our show and to get that out. So we talked in the background, and I knew about this way before then. The only problem is that people were supposed to wait until the deal was over.
Oh, so there's a little premature. Okay.
Yeah,
You're supposed to wait
so
till the
you gotta-
Activision Blizzard King closes. Okay.
Yeah, so some dudes bust too early, and a little too overzealous. with
Gotcha.
certain stuff.
Okay.
And I understand maybe the initial rules wasn't how can we say
Because it wasn't communicated to the people who received
they
it.
probably
Okay.
just skipped past the part in the text that they was like, wait, please.
Okay.
But again, you got it. So
It's like the Tom thing where he was reading the Infinite poster, and on the back it said, "Don't show no one classified."
exactly. So it's funny how everybody gets a chance to show up, but the guy who started the whole line, right? They was there. So Cog will show you if you haven't seen
Yeah,
it.
these
but
are
you should
glorious.
have.
These are glorious right
Yeah.
now. You got to see these,
Yeah.
and then we got
You
the
can take them out of that because that thing's green.
Oh,
I
the white,
think.
yeah, the green.
Take it
So
out
you know what I'm
the
saying? We got that. We got the
Yeah.
joy, and then on the back, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's got the hold the line on the back. You know what I'm saying? The
Yes,
official
yes,
tissue
yes,
with it.
yes,
We hold
yes.
it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, cake.
Oh,
These
yeah.
are fire. These are fire.
Yeah, no, those are dope.
Yeah.
Keep looking out for the realm for other stuff that we're doing. So it was a great collabo. A lot of people, Kids Move, get back in line.
Kid is back in line. Yeah, Kid. He said, "I can't believe I received one."
Yeah, you gotta prove.
Shout out to Paris in the chat. He said, "Now we official Xbox Illuminati. It's official."
Yeah, so those
Yeah,
people that
we're-
did got that, shout out to you guys holding on. Shout out to being a part of the great community. Now, there is a sweepstakes that is online. And if you go to Ben Kenobi's page, you can check it out. And you have to follow him, follow the Lords, and follow Iron Lords Podcast and retweet. And 30 lucky people will get a coin. Good luck to you guys. And it's something that is going to commemorate and immortalize a moment in time.
Facts.
You know, so definitely look forward to that, and then look forward to us pushing out some new information later on going forward on some real premium stuff that you're going to get. But it's this passion of this community that is fantastic. So whenever somebody comes with a concept and comes with an idea, you don't get to control that idea. That idea is for the community to be inspired, to be pushed, to be shown different things, different levels, and this is what it's made for. So listen, guys, he didn't violate, he didn't overstep, none of that stuff happened.
No doubt.
Ben has always been a great supporter,
That's the
and I
homie.
respect everything that he does.
No
Thank
doubt.
you.
Hold on, we got to get Paris. He said, "Wait a minute, my message didn't say hold until after ABK. King tried to make me think I broke embargo."
No, didn't mention you.
Okay, he wanted to make sure he was good. Paris wanted to make sure because he thinking you out here saying he broke embargo out here.
Nah, don't you worry about that, Paris.
Okay, cool. You
exactly
good,
who
Paris?
did what. We know who did what and why.
Fair enough. Oh, now we good. No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spread that realness in the realm of the IOP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Manuel. You were supposed to be at the Met game, sir. We got to give you a little crap, but we know real life things happen. Salute, my brother. We was talking about what's going on between, obviously, Baldur's Gate, Starfield, all that good stuff. Shout out to the last word, Ibantis, Ty God, Travis, the homies reunited, giving some tough love to Bungie, little tough love. You know, you gotta get your little brother around and throw him in a headlock sometimes when he acting up. So we had to have those real talks. It was a must watch. Destiny haters, you will love this show. I would highly advise you to watch The Last Word that we just recorded. It's currently up right now on Bontes' channel. Go check that out. As far as me, it's been a lot of a little Ally, man. I got to shout out to Ally. I've been really rocking and rolling ever since I came back from Orlando GCX. I was doing actually Baldur's Gate. Shout out to Attic for putting me on to, because I wasn't gonna get it because I was like, Starfield's coming, makes no sense, and then I'll just wait for that Xbox version, whatever. But then he really put me on as far as the cross save, cross progression, and then I'm like, okay. Then it had full controller support on the ROG. It's 1080-30 soft. It is really a looker on the device, and I spent like 3 hours in the character creator and probably got nothing done in the beginning. But I got the illest dwarf. My dwarf is crazy. Shout out to DJ, you know what I'm saying? Oros, we in there. We got our dwarf gang. That's the first game I've ever made a dwarf, and I'm like, yo, the dwarves is lit out here. they real beefy, by the way. Anyway, so we got that, and then I've been playing a lot of Ghostwire Tokyo. Went back on that for some reason. Just wanted to. Again, runs really well. I want to finish it up. I'm getting very close to the end. Game has its flaws, but there's a lot of that hand movement stuff and the match. I really want Tango to continue with it. I think it has a lot of foundation. Obviously, some performance issues, but I do think there's a lot going on there. And did a couple Destiny raids. Shout out to Sinister and the crew. You already know. But yeah, that's what I got. Pretty much it. Also, I'm gonna get the super chats before we get this going.
Yes, sir. I'll do this. I'm gonna roll back. All right, we got Lord Starkiller, Xbox Series X01 member for 6 months. Lord Bronze, those PS5 USB ports are fire.
We will discuss.
Will not be able to catch IOP live, taking care of some family business. No doubt.
Salute, no doubt.
Had to come by and just drop the smoke and leave. That's fine.
Clearly, smoke and fire.
Let's get the crest of the chat for Lord Starkiller himself. Xbox Series X01. He gifted 5 IOP memberships. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Blessing.
Then we got Hustle and Motivate. Member for 20 months, Lord Bronze. Hope all is well with y'all. You as well, my brother. Hope everything's doing well. Then we got
that's the bro.
Yes, that's the homie. Danny Passion Official. $2 super chat. Cog, make sure we all know Danny is the official.
I love it. It's because he got the official part. It's like he's been having impersonation problems.
Like,
so he want to let everybody know this is the real right here. This is not that other dude that's running around with my name.
You got to put that TM at the end.
Yeah, it's the official that makes it.
Then we got, that's what's this. Let me play with King's Hershey's Kisses.
Whoa!
$5 super chat. Yeah, I like this. Let's read this.
Yeah, let's read this. What do you want to do?
I wish I could have went on vacay with my baby King. I want to see you all natty in the flesh.
He was natural with his nipples out. His nipples was natural, y'all. Hey.
Back to you, Saul, with the super chat.
Cog and Saul, you know you have that, what he's doing, right?
That beat. Oh yeah, I got a program my thing.
No, that's default.
I got to set it up.
So the defaults are A, B, C, and D?
Yes.
I just pressed one of those. All right.
Yeah, we gonna test that. I need my theme. I need music for this. That's crazy.
I reprogrammed mine for like that. You triggered my
trap card. That's what's up. So King was on natural. Everybody's liking that. Okay.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. And yes, I have perused a couple of these said these releasement beaches.
Somebody said you had the New York style pepperonis out. Said your pepperoni was all natural with it. He was outside. He was all natural.
If it ain't in color, we don't see it.
Oh, we don't see it now. Oh, okay.
We're going back to the old days. You will not be talked about. Mingle amongst yourselves down there in the gallery.
It wasn't in color though?
Yeah, no. New York style pepperonis. They in the chat calling his nipples New York style.
Yeah, we're gonna leave y'all down there in the peanut gallery.
I just want to make sure I acknowledge the realm. I want to acknowledge the realm.
We will not acknowledge anything down there in the peanut galleries.
Let's go.
To mix amongst themselves.
King don't want to see that in color. Continue.
Hold on, I gotta boot this guy out of here. You doing pepperoni pizza?
Yeah, they got. Oh, nah, that's the homie. That's Dom. Don't get. That's my man.
Nah, everybody going. Everybody ready for. I'm gonna time out everybody.
He out here. King trying to silence the realm, y'all. He trying to silence the realm.
Remove him.
Remove him. Seize him.
I posted on my community page on @GamingAddict. I said that I'm not gonna make a video till Sunday or Monday. Well, I said Sunday, but it actually turned out to be Monday because I ain't do nothing today either. But so I was sitting there, and then someone said some off the wall stuff.
Super loose.
It was it was definitely whoever runs that play through joystick. He took on a mind of its own. Like he posted on my thing and said, "Take the break, Daddy. Matter of fact, let me come through and make it extra special one."
Whoa, that's crazy. Damn, joystick cheating.
I just left that there.
Crazy.
I ain't even acknowledging that person. I guess I just acknowledged it by saying
yeah, you definitely acknowledge it. You definitely acknowge it now. We go continue. Moving on.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Then we got Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. If you don't have one, the M Classic is great for Switch. Upscales it to 1440p and makes it look less stinky.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah, the M Classic, it does that job. It's $100 though, but and we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Devs need that joystick to be on the BG3 level. Oh my god.
Okay.
We will discuss.
What is this M Classic? Wait a second.
It is like a little it looks like an HDMI sort of dongle thing that you attach. You put the switch through it to the TV, and it does 1440p, and it cleans up the aliasing and
what?
Oh, King needs that.
Yeah.
King is interested now. King is interested. Switch coming in hot now.
It's on Amazon. It's like $100. It looks like it looks like a USB stick with an M on the end of it.
Oh, okay. Iron Bank. It has already been ordered. It's already. Oh hell! The gods have answered me.
But you gonna get it now? Yo, somebody call it the Vaseline remover.
This is the gods have answered me.
There you go.
Oh God, yes. This is what I'm
Hilarious.
talking about. Thank you guys. I appreciate everyone.
No doubt. Continue.
And we have Robert Kellett, $2 in the chat. Broke star with that Red Dead Redemption 1 conversion being in the bushes. Yeah, dead on arrival.
Yeah, definitely bushes, and we will discuss.
Then we have Pat F, $2 super chat. Blessed morning to the Lords and everyone here. You as well. Thank
Salute.
you, sir.
Thank you. Salute.
Then we have Craig Hooligan, gifted 1 ILP membership. That's right. Forcing people into the realm.
That's
I
right.
like that.
Get down, lay down. That's right.
Then we got Hector the Macho Man, $5 super chat. All hail the incredible lords. General King, Operation Death to PS6 is going according to plan. I can confirm that the PSVR 2 has been eliminated.
Yo, why it sound like it was a hit? Yo, what you gotta do is report him to you, King. What are we doing?
Yes. Continue. As I said.
Everything is going according to
We sent
plan.
that order a long time ago. The payment must have just went through.
Damn. Y'all heard they wild with Lord Rod McCaffrey. They bad with Lord Rod McCaffrey right now. That's what I heard.
They can be upset all they like. It's Sony's problem.
Putting out
What did he
hits.
say? What did he say?
Yeah, it's a little uproar because he was just like, look, he's like, he was the biggest proponent of the PSVR 2, and he had a picture and it had a lot of dust on the thing, and he was just like, I just don't feel the commitment. And I think he said he was getting rid of it. I'm not sure if he said he was getting rid of it.
He's getting out of it.
Yeah, but he just, so it really was an uproar for obviously a lot of PSVR 2 enthusiasts and stuff like that. So yeah, it created a little thing. But King is out here. King's minions out here claiming everything.
What I did was I retweeted and I was like, next time listen to King and News, brother.
Oh, so you that's I knew
Yeah.
something happened because so you
me.
quote tweeted
Yeah.
Ryan? Okay.
Mhm.
Got it.
It was me. I did that.
Okay. Yeah, executing. Okay. Continue.
Then we have Necromancer Zale, gifted 5 ILP memberships as well. Thank you.
salute.
Put the crush in the chat for Necromancer Zale. Then we got Cedric H, member for 37 months, Lord Silver. We don't have no comment. Thank you, Cedric. Appreciate you, brother.
Salute.
Then we got Zip Davis, $5 super chat. Crystal Dynamics should change their name to Beefy Dynamics or Beefy D for sure.
Whoa.
Ooh-wee.
Time on that one. Beefy D. What are we doing?
Then we got Robert Kelly, $2 super chat. The Pelicans wanting that beefy rig, fam. Pelicans out here. Then we have Project Aries, $5 super chat. Gonna need to hold the line camo spandex speedos for next summer.
Oh, we hope. What we doing, kid?
So we do got the slides. We're gonna put the slides back in. For the summer, we're gonna start working our merch to fit the seasons. It's gonna be some great stuff. We're gonna get some slides, some house stuff. We were trying to work with Crocs. Give me a shout.
Yeah, he definitely tried working them for sure.
Because you see the shirt that I got on, and you see the Crocs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my Lord.
Hold up the line for real.
Continue.
Then we have, hold on a moment. We have Project Aries. No, I got that. Hope that okay. I didn't finish that. Hold the line, camo, spandex, speedos for next summer. Salute to the Iron Lords and all of the realm. Hope everyone is winning, no doubt.
No doubt. Salute.
Robert Kelly, $2 super chat. KNN update. Xbox teased on Twitter FF7 remake.
Yeah, we got to see what that's about.
Might as well just go
Yeah.
away.
Then we got Stay High FFF, a $2 super chat. Shout out to the realm in chat. Shout out to you, sir. Stay high.
Salute,
Sir.
stay high. Stay high. Salute to him.
Then we have King is overrated, $5 super chat. Sav, it's more the fact that it looks way more possible now that about P6 than ever before. Just let it happen, Sav. Don't fight it. Whoa.
Whoa. Don't fight it.
I will fight tooth and nail, damn it. Until that game is on my desktop, I'm not going to not admit defeat. Then we have Corey Tidwell, $5 super chat. Breaking! KNN reports Elon and Zuck are playable characters in Killer Instinct update. Back to you, Sav.
KNN News.
Oh, God.
Then we have Dragonheart Yobi member for 25 months, Lord Gold. Just wanted to share with the realm, hashtag peace, love, life. By the way, I got employee of the month for the 7th time at my job. Blessings, man.
Salute, Yobi. That's what's up, man. Keep doing your thing.
Plus, I'll be having lunch with the owners as well. A lot to learn. Hard work pays off. That's
Facts.
it.
Dude, I feel that.
Do your thing.
Do your thing, bro.
Do your thing. Then we have, we got jumped. crazy.
What else we got? What we got?
Hold on a second. We have the Death Trap with the 40 the Death Trap with the 40 rupee super chat. Rupee or rubles? I think it's rupee. Super chat. Cognito. I would love to feed on that meat.
Whoa,
Yummy.
whoa.
Yeah.
Music, please.
Hey.
Back to you, sir. Hey, he wasn't buying no drink. It was straight to business. Like you see how this is? There's no chivalry out here.
No warming up. Nothing.
It's straight to business, bro. Didn't even ask me. Just like, yo.
In Spanish, we call that frío.
Yo.
It's like equivalent to going to pick up a Twitter date for the first time, and she's like, "We don't even have to go. We can just stay here,
Bro, like, what are we doing?
Then we got Pat F, gifted five IOP membership. Shout out to you, Pat F. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Salute.
Then we got Robert Keller, $2 super chat. Cognito getting his beef ready with dwarfs, huh?
I ain't gonna front though. The dwarves in Baldur's Gate is wild beef.
Yo,
they forearms is crazy, bro. You gotta see the character creator amongst
they're
other.
brolic.
They got a lot of cyberpunk energy.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, in this character creator, y'all ones who know. There's a lot of reasons people beefy out here for reasons they shouldn't be. Continue.
A lot of member elongation.
Yeah.
Woo. Then we got Nathan 09. £2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Then we have Necromancer Zale, $5 super chat. Bungie really needs to sit down with the community and talk. Their future projects won't get the same support as Destiny did without communication.
Oh yeah. Facts. And I will say this.
I low-key think that game's dead.
Well, we'll see.
I do.
Really?
Well, what I will say is, shout out to them for actually pulling up the GCX. I didn't expect that, especially after the state of the game that wasn't received well, and they definitely seem to want to fix their communication between developers, content creators, and stuff like that. So we'll see. We'll see. We got the showcase
I feel like
coming
after the final shape, I don't think there's a game left.
Yeah, we'll see. I disagree. Continue.
Then we had Gerald Mack, member for 13 months, Lord Silver. All hail the ILP. Salute the Lord. Salute the Graybeards. And we them boys. We outside.
Yeah, that's the OG.
That's OG,
sir.
Gerald Mack.
Gerald Mack. What's going on?
Down for the great
Bay Area. What's up?
Then we got Grand Wizard, RDX intern, member for 1 month.
Grand Wizard Theodore.
I can't.
Hashtag hold the line. Hashtag free R. Kelly.
We haven't seen him in a minute. Kelly in a minute. Facts.
Minutes away.
Facts.
Then we got Danny Passion official once again. $5 super chat. There are too many Danny Passions out there. The ROG ally makes sure I'm not bored while I'm in line waiting to pick up my daughter from school.
Oh, salute. Got the ally. Salute.
Then we have Face 23 BKNY, $20 super chat. Since I don't see you bringing this up, the upcoming Forza Motorsport will be missing 3 major fan favorite features at launch. Ooh. Looks like a pattern is forming. Thoughts?
King, what you think?
Okay, first,
no split screen, a little bit of the problem. That's it.
First, you had enough. Whatchamacallit words that y'all could have put exactly what they were missing. I saw that they could put split screen or something like that. I don't know who's doing couch co-op. I don't care about that.
Okay.
So those are one of the features that you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's a nothing burger. So cut it out.
You don't want the AI mode for the spectators and the race and the
Okay. Well, these are certain things that later on we will be talking about things at some point in time, hopefully, and we can dig into a lot of things. There's a lot of people as NDA dudes too. So maybe what you're talking about is a nothing burger, and I think so. So when you hear from KNN News, then you can report it. So now, before the game comes out, I think you should pump your brakes. Calm down a little bit. Just wait for KNN News to give you the real.
Okay. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna wait on KNN.
All right, then we have Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Make sure you have a 4K HDMI cable when using the M Classic. MK8, Smash, the Kirby's, and even Tears of the Kingdom look a lot better with it. Yeah, that's true. You don't get rid of that stinky cable they give you with that Switch, and make sure you use a HDMI 2.1.
Yeah, for sure.
2.1. Hold on.
Stupid. Then we have Stitch once again, $2 super chat. Welcome to the Iron Lord's Beef Market Podcast.
Stitch be doing the most. Salute.
Then we have Craig Hooligan once again. He quote unquote gifted an ILB membership. We know how he gifts those memberships, though. The tail end of a barrel.
Hooligan. Goonies.
Then we got Corey Tidwell, $2 super chat. Ban that dude for that Mito comment. Hashtag Bosscast.
I'm telling you, man, it's getting real aggressive out here.
They're going for you, son.
Then we have Forza Legend member for 43 months, Lord Bronze. Hey, just wanted to say, check out that Remnant 2. It's amazing, especially on the Series X on God and M.
Yeah. That is no lie. That game looks and runs beautifully.
And we are caught up, sir.
All right, fine.
No, of course. I always speak too soon. The Death Trap with 100 rupees super chat. I was talking about a famous dish called Cognito. Don't take this otherwise.
Yeah. You
the
messy.
dish is delicious.
Yeah, I know what you're doing. You think you slick. You know what you doing. Oh, he caught up now?
No, we have Craig Hooligan once again. Member for 11 months, Lord Bronze. Is Biomutant worth $35? It's good. Wait for a $19.99. It's cool. It's very cool.
It's gonna drop in price. Let it drop.
Yeah, get it for 20. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. I thought it was an open beef market.
Shit, what are we doing? What are we doing, Brown? What are we doing?
You like this, Cog?
It's your fault. Anyway,
when we try to attract the biggest names in the industry, this is what they're gonna see.
This is what they see. This is what the Queen is gonna see.
Listen, let me tell you.
Phil Dominus is gonna see.
When we get somebody
LordCognito being accosted by the realm.
I read those super chats.
Yo, they still going on right now.
Yeah, there we thought Black Ronin 357, $10 super chat. Don't no one care about split screen in our online generation. Stay worried about what Xbox doing and should worry about their own game having
that sound like a shot at
still.
That sound like a shot at Face 23 BK. Now he said he should mind his business. He shouldn't be concerned.
I didn't see what it says. Pony stay. I didn't see what that emoji was. It was a pony. Pony stay.
Yeah, Black Roller seemed like he going at somebody. That's crazy. Anyway, we're moving on.
We are moving on.
I'm gonna call him Don King Cog.
I can't repeat what the man. All right, we moving on. Let's go. All right, look. So be very patient. I'm sorry.
Yes. So I guess King is midway.
Okay.
And I'm 2/3 of the way.
Okay, cool. No doubt.
Yeah.
So we ready to go? All right.
Yes,
Now
sir.
we have gotten what those lords are playing, super chats, all that good stuff. We got to shift our focus back to our guest, Lord Hargeet. You know what I'm saying? We got to talk about his video game system history, his journey, his passion for tech, and of course, what led him to being a panel in some of our favorite podcasts. So, Lord Hargeet, let's start from the very beginning, man. What were some of the first video game systems you had? What kind of got you into gaming, sir?
Yeah, so when I was growing up, this started with all of us, right? We got into this whole gaming world as we were coming up as children, and so the first thing I got, I think it was like a little Tron. It was like a single game little thing. And I can't remember what those were, but like it was in the arcade, and then they brought this little like one game only box.
Yes,
I think that was the first thing I had.
The Tron.
What was that?
I said I don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly.
Yeah. So like I had that one, and then like I took a hiatus back to India, right? So I was born here, and then about like 8 years old, went to India for 3 years, no gaming, done. Like there was just nothing. So then I came back, and the first thing I did was get an Atari 2600 because that's what I remembered when I left. Right, this was 86.
So OG talk. Let's go, Attic. Wake up.
So I finally got Atari 2600. And then like the normal games like Asteroids and like Track and Field. I remember like
Track and Field. But your forearms had to be crazy with Track and Field.
It was crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like back
What?
Right, but like so those those classic Atari games, and then but of course Nintendo was making its waves, right? And so I'm like, this looks kind of cool. So I pick up the Nintendo with the light zapper gun.
Oh yeah, the Zapper, see the combo. You're saying
Man, oh,
Duck Hunt,
man.
man. Yes.
Wow, is that thing awesome?
Yes.
And it came with Mario and Duck Hunt, the same,
course.
the dual cartridge, right?
Shout out to the laughing dog when we missed. Remember the little laughing dog?
Hey, it was fun. It was just a stupid little game. What the heck, right? But it was good, you know. And Nintendo always tried these quirky things, right? It had that little robot thingy, and I didn't bother with that. But you know, that was an interesting option, I suppose. But like whatever, I just like the light zap gun seems cool. And then Mario. Oh my God, that game! I spent so much time in Mario.
So
You didn't even try Rob once. I mean, I tried.
I
Rob
never tried
once.
it. Never got to try it.
Everyone
How
was-
was it? Was it already
Yes,
used?
tell
Was
us.
it good?
It did not work very well.
No, you probably got Rob to work once or twice.
Yeah.
When he holds the gyroscope and it's spinning and he puts it over. It was a entertaining concept, you know, for kids because it was a
Yeah.
kid toy. You know, to have an actual robot that interact with the video game. It was cool, but everybody I know probably used it at least once. And
And
I
Rob, just refresh my memory. Gyromite was the packet, or you had to buy that
Yeah.
additionally to Rob?
no, Gyromite came with it.
Okay, had to, right? Because that was
Yeah.
the game. Okay, got you. Continue.
That was the link in.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I never had Rob, never seen Rob.
It took it out the box because when you brought it, it was $200 with with Rob the Robot and Gyromite, and then they took it out the box and they sold it for $150.
Got it.
And then you have, you know, then they had the light gun only box that came with Duck Hunt because they saw that Duck Hunt was being played more than Gyromite, right? So, 'cause you had the cartridge that had Duck Hunt and Gyromite,
Really?
and you had the ability to play either one or the other, right?
Yeah, you know what's I only remember the one Hargeet's talking about, which is the Mario.
Yeah, Mario came after, if I remember right. It was
After,
not
yeah.
a launch game.
I didn't realize that.
It wasn't a launch. It wasn't a launch game. Yeah, it was weird. It was or it was packaged differently at the
Yeah.
start. Yeah.
Mm.
It had like 3
'cause I was
different
a-
packages.
Yeah, I was just saying, so I came in late. So all I remember them is for the Mario Duck Hunt combo.
Right.
When I
Okay.
got into it, yeah.
Got you. Okay,
I don't
interesting.
remember none of this.
Thank you, Attic, for your contribution.
For your 2 cents.
For your-
Appreciate it.
I love how you said that.
I don't know. I don't
know about that. Anyway, continue. OG talk. Continue. Sir.
Yeah, so the Nintendo, which is where I did a lot of like that's where it started for me, like into really getting into gaming, right? So you got Zelda with the gold cartridge,
Oh, the Holy Grail.
fantastic.
Holy
And then
Grail.
Zelda 2 with the gold. Oh, man, I spent so much time with that. Like, and you didn't have internet, right? So I don't know if like people who are growing up now, they probably don't even understand what it was like to try to find every nook and cranny.
Facts.
Go
Adequate.
go to magazines and like because you had to like search for. There
You had
was
to
no
actually
where to
like it
go.
was really hard, like to learn to beat these
you
games.
had to like figure everything out
Yeah.
yourself, or you had to go find like Nintendo used to have is it Nintendo Power, right?
Yeah.
And then they had like these maps, cool. Like,
Yeah.
and so you like you had to go find everything yourself. It was just a totally different thing. Now of course there's guides for everything. I'm stuck. I'm gonna just go to YouTube, right? That did not exist. Right? So you had to go figure. And I found everything in that game. I like played the heck out of it. I played some of the sports games like Bases Loaded and like Blades of Steel and
solved.
Doubles
We
Rule,
approve.
right,
There's
all those-
some hardcore ones right there. Bases loaded.
right? Like things like that. And you know, I played Metroid. I did not actually get into it. Rygar, like games like that. Right?
Chill. Don't Rygar. That's my heart.
Yeah.
But that wasn't arcade accurate though.
True,
Yeah.
but for us at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And that's something that's interesting. I never went to the arcade for some reason. I just
Okay.
Wow, interesting.
like I've never
That's
been
what's
an
up.
arcade person. But yeah, go ahead. Kai, you were
no,
gonna say
no.
something.
It was just like leaning into what you're talking about, right? And they had a Nintendo would get these licenses for these good games that's in the arcade, but when they did come home, they weren't arcade accurate. And for me, like I was a frequent arcade dude. I would go play Rygar all the time, and then when it
Yes.
came out to the Nintendo, the regular Nintendo,
Saw the difference.
yeah, I ran out and got it, and that's when your level of disappointment happened. But my level
Yes.
of disappointment happened way back in Atari 2600 with
Yeah.
Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, pang, 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 pang. So those things like that, we had a disconnect very early on. You guys got it good. Hargeet is telling us how it really was. So
It was, yeah.
Rygar. You purchased Rygar, and what was the other one that you said you purchased?
I had Metroid, which I didn't
Right,
exactly
Metroid,
go
yeah.
into. It was okay. But there were a whole bunch of those kind of games, right?
Mhm.
But like the mainline Nintendo ones, Mario 2. Oh,
Right.
I loved Mario 2.
Remember
and then
Mario 2?
3.
Yeah.
So
I
good.
loved Mario 2, and it's like an oddball one, right? But it was so good. And then Mario 3, which added all these extra powers.
So let me ask you a
awesome.
question. When couch co-op was a thing, because this Mario Brothers.
Yep.
What was you like stuck in? Because I was stuck in Mario with my boy Calvin, and we would play Mario. This is where that Calvin character.
Yeah, that's where Calvin comes from. Yeah, I get it now.
Calvin always messing something up. Shout out to Cal Cutter if you're out there, brother. So yeah, so we would play Mario Brothers. Now there's a difference. There's a Super Mario.
Correct.
That's
He
what
got the mushroom, and he grew big, and he grew small. And then there was Mario Brothers with him and Luigi on the board, and it was like a never-ending loop. Did you get wrapped up into that?
It was Super Mario. It was Super Mario Brothers and then Super Mario 2 and 3. I did play a lot with friends though, and what we would do is just swap, right? So if I die, next, right? They play for a while, they die, I come back. So we would do that a lot, and there were plenty of games where you could play together, right? So
you did the infinite trick, the infinite one up, where you catch the corn, the turtle at the end, and you just bounce on him.
I did do that.
Yeah.
Let me give you a little bit of context. You would talk about the Mario Brothers, right? The original Mario Brothers, which was the platformer thing. It wasn't. I had that game right for the 2600.
Oh,
2600 version because I played in the arcade. It's crazy hard in the arcade. You play in 2600. So I just decided just quickly once you mentioned it. So a WATA rated 9.0 A+ in-box Mario Brothers.
Wow.
yeah.
They're trying to sell it on eBay for $30,000.
Wow.
We worth more than that.
Yo,
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's
A
crazy.
9 rated incomplete inbox unopened.
30. Wow. That's crazy.
It should be worth more than that.
Yeah. Real quick, Hargeet. Hustle and Motivate want to know if you played Baseball Stars.
I don't remember that one. I remember Bases Loaded. I think that was the one where if you had bases loaded and struck out, it said "you bum."
Yeah, you bum, and then they start the fights. They start the fights.
Yeah, I think that was the one I played. But
Okay,
yeah, I mean, I don't remember every one of the games I played then. But Contra, I remember that one with the up, down,
course.
Contra.
Up, down, left, right. BA start.
BA select start. Yeah.
Select start. Correct. Thank you for correcting me.
Who was one of your favorite third-party publishers? Mine was Capcom.
At the time,
Yeah, or Konami.
know,
I would go
like-
with Konami. No, you know what? I would go with Konami because they had Gradius and they had
Castlevania.
Russian Attack, Castlevania.
Russian Attack.
Yeah, remember Russian Attack? That was the first one you used running with the knife.
Yeah.
Jigga.
Yeah. And then he looked like Flip from G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
We used to go to that little spot on you remember that little spot? It was like a Spanish restaurant that had it solved. You don't
Which
remember?
one?
You used to go with me as kids.
It was the restaurant spot across the street from the where we played Double Dragon. It was
Yes,
right across the street.
Yes,
They
that
had
was
Russian Attack. They had Operation Wolf, and they had something
facts.
else. I forgot.
That was the era when you identified a particular location for the arcades that they had, and I remember Russian Attack distinctly. It was a hard game. Continue.
Yeah, I don't know actually because I'd never paid attention to like how many games I picked from a specific publisher. The majority of my favorite games are actually from Nintendo. And like because they just have these awesome like Mario and Zelda alone are so unbelievably awesome.
Yes,
And that took up so much of my time.
I gotta interrupt because I'm feeling away. So I don't hear any Sega talk there, Hargeet. I mean, don't get me wrong. We don't want to disrespect the greatness that is Nintendo, but I see this void. What happened there? No, you just were in the ecosystem. Did you know anybody with Sega?
So I did. So and but as far as Sega, I never went into it because as we all know, gaming was kind of expensive. And I couldn't exactly have an infinite amount of money at the time anyway to keep buying whatever I wanted. So I stuck to my platform. I did eventually get friends that had the Sega side. So I played those games. So we would just go back and forth, right? So
Okay, fair
I'd go
enough.
to their house, play Sega. They'd come to mine to play Nintendo. And then I also got other consoles like TurboGrafx and stuff like that. But
you ain't going past that.
I'm never going.
This is a TurboGrafx 16 podcast. Low key. Do you got any standouts from the Turbo? People don't realize it was a crazy era back then.
It was trying to get into something outside of what I already had with the Nintendo. So I played Bonks and Slaughterhouse and R-Type. There was another one that was kind of like
shout out to the Hue card. What was it? The HU card.
Little cards. But those are the ones that I remember.
Alpha Zones.
Keith Courage and Alpha Zone. Yo,
Ninja Spirit.
Hargeet.
Oh, Ninja Spirit.
Let's not even front the sound quality that was coming out of that turbo graphics.
Yeah.
What made you get a turbo?
Step above. Because he said he wanted to step outside his comfort zone.
Yeah.
So Sagan was like, nah.
Yeah, he went turbo. He went turbo.
Yeah.
You went turbo. You went above and beyond. Yo, they was the first controller, and this is the reason why I thought they called it Turbo Graphics, because in the Orient it was called the PC Engine. And, on the controller, you had a dongle that you can push it up.
Yes.
From 1 to 2 to 3.
Yep, I
and
remember
that
that.
would rapidly press the button.
Yep.
Yes.
Rapid fires. Yep.
It'd save your buttons from being like mangled. So from rapidly pressing your buttons. Did you ever get the attachment, the CD attachment?
No, I did not know. At that point, I think I went to the Super Nintendo. And I'm trying to
Okay.
remember the timing of Super Nintendo versus Turbo. I think it was Turbo first, and then I got the Super Nintendo. So the reason I got it was actually, there was a neighbor who got it, and he was just like, oh, "Hey, you want to just trade some games?" Like, no, I'm on Turbo Graphics. You can just take these games. I don't need to borrow any of yours because I'm on Turbo Graphics.
Oh, he moved.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. So I'm like, what the heck is Turbo Graphics? I'm going to check that out. And so that's how I ended up getting it.
Legendary Axe.
Right. And but this is how things were. Like Buzz was created by word of mouth because again, we didn't have the internet, and like it just, there wasn't this open community thing. So that's how I found out about it. Was somebody else got it, and I guess you guys had King, right? King would go.
Oh yeah, we had King. We had it. We was good. I was freeloading like crazy. Pocket watching, freeloading all day.
So that's how I got that one, and then all this time, of course, I also did PC. So for some reason, when we came back, my dad decided to work. He's a building architect, right? He's a design and architect, right? And he decided to get with these software guys and start some company that went nowhere, but they ended up buying a PC. And it was sitting in our family room. And I'm like, this thing isn't being used. Can I play with it? Like literally. And they're like, yeah, sure. They gave me a couple of pointers. This is DOS time, right? So, and then I had to go again, research on my own, learn on my own how to use this thing. And my main purpose, of course, was to play video games. So
I love the mission. I love the mission. Let's go.
I started getting those PC games, and I don't know if you guys remember Sierra Online, right? They had King's Quest and Space Quest. And I don't know if you ever bought one and actually sent in the registration. I just figured, what the heck, I'm going to send in the registration. It put you in a raffle where you could win all their games. I won.
Oh,
well,
you won all the games?
2 big boxes of all their games. Dude.
But did you get in trouble because you was out here gaming on PC when you was?
No,
what happened when the box showed up to the house?
Think about the data rates.
What was that?
The data rates, because so. Remember, back then we used to pay for
you talk about 14.4 modem and all that,
right? The data rates that would come through, your phone bill would get crazy, and I noticed that the phone bill got crazy when I was playing what was that X band. Data rates went up, but I was giving my mother the money for the bill. So
but that's further. That's further than the.
That was further down.
Yeah, that was a little further.
Offline.
You talking DOS days?
But
yeah, I'm talking DOS and.
Yeah, but I was doing DOS too. This is what I'm saying. And you talk about those
bulletin boards and stuff like that, and then there are some servers. Yeah, I did do that. I got a modem at 2400, but I had 1200, then a 2400, then 96. Like we started that right, like at the beginning of that journey, right? To get.
Was you getting the PC magazines to get the free minutes? Because this is I'm remembering. You got to put in your AOL online to get the free minutes.
I didn't even get to AOL for a while. I didn't do AOL at all. I didn't even do internet for a while. I just did all the freebie stuff. Anything that I could dial without having to pay. I'll do that. And so that's how I did stuff, right? And you could get bulletin boards that actually gave you hints and stuff like that. And all. So a lot of that. But yeah, I there was no issue. I bought a game. I registered it. No issues. I got 45 games or something like that, whatever. Wow. And so I just kept going through all those games. It was great. So I've been playing PC the whole time. I love those games as well. And then, one of my friends where I was went to the arcade and played this game called Street Fighter 2.
Oh.
And he's like, "Oh, we got to go play Street Fighter 2."
Let's go.
Street Fighter 2 was like one of those moments in my life because it wasn't just about just the game. It was the socialization.
Absolutely.
Right?
Put your corners up.
So like that friend met somebody else who was insanely good at the game, right? And so they would go, and then I came with them, and then like my now friend circle is like 90% because of that.
Oh, that's dope.
So like all those folks, like they introduced me to their world, and so now I've become
You the
friends with them, and we're
arcade
still
dude now.
very, they're here yesterday. So that's how
That's dope.
that's how much
dope.
so, and Street Fighter 2 just like changed everything. So
that's
So
fine.
that's
that
when you
game was
learn arcade
fantastic.
etiquette, right?
Yeah,
Because
so
there's a
put the quarter
different
down.
etiquette, right? So all right, I'm young Hargeet walks in,
Yep.
and then he sees his friends that already know arcade etiquette, and they put their quarter up. Your mind is processing what's happening. Did they tell you ahead of time to put your quarter up, or did you just see it in real time happening?
No, I just saw it in real time, and we just played. And and the friend that is insanely good, we're still really good friends, and he would just demolish people. I don't know if you had one of those in your group, but it was like he put in the quarter, and then we would be there for hours, and like because nobody could kill him, nobody could beat him, right? It was just crazy, and we're like, okay, dude, we need to go. So he's like, okay, somebody want to give me a quarter? Like, and people will be rushing, please take this.
That's dope. That's dope.
So is he cheesing people?
No. Well, I mean, define cheesing. Everything was within the game, legit.
Yeah.
So he just could do the moves, and he could just do them very well, and he could do them at the right times.
What
right?
was his main? What was his main character?
Anything.
Oh, he was
really
could
be
that
anything.
dude. He was
so
that
he,
dude.
he mastered a lot of them. So he could do Guile, he could do Zangief, obviously Ken Ryu, right? Like he could pretty much do any of them. I think he picked up Dalsim pretty well as well, right? He just kept going. So, but that was good for me too, because that meant I had to learn.
Yeah,
right.
Be good, right? And so I got good with all of it as well. And then that game came to the console. It came to the Super Nintendo, and that was when I jumped to the Super Nintendo. I'm getting that. I don't care. We gotta have Street Fighter at home. So
facts.
And to your point, King, of it like not being an exact copy, it wasn't an exact copy, but it was close.
It was close. It was close.
So this is really cool.
Shout out to
right?
Cog almost getting his friend killed.
Yeah, my friend almost messed that up for me, but because King, you had the import right before.
Yeah, I brought the Famicom, and
my friend
I
had
the
a ponytail.
Famicom at the community center, and I paid $250 for this game, Hargeet.
Yes,
$250 before a year before it came out here. And I'm playing, and everybody that saw it was like, "Oh my God, it's like the arcade." But you know, in your heart, there's a little things that's missing. And he brought this ponytail dude.
Shout out to my geek friend for that with the ponytail, Ryan Morales. That's my remember his name, Ryan Morales.
This is the
Ryan.
reason why I hate
He's
people
still
with
alive.
ponytails to this day.
He's still alive.
And he came in there and he stood in the door, and Cog is blowing. He's, yo, we got it. Yo, you know, me and him, our energy is going crazy. And he goes, it doesn't look like the arcade.
Wow.
I told Cog, I said, yo, Cog, man, I love you. Get your friend out of here
He
now.
said, "Don't ever bring this dude," because I was bragging. Like, you understand, like King was a source of me being able to flex. So dudes didn't believe me. I'm like, yo, my cousin, he got Street Fighter right now. No, we don't. It's not out. There's no. I'm like, he's got it right now. We're gonna go to the center. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna take you there where he at, and he got it. So I grabbed dude. So he was already coming in with the trepidation, like I'm lying, right? So then you know that friend that just don't want to admit, like, oh, it's real. Wow, he's got the Japanese import Super Famicom playing Street Fighter 2 port, and I could tell if he was in awe, but he was still hating in the. Because it was real. I was like, yeah, see? It's like, I got my cousin. What's up? And he's like, yeah, but you know, it doesn't look exact. Yeah, you just want to admit because you knew you was wrong that you lied. But you almost got beat up that day, and I saved you from getting beat up in the project. So you lucky that I'm a nice guy. But continue. Continue, Huggy. I'm sorry.
So Street Fighter that brought in the Super Nintendo, and then of course Super Mario World, and was it Link to the Past? I think that was the Zelda that came out in that one, right?
What about the audio chip in that Super Nintendo? When you first heard the echo when you went down in the tunnel with Mario, and you heard the echo like you jump on a turtle or something. Pure bliss.
Right? The little things that we used to get, like, even on PC, right? Getting audio out of it, right? You had to get special cards to do anything that had anything of value.
Facts.
Right? and like so you had to get like the Roland MIDI card if you really wanted to have orchestral audio, and the sound
The
blaster.
sound blaster
Right,
card.
all this stuff that you had to do, right? Nowadays we just take it all for granted because like everything's
Yeah.
all voiced and everything. Like, it's just so totally different. We had to like get every little bit. We're like, oh my god, this sounds so much better. It's like, dude, this is still like infinitely useless.
It's like a little known fact. The partnership with Nintendo and Sony started with that Super Nintendo because the sound chip was provided by Sony. Yep, and that's what made it sound. Genesis joint with I think it was Hitachi.
Yeah, it's a little crunchy. Genesis
Yeah, it
sounds
was right. But when Street Fighter said, "How you can?" on Nintendo, and then the sound, the ping.
I remember. Yeah.
Yo, what was that? What was that game,
bro? ActRaiser was
ActRaiser. Oh my god!
Orchestral
Every time you guys
sound.
talk about these old names, man, they're the most simplistic, basic ass names. ActRaiser. You're like, what the hell?
Yeah, but if you see the game, I know you would have lived.
He would have loved it.
Loved this.
He would have loved it.
You would have loved it, yeah. I mean, and look, the beauty of, and it's an interesting thing, right? Like growing up with a new thing that's starting, the appreciation we have for every incremental step is far better, right? And I think gamers today would say, well, hey, that's a retro game, that's cool, whatever, right? And they don't understand like what it was like for us. Like this was a revolution when you could do like Super Mario Brothers, where the character can go back and forth.
Yes.
And you can go in the level. Like, dude, like little things. We don't even think about that anymore. Like that was amazing. And
let me tell you,
what is this doing?
it was. Listen, I always bend the knee to Nintendo on, like Nintendo with power was scary.
Yeah.
Because as a Sega kid, I remember I've told this story about the F-Zero, Bo 7, Pilot Wings. Pilot Wings was transformative. I'm like, Genesis is not doing it. This is 3D space work. And then if you remember, Hargeet, you're talking some real Super Nintendo talk. We're talking music. Remember Super Castlevania, right? Oh, God. And I remember just holding the whip and manipulating it, and then you could rotate the board. Like you could remember
that board you go in the tunnel?
Yeah. And I'm like, and I'm sitting there looking at my Genesis like,
you're done.
Y'all not doing that. Like you saw the game with Shade Day was upping the ante, and I was like, damn. Super Nintendo came through. I cannot front. So I respect what you said about Super Nintendo. That's for real.
But one of the things I learned about that was like gaming is gaming, right? So even when my PC rig was not like very good, I still enjoyed the game. It didn't end the enjoyment of the game. So I've always cut slack to those kind of things. So if you can't make, that's fine. If your graphics aren't that's fine. Is the game compelling? Right. I'll just give you the time anyway. Right. So I've never really said, oh, hey, the performance level here is 50% more than that's okay. I don't care. If the games are good, I'm there. That's what I want to do, is just play the games. So I kind of formed that while that was happening, because I've had to deal with the incremental. Like, I don't have the money to buy this. I can only afford this much, and that's what I'm going to do on my PC, and that's the performance level I'll have. Ultimately, it was awesome when I could. Right now, my PC is ridiculous, but at the time I couldn't. I was on a little XT machine with like a 20 meg hard drive.
So at this time, were you looking at the magazines coming out, Game Pro, Game Fan, EGM, Nintendo Power?
When I could, yes. When I could, I can't get all of them, but when I could, I would get things here and there, and read what is new and interesting, and what can I get out of it.
All right, learn. So it sounds like you was a Nintendo dude all the way up. Let's skip the 16-bit, because we had 16-bit right now. What 32-bit did you go into?
So I totally skipped the PlayStation. I actually had a hatred for PlayStation.
Because
of what they did.
What they did?
What they did is they sort of took the market and said, hey, we're going to take like the established people, Sega, TurboGrafx, Nintendo, all these folks that are doing their thing. We had a vibrant market, right? We had Neo Geo and 3DO, and you could go on and on, Atari Jaguar and all that. So we had all these players, and suddenly Sony comes in and says, we're going to undercut everybody. So it was normal for the console to not have margin like in their price, so they would take away the margin hit and but still sell the console at a profit, right? So the parts that go into it, the shipping and all that stuff, that they're still making money on, but they would take a hit on the margin. Margin would be like the design costs, the licensing, whatever, right? But they would say, hey, we're licensing the products that go into it, so there's a cost for the cartridge, and we get our money back there, right? And so, but they would take a hit on the margin. Sony said, we're going to take a hit on the cost. We're going to take a hit on the actual parts. Right, and that was just something that the others couldn't sustain because Sony came in with Sony money, right? Like Microsoft now, like oh my god, they're going with Microsoft money. That's what Sony did.
They had Walkman money.
This sounds a lot kind of like the accusations that are being levied against
Microsoft,
against a certain company.
You implying that generationally Sony was operating the way Microsoft is operating now back then?
Just on a smaller scale.
It wasn't a smaller scale.
What was a smaller scale relative to what they are now?
No. Okay, so they had Walkman money.
Right. They had Walkman money. They had Sony Vega money. They had Sony Vio money. They had that money.
Cameras money. The Sony cameras. Sony was what Microsoft is now, kinda.
Sony
like
was a
if
thing.
you dollar the sense.
Yeah, Sony was a
thing. They were that. All right. So, and because the only big players against them was Hitachi and Panasonic. Yeah. Right. So Hitachi and Panasonic.
I love me my Sony TV,
bro.
Sony
TV. Listen, a Sony TV back then, that was a thing.
That's when you had it, right?
Oh, for sure. I give that. I give it up.
Is that
like that Walkman on your hip? Yeah.
Sorry. Is that equivalent to have like a Samsung now?
Yeah, like
Samsung and LG. Yeah,
they
for sure.
were the luxury quality brand, and they had the mind share. The way the iPod was like the Walkman back, like the Walkman was a thing.
Yeah,
like,
I would say it's like that. It's like the iPod when it came out became the device. That's what the Sony TVs were.
And Sony TVs now. Quality-wise, they're there. So last year, Sony TV was the best OLED TV. It was just its price range. Its price range is like 1,000 more than the Samsung or the LG.
But it's
same thing.
Because I remember spending $600, whatever, on my Sony 36-inch Vega back in the mid '90s, right?
Somebody talk about the Trinitron. Let's go.
Trinitron. So I don't think they've changed. I think they still are that, but I think you have LG and Samsung who come in and said we're competing.
Yes.
Right. Well, because they make the screens. They make the screens that you pay for.
Exactly.
So
shout out to
when
Paris
you don't
Lockhart.
have to pay for your screenings and different things is different. But okay, so Hargeet, we're at the point right now where you're hating Sony because they came out with
so let me get
PlayStation.
back
Let them set it up. Let them set it up.
So Sony comes in and says, all right, we're going to take our massive bank and we're going to come into this market, right? They were actually working with Nintendo, as you said, right? And they were trying to make Nintendo better.
Yeah.
And Nintendo said, you want to do this CD thing.
Yep.
We're not convinced, right? Because we get so much on the cartridge, and we want to go with that. The CD would be slow.
But they went with Philips, though.
So, did Nintendo?
Yeah, Nintendo went with Philips. Remember, what they did was they had a deal with Sony in place at the E3, and at the last minute, they left Sony at the altar.
They left Sony at the altar.
Went with Philips CDI.
And then
licensed some of the stuff to Philips.
And then Sony said, "Hey, let's just take this tech and put it together, right, and make the PlayStation." But they came in at a lower price, making it very difficult for their competitors to actually compete with that. And that's fine, okay, to a point, right? But they, their power levels were significantly lower than their competition. The N64 was 4 times more power, whatever it is.
Right.
Plus, you didn't have this whole load time thing.
Right.
But all that's fine, right? The problem is that when they did that, and with the PS2, they made it impossible for the rest of them to stay in the market.
Right.
So, and that literally is anti-competitive, right? Coming in with your money and putting in a product that nobody else can afford to do because they don't have the hundreds of millions and billions to back that. So what could they do? Everybody died. Literally everybody died, including Nintendo, which we just assume, hey, they're still here. They survived because of their portable. They did not survive because of their console.
Game Boy. Yeah.
The Game Boy kept them afloat. Sega had the problem of the Sega's portable didn't sell as well, and they kept trying to compete with them, but it was too much. And the other part that Sony did was came in and said, hey, we need content, and they went to everybody and said, we want to take your content away from them and put it here.
You're talking about the Tomb Raider stuff.
Let's give a little bit of context to that. right? The biggest coups that they did get was when they went to Square. And Square, they knew the deficiencies of the cartridge. The cartridge would have to be a larger meg size, larger
And
RAM
be
size,
expensive. Yep.
Very
in order
expensive.
to get
Yep.
the game out. And they did have a Final Fantasy VII that was on cartridge for the Ultra 64 that was going to be coming out. What Sony did was show them the disc. And they put that disc, they put Final Fantasy on, what was it, 2 discs or 4 discs? Was it?
It was
Can't remember now. Final Fantasy VII original.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII was on either 2 discs or 4 discs, and they gave that to Square, and Square was able to put real quality audio,
Yeah,
CGI,
CGI rendered graphic backgrounds,
and polygons and
Oh,
everything that was done.
beautiful.
So, all right. So I always believe that the strong should survive. I believe that in this market,
2 disc, King. 2 disc.
Yeah,
No one, never
No,
mind. I'm
somebody's
sorry.
saying 3. They saying
Yeah, I'm
3.
sorry. Yep, I'm sorry. It took me to the remake.
Oh, okay.
it's 3 discs, right? Okay. So
Chat saying 3.
all right, so it's 3 discs, and I believe in the strong survive.
Yep.
And also, I believe that, dog eat dog. Fine, this is business. You do what you can to win. Sony did everything that they could do to win. Being jilted, Nintendo started this fight.
Oh, we blame
jilted,
Nintendo.
Right. Yeah.
And
I mean,
that's
they
fair.
did. See,
That's-
that's the thing.
that's
Nintendo
totally fair.
was Sony before Sony.
That's
Like
totally
Nintendo was
fair.
the
Because
bully.
Nintendo was doing the same things.
That's
We can't
totally
sit there and
fair.
say
Yeah.
that that Nintendo didn't start all of. Nintendo was charging people for cartridges.
Yeah.
Nintendo was monopolizing the market. Nintendo marginalized and ostracized Sega. Sega was fighting for their lives against Nintendo. Sony just ended them. Right,
Yeah.
so they was wounded. Sony came in, hit him in the back of the head, get him out of here. You out of here. Turbo Graphics, you're great over there, but we're gonna wound you. We're gonna get you out of here because they're fighting for their life over in Japan. Sony came through, finished off NEC. So Sony really was the finishing blow. Nintendo was the setup. Sony was the finisher. But when Nintendo gave birth to Sony by jilting Sony at the
Oh yeah, for sure.
right.
Yep.
So okay, there
So
you.
either. Yep. Go ahead.
sorry.
Sorry.
No, I'm
No,
just
go
saying
ahead.
that they're using their power and influence right now. And to your credit, they did get a lot of these licensing deals and block off people, but they were forced to do this to get into a market that was really dominated by
Nintendo.
big three.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and there's fairness to that, but so they like said something like 250 publishers and developers they went after, right, to go get all their content, something along those lines. And this is a video you can actually find. They actually said this publicly to like a newscast,
Right.
but that they went and did that. And I'm like, okay, at that time, how many publishers and developers were there? So they probably went to like half or more and took the content. And this content drought does matter. And to your point, yes, Nintendo did a lot of that. Could they have done it to the point that Sony could? No, that's the difference, right? So Sony, and this is what people fear with Microsoft to say, well, hey, they could just buy everybody. That's right. And you should be afraid of that. That's not what we want, right? And that is literally what Sony did. They took everything.
But I'll let you rock.
but so and that kind of thing, basically tanked the market, which took my enthusiasm for the market away, right? It became like, it's just Sony and then everybody else can go away. And then in comes this weirdo Xbox, which by the way, I was in the camp that they were talking about in their
In the Power
anniversary
On?
documentary of like, why the heck are you getting into this? Like,
True.
seriously, shut up.
That was the
Like,
feeling.
go
Yes.
away.
Wait. I'm
Go
confused.
make your windows. Shut up. Get out. Get out. of here. You're making a
I'm
console.
confused, Hargeet.
Come on. Right.
So you didn't partake in any Sony?
I was on N64. No,
Right.
no, I did not until PS2 was at the end of its life.
Okay.
Right, at the end of that generation. So PS1,
What
I
was the
never
game
touched
that
it.
made you get it?
It was a bunch of the exclusives, and I'm like, okay, at this point, I'll just buy it just to play the exclusives.
Right.
I was never impressed by any of it, unfortunately. But I got to be fair. At that time, I had an Xbox.
Okay.
And,
okay.
So at that point, I'm like, you don't compete with this at all.
No, I
right?
guess.
So
the Xbox, the OG
right.
was more powerful and more things it was doing. Yeah, for
the
sure.
OG Xbox was more powerful, and by the time I'm getting the PS2, the PS3 is coming out.
Right.
So
Okay.
you're
I got
looking
you.
at 360 is my current box.
Oh,
right?
yeah, that was golden era.
And-
That's golden era. 360 is
Like,
golden era.
Okay. All right. And so anyway, so in comes, so I had the N64, and the N64 was fantastic. I loved it. Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, the best game of all
Attic
time.
Proofs.
Right. And then you had a slew of other ones like GoldenEye and stuff like that, like plenty of cool games there. It failed. It failed for Nintendo commercially, right? But it was a great console. And then you go
No
into what's
GameCube?
I did get the GameCube once I got that was the Xbox OG plus GameCube plus
Right.
PS2, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds
So
about right.
PS1 I totally skipped. PS2 I got at the end of its generation, but I did get the GameCube. As a Nintendo fan, I just kept going with Nintendo.
Mhm.
Right.
But I kind of went more to PC.
Oh, at that
Okay,
point you go to
okay.
PC. Okay, I get you.
So
I get you.
and then so the GameCube was great, and then like just from my personal life, right, as far as like going through college and all that stuff, I started to go to college, and then I hated the loans. Then I found out you could just work and people will pay for your school. I'm like, why the heck am I paying for school?
Right. Right.
So screw that crap. So I just
Mhm.
went to work, and by the time it was coming around to the Xbox coming out, at that point I was done with all my school and
Mhm.
whatever. Right, I was my loans are all paid,
Nice.
and I was riding that .com. Like I was supposed to be a doctor.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
Indian. No choice. I'm supposed to go to Harvard, go to be a doctor. I did the Harvard. I didn't do the doctor.
Mhm.
But what I ended up doing was, going into IT, and
Nice.
IT during the .com boom.
Oh, it was lit.
I love
Straight
how,
up.
Lit.
I love
Straight up.
how he just skipped past.
Whoa.
I went to Harvard.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
love that.
Again,
Okay,
these
so-
are things I was not given a choice. By the time I'm
Right.
2,
But that's
By
what
the
it
time
is.
I'm
paths
two.
are already
Yeah.
set.
Yeah.
Dad, like so the reason this is right is my dad grew up. He was actually well off when he was born,
Mhm.
but he
Right.
was in what is now Pakistan, and Pakistan was created after he was born, so they
Yeah.
were kicked out. So they were wealthy because of the land. That land
Right.
is gone. So he struggled, but he struggled and made a life out of it, right? So he
Dope.
went to school part-time,
Dope.
got through that. When he went through his college, and this is a time when India didn't have a lot of universities, right?
Right.
So to
I was
even
gonna
get
ask you
into
some
college was
questions about
ridiculous,
that.
right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
he got in, and he couldn't do the full-time deal to go to college because he had to work. So he had to work and do part-time. He did that. One of his professors said, you should go to Harvard, right? And so he got that bug in his head to go to Harvard. So he emigrated here just to go to Harvard.
Just to go.
Right.
Wow.
So he went to Harvard Masters and did that full-time while working full-time, which you're not supposed to do, but he did it anyway.
Gangsta. Salute
And
to
and so
Papa
and I'm
Hargeet.
around, by the way. I'm watching him do this. He
Mhm.
probably slept 7-8 hours a week.
Mm.
It was ridiculous
Wow.
because if you haven't gone to a master's program alone, it's annoying. Harvard is even more annoying.
Mhm.
And at the time, there's again no internet. You have to go get all this information from their library, copy it, bring it home, do your homework.
Wow.
So
Wow.
his day was ridiculous, right? And I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, I have no excuse. I can't. I've
You
seen
go
this.
hard.
What am I
That's
going to do? Right?
dedication.
I can't say no, right? So he's like, you are required to go to Harvard.
You're required.
to be a doctor.
Right.
That's just the way it is, right? And this is
Right. Sound like
typical for
Sal.
Indian families. It's just the way it is, right? So I'm like, fine, whatever, right? And I didn't need any of it to do my work. Why? Because remember that back to when I was like playing with that PC?
Yes.
Yes.
I learned computers, right? I learned computers to play games, but I learned computers. I did my work based on the fact that I already knew how to do computers, right? I learned Windows, I learned DOS, I learned the inner mechanics of the whole back end of Windows and the back office stuff. I did that all on my own. I
Wow,
just
that's
learned it.
taught. That's impressive, Hargeet.
I did not
Salute.
need any college, right?
Mm.
But so I did pre-med until I went and did some summer work.
Mhm.
And during one of those, I'm like, you guys pay for school. I'm just going to stay full time. Because I was just
Mm.
managing a lab of computers. And I'm like, this is a joke for me. I don't think this is easy. Right. And I'm like, I'll just keep doing that. And so that became my career, right? And thankfully with the .com boom, that became a
Oh,
very
yo, bro,
lucrative
you hit
career.
you.
Right,
.com
so-
boom was
It was
lit.
great,
Yeah.
right? And I did not limit myself to one area, so I was
Nice.
one of those. And I think you're cog in this area,
Yeah,
right?
yep.
So I would do Unix, Linux, Windows,
Wow.
storage, networking, all of it, right? I would not
Okay.
limit myself, and I was good at all of it.
Nice.
So on top of doing my job, I'm like, yo, I can go to school and I have extra time on the weekends. I went and did extra work. So
Wow, this guy is
what's
impressive,
up.
bro. This is super impressive
so
stuff.
I
There
just
we
kept
go.
doing all that, right? And so that's how I paid off my loans immediately. I like a couple of
Because
years
that's
in.
what gets people. It's those loans,
Yeah.
man. It gets
I
people to-
killed
this-
my loans.
Yeah.
Right. And so now I'm making enough, and I'm like, so I'm just gonna go in every weekend at at Friday night after work and check out what's out there, movies, games, whatever. Right.
Mhm.
I walk in. I want to say it was Circuit City. No, maybe
Circuit
something. One of those old ones that's dead.
Wow.
The
The old
week
ones
the
is
Xbox came out, right?
Okay,
and again,
let's go.
I have no idea about anything Xbox
Mhm.
except the fact that they're making a stupid console, and I don't know why the hell they're making it.
And let me paint the picture because you're setting it up beautifully. This is the era where they really trying to establish themselves. Like, hey, we're making a system. Sentiment was just like you said, Hargeet, which is like Microsoft. Why
Yeah.
you do Windows?
outta
What are
here.
you doing? Right? It was a very and there was a campaign push, if I remember, at like the circuit cities and stuff like that, where they would have kiosks to try to get people to say, no, here's the Xbox. This is what we do. Continue the story. I think I know where you're going.
Yeah,
Continue.
and for those that aren't of that era, right? Here's why. Microsoft with Windows never really had at that point a very stable system.
Yes.
Right. And so we as PC gamers, we dealt with it, but it would crash and you'd have to deal with. You guys complain about, oh my God, I have to driver update. Dude, you have no idea how much worse it was.
Troubleshoot gaming in effect.
Troubleshooting every little stupid thing. And we're like, I don't want that on my console. When I plug in my Nintendo cartridge, it just bloody boots up and works.
Decades.
That's a good point, Hargeet. They had that stigma. You're right. Continue.
And that's why we're like, no, I don't want no Windows on my. No, scroll,
get out of here.
Even though Dreamcast was running Windows, but that doesn't matter. But so like I'm like, why are you even anyway? So I go in and they just happen to have one that week at Friday. They happen to have an Xbox sitting there. And I'm like, fine. I just pick it up. And
Did you play the kiosk?
So I picked that up, an extra controller. I pick up the games that I think were going to be good, like Project Gotham Racing. I think it was one of the launch ones. And was it Condemned? I don't know. There was a couple of other ones.
Did you get Dead or
I
Alive?
love Condemned.
I think I did get Dead or
Bro,
Alive.
Sav teases me all the time. I picked up the Xbox for Dead or Alive, and they were like, Halo, y'all, Halo, I'm telling you. And I'm just,
and this is what happened. Like, and nobody was there. This was just me looking at it. They had like maybe 3 copies of this game, 4 copies. They had like 30 copies of Halo.
Yes.
And I'm like, what the heck is this Halo? What is this? I literally had no idea what it was. I pick it up. I look at the thing. I'm like, this is going to stink. But obviously they want me to pick it up, right? And my mindset going in literally is this: I'm gonna buy this, play it 10 minutes, and throw it away. That's what I'm going in with. I threw it in the car into my carriage and took it all home. And I like to get the crap out of the way. So the first thing I do,
the bad games first.
I put Halo in, and I'm like playing it. Oh, I can invert the. Okay, that's cool. This is actually pretty good. What's going on here?
What was the?
So I get to the ring, and I'm looking around. And I'm like, yo, pause. I call one of my buddies.
Call the homies. That's what Sav did. Sav did exactly what you just did.
I call him up like, dude, I got the Xbox. There's this game called Halo. You need to come here now.
Come
to play this game now. Yes! And he comes right over. Dude, this is Friday night, right? We play that game. We did not sleep. We went all the way to Sunday morning, and we're like, yo, we have to go to work.
The Blade session was in effect.
Dude, Halo. It was one of those moments. That game did not come out. It was so good. Like, and that just the entire like my friend circle, everybody's like, we have to get an Xbox now. That's just the way it is.
So y'all did the LAN parties too? Or
no? Hell yeah. I used to set those up.
Bro, did you use your IT acumen? How did you set up?
I had projectors, dude.
Oh my God.
I would have the projector set up with an Xbox. I'd have LAN cables hooked up to a switch. We would be going 16 players. Boom.
16 with the cat. You was doing your all wiring with the cat.
System Link. I was doing like the whole thing, dude. We had projectors going like 80-inch, 90-inch screens for everybody, right? It was that was the time. Halo 1 and 2. Oh my God.
But split screen was lit at Hargeet's house.
Hargeet was lit,
dude. So that thing was crazy. That was like the resurgence for me of video gaming on console. And since then I've been on the Xbox. It's been great.
I get it.
And again, my PlayStation has been hey, you have these like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games that are
sound like
exclusive.
King now. I see why you and King are brothers now. I get it now.
I'll go get your console, play those games, and then whatever. Right. So, and it's the same with PS3. I did the same thing with them on PS3. Now, Xbox OG obviously
a little bit different with me, Cog. I'm not gonna lie.
Go ahead.
It was a point in time when I was a Sony head.
We was all Sony heads.
Yeah,
me.
Wait, yeah. You're right. Except Saul, because I betrayed Sega for what Saturn did what it Saturn did.
I love the play. I was never hating against PlayStation.
But you hated PlayStation 1, Saul?
No, I didn't hate it at all. But I wasn't all in. Like y'all were like, that's it. I'm not messing with anything else.
No, I didn't say that. See, that's the thing. That's the difference, right? To be honest with you. I'm just a lover of video games. Like an honest lover of video games.
A power, come on.
And a power.
Facts.
Sony was doing things the others could not do. Like when I had my Super Nintendo and it was doing Mode 7 and I looked over at Sega and I brought everything for them to catch up. I brought the 32X, I brought the CD, I brought everything. I brought the Saturn, I brought the Dreamcast, I brought everything for them to please take over and win. Right, but they were just getting hit from too many angles. Sony came in, they had the sound, they had the licenses. Mortal Kombat on Mortal Kombat Trilogy.
Oh yes.
On that Sony console, it was ridiculous. It was arcade perfect. So doing that stuff, and yeah, you had the load times. Nintendo beat them with the load times. Nintendo 64 was incredible.
Yes.
When they went to CD and they went to GameCube was incredible. The Xbox came out when The Rock was on stage and you had Bill Gates. That was incredible. When we was in Madison Square, in Times Square. That was incredible. It was periods and times in our life that was fantastic. Sony, Nintendo, Xbox, they all have their place, and I was a fan of all of them. And then. But when I got older, I started getting jaded by the practices. And I think Hargeet is more jaded by the practices that forced his consoles out of position. Because when I'm listening to him talk, Sony came in with big bucks.
Yes, they did.
And getting licensees and locking down companies and developers to produce games only on your console, that probably jaded him towards that box. And I will mess with you when y'all release y'all exclusives. I'm fine with that, but the fact that you did cross over to go get those games showed that inside of you, it was just about gaming. It was all
it's always been about the gaming, obviously, right? But and so I would not eliminate PlayStation from my world, but it would be like a secondary, tertiary console. Tertiary because Nintendo is my primary.
Yeah, Nintendo's your primary. Yeah, now I'm learning Nintendo was your primary.
I love Nintendo's, and it's because those franchises. Those franchises are so good, and they still are. Like they come out their mid-90s meta. They're very good, for sure. Right? And so I've always had that, and so that becomes the Nintendo exclusives box that I always get, and the majority of my gaming now ends up being on Xbox or on PC. And the PC thing, it's like it's off and on where I'm like, do I want to deal with this? Because I'm in IT, it's like I don't want to fix things. I already do that for work. You
don't want to tweak and twerk.
So that's usually been my my mode for gaming. But anyway, so I got the GameCube just for again, and they had some pretty good third-party games as well. But they had some Star Wars, the ones that they had. Which were great, and it was like a Rogue Squadron or something. They had some pretty good
was crack
on that. I played RE4. I think that was on GameCube. That was where I first played that, etc. Et there was a whole bunch of those kind of games.
That's when we first saw the Sherilyn and the collar moving.
Yeah, baby. Ooh, that jacket looked crazy.
But yeah, so Halo, I get that, and of course at this point I'm solidified. Like there's a bunch of games that came out on the original Xbox that were pretty good, but 360, which to me is the best console ever.
You already answered the question.
And I already answered that question, right?
Okay, damn.
And so I get the 360, and it launches with games like COD 2, right? And let's make no mistakes, Call of Duty made itself on the 360. Because of the 360's back end, because of the 360's Xbox Live Chat.
Let's go.
It's the Dude Bro shooter box. They already had that stigma with Halo.
60 FPS, Halo was in trouble.
COD became a thing because of Xbox.
Preach.
And like that was a launch time.
Almost sounds organic. Continue.
It is organic.
It almost sounds organic the way you talk.
To me, it totally is organic. That is coming home. But anyway, so COD like on that was, and they had like some
biometric fog. Oh, I remember all of it.
I remember when Oblivion was there. That was very organic.
So wait a second. Are you okay? Now that the internet is expanding, everything's expanding. When did you first learn about E3? Because we learned about E3 very early on, and we was getting the tapes, right? We was getting to see the VHS tapes. It was like 3-4 months after the fact. We got it in September, and E3 was in June. It was closed off to the public. When did you start really taking notice to upcoming stuff and being part of the industry? Like
it was the 360 era is when I started to see all of that. Yeah. So that was when it was. And Peter Moore, my God.
That tattoo on the arm, pulled it up.
Tattoos on that man was a showman. Let's go.
Like, that era, and why I think the 360 is the best is because we didn't have this like need to make games so ridiculously high fidelity, but they were high enough fidelity and that you could get the games out in a few years. So you had a trilogy of games for a lot of things that's just never going to happen again. You had Oblivion, Skyrim, and Fallout 3 from Bethesda.
Bro.
Is that ever going to happen again? No. You got Halo 3, Halo 4, Reach, ODST, and Halo Wars coming out in this. like Gears 1, 2, 3, and Judgment. You got
Yeah.
Mass Effect.
Mass Effect was in that era.
BioShock 1, 2, and 3. Borderlands 1,
Splinter
2, 3
Cell.
sequel. I could go on
Give
and on.
Peter his flowers.
Right, and like even on the PlayStation side, you had Uncharted 1, 2, 3, Last of Us, all in the same gen, right? The stuff that you could pull off is just it's not something you could, like the entire Assassin's Creed franchise
debut
started
moving through
1, 2,
in
3,
Jerusalem. Let's
4
go.
on 360, right? And like you could go
All
on
right,
and on.
so
with
we're
all these
talking
things.
about
Golden
this era is the our probably from what you're saying is our platinum and golden
Golden era.
era.
90s
Golden.
hip hop.
It is, right?
It's the best, dude.
Are
Yeah, golden
you
era.
taking notice of who is the CEOs and starting to lock down names like Sean
Moore.
Layden, Peter Moore, starting to understand exactly
Yeah.
who's in what positions in these companies? When did you start taking advantage of that aspect of it? Like the
When I
behind the
saw
scenes,
them,
who making them,
right? When they were presenting, then I could tell,
Right.
okay, oh, this is somebody who's doing this, and you could tell what Peter was doing. Peter was like,
Right.
just I want everything. He
Yeah.
basically took the Sony thing and said, wait, I got that big bag now.
Yeah, he got
Yo,
the back because they
I'm
killed
taking.
Dreamcast.
Yeah, he just took it all. Like it was great.
He was aggressive.
And
yeah.
So and unfortunately he left, and then it sort of meandered to a different direction.
To the Don, to the
To Don, yeah, and I don't think he was
the Don era. Let's
terrible.
go.
I don't think he was off on some of the things he was doing. Because look, the Netflix partnership
Yeah,
Was
was
good.
something that expanded that, right?
Mhm.
So Netflix was going to start maybe taking off, but having it on the console just be there gave it a foothold, and now you got it, right? So
Right.
a lot of people who had the 360, they just say, yeah, I can just download this app and I can just watch these things. This is cool. I can start streaming stuff. And that is a visionary future thing that
Yes.
unfortunately did not resonate correctly, and that
Yeah.
was a failure of messaging.
Yes.
But to have that now, look, that eventually was going to meander into the TV itself. Thankfully, it did. Right, the TV itself now handles all that, but your consoles can do it as well. But that was not the wrong vision to have like you're getting your media, games, and streaming
one
on
box,
the system.
right.
Right. So that wasn't a bad idea. It's just the implementation. The problem is when looking at Microsoft did this because Sony was becoming too big.
Yes.
And Sony was, telling them we're taking over the living room. They're like,
Yes.
whoa,
Xbox got in the game
that's
because of
Windows.
that. Yeah,
What are you doing here?
Yeah,
Right?
that's how they convinced Bill Gates to get in because they were like, if
Yeah,
you don't,
it was Windows.
Yeah.
and
You're
it
gonna
turned
take
out
Windows?
that they couldn't do it, and
It had
Bill
nothing
was
to do with it.
was so pissed off because they were like,
Yeah.
you lied to me.
Yeah.
And then he went ahead with it anyway.
But yeah, so
You
like
got
and
for the
they
lie.
went with Xbox and did that, and that's all cool, but it never turned out to be an issue, right? Sony
Right.
was never going to take over Windows. But what did happen, the big thing that they did miss, was Apple came out and created the iPhone.
yes,
Yeah.
And Microsoft decided to be stupid about it, even though they had smartphones. They had Windows CE smartphones. They just didn't think it was something that was going to go anywhere because their implementation sucked. And Apple, in typical Apple fashion, they do the little things right? So make sure that the interface is good enough that the average person understands what's going on. And that is the part that Microsoft totally failed to do.
And
And
continues to fail to do.
right, and that inflection point happened mid 360.
Yeah.
And that's when the funding went to, we got to go back to this. Like,
Yes.
forget, Xbox. That didn't happen to be an issue, right? But Windows, the Windows CE to mobile, that needs to happen, right? We need to shift. And so money, as I'm sure you saw, right? They went and bought Nokia and all. They
Yeah.
spent the money there. They stopped
They didn't spend
spending
the money here.
here.
It went over there. Question:
And-
Red Ring of Death?
Yeah. So
Let's
I'm in.
talk about the elephant in the room. Did you experience the heartbreaking failure of your favorite console? Because this is your favorite right now. Did your baby die inside your room?
So now for me, at this point, I don't have a money restriction, so I put Xboxes in around the house.
Oh, we pocket watching. We pocket watching.
OG.
We have multiple Xboxes in case of
I-
failure.
No, like
I ain't
every
have
TV,
no pocket problems.
Yeah, so every TV had an Xbox,
Oh,
right?
man.
And it continues to have an Xbox.
Oh,
There we
man.
And
go.
so in case of failure, swap, and I can play. Right? Because even a guest TV has an Xbox, so I'm like, oh, I'm gonna take that one and
There
I'll
you
deal with
go.
this
Yes, I
ROD.
like
So yes,
this.
it did happen to me, but I don't care because and Microsoft was so awesome with their back end. You just log in again.
Time out.
Yo, I'm
need
done. I
somebody
just
to
log in
clip
again.
that.
Yeah.
I
I'm
need
good.
somebody to clip that. Yeah, it died. I ain't care.
Next TV.
Next TV up.
Right,
Next
exactly,
360 up.
right? Next Xbox, bring it over, log in, and all my stuff's back, right?
Yeah,
And I'm
Attic.
like, I don't care.
Attic, you
fine.
gonna say something? I'm sorry.
Right.
I had friends that see the red ring never happened to me personally, but my friend Joe did like the towel trick like every week for like 4
Nice.
He
or
had
5
to
months.
he had to swaddle the baby.
Yeah, he did that for like every week, and eventually he had a Bible. And because like I never had. I remember one time my cousin and our friend Tyler, he'll never forgive my cousin, but he had the issue, and it was at the time where the detachable hard drive at the top.
Yes.
Yeah.
My cousin, his red ring, and he switched it with my friend Tyler.
Oh,
Tyler
that's
never knew.
evil. Oh, that's
so Tyler
evil.
thought he got the red
Oh,
ring.
that's straight evil right
Wow.
And then
there.
it was like a decade before my cousin came clean.
Let him know.
He was having torturous nights.
Switcheroo.
He couldn't sleep right.
Continue,
Body
Huggy.
was
So
in his
you
room.
just rocking the 360s. Okay.
No.
No.
I also buy all the special editions, right? So
Woo!
I got like the Star Wars edition and like the whatever Halo edition. So I had plenty of the newer ones.
Yes.
Mhm.
So and those they fixed all that. So
Mhm.
it wasn't as big a deal. I think I had 1 or 2 that failed. Ultimately, it didn't really bother me that
Yeah,
much.
it was good. It
So-
was good.
Flex.
So
Flex.
yeah, the ROD, it was a massive deal, and thankfully, that was the Peter Moore era, and he
Yeah.
went in, I need to have
Bro.
this. We need to
The
cover it.
moment. Yeah.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Job
They
was all
did.
aligned
To
with
their-
that
to
too.
their
Because
point,
he
they
had to
did.
get
All right.
Microsoft brass to approve that.
So
He
now
said
that
it.
we
He was
got
like, I thought I
past-
was getting fired.
Yeah, he thought it was over.
Yeah.
So now that we got past one of the greatest times, one of the most immaculate times, one of the most electrifying times in Xbox
They-
history, the
I-
360.
even in gaming, I don't think there'll ever be another generation like the 360.
Peter Moore put
generation.
some respect
Yeah,
on his
that-
name.
that's
And
dope.
it's
Now
not
let's
even
get to the-
100% Peter Moore. It's like just like how.
What do you mean it's
No,
not
what you
100%?
mean,
No,
not
no,
100%?
no.
And I
I'm just
agree,
talking
Addy, go
about.
ahead.
I'm talking about just the online connectivity because that's when it really took it to the next level.
Xbox Live.
You're playing the old, Call of Duties. You're playing the, the Halo games.
Peter,
Like,
yeah.
like, so Peter came up with the online infrastructure.
Well, they Xbox Live
Yeah,
Alpha
it
existed
had to go
before,
through him.
But when
Oh
it came
my
to the
God.
Blade, no, you're right. No, you're right. Live existed before him because that was
We'll have a
OG
conversation one of
Xbox.
these days.
Right.
Shout out to Peter Moore. If we can have this conversation with
Yeah.
you,
No,
No,
I
for
gotta
sure.
do
no
this.
one's,
No, he's
no one's
right.
talking down on Peter.
No. I'm
Moore.
just saying.
Yeah.
I understand what Xbox Live, but everything else, what I'm saying. I agree.
No,
but continue. Finish.
All right, so
Yeah.
getting to the part where, all right, we already established that this 360 is incredible and one of the most electrifying
Golden era.
eras whoever ever lived. It was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's get to the Don and let's get to this Xbox One. All right, let's get to TV. Hargeet, you already
So-
all the way live. You got an Xbox
Yeah.
in every room. You was planning to put an Xbox One in every room. Tell me what happened when that E3 press came through and TV, and they ripped the rug from under your legs. What happened?
The opposite. So this is an interesting one, right? Because in my world, I'm like, this is great.
You was
Because now
excited.
you have to choose. Like right now, it's either the TV has it or it doesn't have the streaming apps, and then every TV has their own freaking interface. And if I go get a Roku here or whatever there, then everybody has to learn new things. And with parents in the house, it's like technology is too difficult for them to learn every time. So I'm like, you know what? This idea is fantastic. Your
Right.
cable runs through it. All your streaming apps are right there. I can set them up with the same bloody interface
Mhm.
everywhere.
Mhm.
Right.
So I got an Xbox in every room.
Okay.
So the Xbox One was resonating with me.
Okay.
It was not resonating with everybody else. The
Gotcha.
online thing where, because look, I buy a lot of games,
Mhm.
but
Right.
my friends and my family, maybe they don't buy as many, but they
Right.
would like to play them. And they're like, yo, you own it, they play it.
Right. So the whole
Like,
sharing, the
that's
digital future, you was
fantastic.
in on it. You was like, this is
Well,
where
I'm
it's
like,
supposed to go.
this is the greatest thing ever. So I buy the games, which I already do.
I love this.
And suddenly my cousins can just play it. Yo, that's fantastic. This is
Yeah.
like they were talking to me.
Okay, but no
Right.
no
but
Connect
not to
trepidation.
everybody else.
No Connect.
So-
What about Connect? How did that resonate? Connect 2.
Not really. I didn't think I cared about the Connect. When
Okay.
I used it, I liked it. And
Okay,
the reason
right.
I liked it was the voice commands.
Yes.
Right? Telling my TV to mute, telling the thing to pause.
Yes.
Like, just like simple things.
Xbox
like, I gotta
Snap.
pick up the phone.
Yeah.
You know, Xbox
Snap.
pause.
I love
okay, I
Snap.
can just
Yeah.
do this now.
Mhm.
Right. And that was very convenient. Right.
Yeah,
and
it
that was
was.
like the progenitor to what we now
So
have.
you
with
didn't
Alexa
have
and
any fears
Google.
because you had it in every room. You didn't have any fears of the Illuminati watching you on this and everything.
Yeah, the problem
Illuminati.
is, and I'm in IT, and that problem. If you worried about the Xbox, you're mistaken. It's everything else. Your bloody phone
Right.
is connected permanently,
You're right.
and it has a camera and a mic,
Talk
and
to
it will
him.
pick up whatever you want. Your laptop Like forget
So
it.
you have a level of
That was not
intelligence
my
that we
concern.
wasn't privy to because you know
Yes.
everybody was
You know
saying
what's-
that their Xbox was watching.
You know what's
Yeah,
funny? Like even because I saw a video where someone took identical phones, put one on airplane mode, and took one completely powered it completely down, and
it's still
both of them
working.
still knew exactly where you were going.
Mhm. Continue.
Yeah.
Continue.
It's never off. And that's the thing. But anyway, so yeah, like for me, it sort of switched as far as the games. That's where I find things have changed. About mid 360 onwards, games started to like the third party stuff was still cooking,
Right.
but the first
Rise,
party
Sun,
stuff was
Rome,
kind of
all that stuff.
falling,
Yeah.
right? And then we had a bunch of them come out at the Xbox One start,
Right.
which was good. They were pretty
Good
good.
launch lineup. Yeah.
And then the PlayStation side again, they didn't seem to have as good a lineup. It was okay,
Yeah.
Right.
but
PlayStation
it
4.
wasn't.
Xbox
it
One
wasn't
launch was definitely
stellar.
better. For
So
sure.
I like the launch on the Xbox side better.
Mhm.
And then, but of course, as usual, I chose that. And then, and all this time, remember the Wii, right? I
Right,
pre-ordered
you
the
still
Wii
with
the
Nintendo.
millisecond it came, it was
Okay.
there. And then the Wii U, I had that. The second
Oh, you had a
it was
Wii U.
available.
All right, that's what's up.
And
he's
so
all
I always have everyone, right? And then the Switch when that was available. So
Question
but-
is, did you have a Wii U in every room?
no, no, because they don't offer that feature.
watching comment.
Yeah, no, they don't have that feature. And oddly enough, I have more Switches than I did ever a Wii or Wii. So we did end up getting a couple of Wiis because people like in the family just want to play. Like the
play
simple
bowling
Wii Sports
and-
stuff is just
Oh
so
yeah,
fun.
so
Yeah.
fun
So we
with
put that
casual.
everywhere. Just
Yeah.
like people would just play that. Like fine, cool, whatever. I'll do that.
Mhm.
The Wii U, no, it was only one of them. And then the Switch, we have a couple of them just because of like my sister likes to play some of those. She has one.
Right.
Mhm.
I have one, so whatever. So, but yeah, but the Xboxes, yeah, I put them everywhere, and that time, I don't know why, I just decided to be extra magnanimous, and I bought like 15 of them.
Oh
and
my
gave them
God,
all to my
Hargeet.
friends and family as well. Here, you each have an Xbox, I have an Xbox. So like everybody around me already had the Xbox, so we
Come
still
out.
continue
Come
to
out.
play.
Stop.
Did-
Stop.
You see what's going on? This sound like Brett Dave talk.
I love how he reacts late to this.
I was waiting for this to happen.
It sound like a
wait.
brain
My
freeze.
My brain be processing. Stop. Time out. All right. So all you dudes that's out there talking numbers. This is the part that I'm talking about. All right. So me, I go in there, I purchase like 5, right? I purchase 5, but I'm purchasing them myself. All right. So I'm full disclosure, I'm a capitalist. All right. All right.
Same here.
This is a philanthropist here. See the difference? Capitalist, philanthropist.
Mhm.
So he goes out, he purchases 15. Friends and family, you get it.
Yep.
This is what I talk about. When you guys go and you purchase one and you're yelling out, "Oh, Sony sold 20 million." What the hell are you talking about? You brought one, go sit down and go shut up.
Oh my God.
Allow the guy who went and brought 15. Could you know the commission? The dude that saw him come in, Hargeet, was like, "Yo, what's up? How
That's his
many
guy.
do you got? Let me get 15. You got that's all you got in stock? That's all you got? Well, we got 2 more. Let me get the rest of them."
Hargeet goes to the back of the rest.
It's a different
It's a different talk. Yeah, for sure.
They
for
walk
sure.
Hargeet to the car. This is a different flex.
Hargey's the person that walks in to get the new iPhone, and he just goes to the front. I'll buy yours.
No, they
yours,
let
yours,
him
yours,
know.
if you just let me leave."
They message him to let him know when things are coming ahead of time.
Yes,
It's a different energy, y'all.
He
Yeah.
gets a different email.
Yes.
Hargeet, they're available.
Facts.
I just needed to take a moment out for you, sir.
Yeah, we had to respect your greatness. It was definitely great.
That was the most bizarre thing that I've heard since
Hargeet,
you've been doing this. Right?
Flex.
Hargey buys 10 Xboxes and leaves one at the register. That one's for you.
Have a happy holiday.
Thank you for your service. Anyway, good to you. So
Yeah,
you was
so-
in. You was in on this Xbox
So
One.
yeah, I loved everything they were saying, and then they pulled it all back and they took away the sharing and all that.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
And they had that nice moment at E3 with PlayStation. This is how you share. And I'm like,
Oh.
you missed a couple of steps, guys. Because if I'm in the same house, I don't need to ask you. I'll just take the damn disc. You missed the step where you got to get in your car and drive 3 states over and then give the disc over and then come back and pay for all the
Keep
gas.
messing.
And, like,
Keep
yo,
messing.
you missed a few steps. Whereas digitally, I could say, share that person, yo, done, and you got it. Yo, have fun. Right? And I'm like, they missed a few. But anyways, it was a funny little skit, but I took it the other way. I'm like, let's screw off. Anyway.
Yo,
So-
the Sony vitriol is
Yeah,
crazy.
it's crazy.
Right?
It's crazy.
I
It's
love
crazy.
And so I watched both of those back to back the
Back
uh,
to back.
the Sony one versus the Xbox one, and the Xbox one excited me a lot more than the Sony one did.
Oh, okay.
And everybody else seemed to have the opposite. And I think a lot of it was just cost. And remember, I don't care.
Yeah,
Right?
right.
I bought 15. I don't care.
I
$100
feel
more is not something I care.
He
I
out
don't
here
care.
talking.
Right?
He out here
It's like,
talking.
I just don't care. Like the $100 difference didn't matter to me at all. I understand for others it's a thing, but it's like whatever. I don't care.
This is a different energy, y'all.
So like I'm looking at
That's
it more
buck
for like
energy.
the features and the ecosystem, like all the things they're giving me. I'm like, yo, this is great. And the other side's giving me, here's all the stuff the 360 did. We finally caught up. Here it is.
Wow. So that's how you look at
That's
them.
nice.
Oh, so you
Like,
looking
what
at them?
did you
They
do
finally
that's new?
had party chat and the thing and the
Right,
Like,
and
okay.
they're finally doing that. And they're paid online, right? And they're like the cloud saves, but you have to pay for. And like, but like these things that I'm just like, okay, so you're catching up to what 360 did. That's nice, but that's not giving me new stuff. The only
Right.
thing they had, I think they had the share button, which to me, again, I didn't care. So, but for those who like it, that's fair. That's a nice feature. Microsoft stole that one from them, but the rest of it was like we're copying the old Gen 360 stuff and giving it to you. And like,
Okay.
this just doesn't add up to me. I don't. What are you giving me this new?
All right. So Don is trying to sink the ship. 360s. The Xbox One is floundering a little bit. Sony is taking the climb up. How did you adapt to Sony taking the climb up and they first parties starting to hit? The God of Wars, the Spider-Mans.
Nothing new. to me.
They starting to take over. They're starting to get the mind share. Microsoft is starting to lose traction. All the great traction that they did build in the 360 era is kind of eroding.
Yeah.
Sony is getting a second win. The champ is getting up off the floor. He's fighting back. How did you look at that? Did you get a PlayStation 4 at this period of time, or did you just let them, chill over there?
So I got a PS4, I think like a year or two after it came out, and it
Okay.
was because it was a trade-in deal.
Okay.
And like I traded in one of my current consoles, and it was a very cheap upgrade to get to a PS4. I'm like, fine, I'll just do that.
Right.
And so I ended up getting the PS4. Then I knew I was going to get it eventually, right? It was
Right.
not like I wasn't going to play their games. I was going to play their games. So eventually I was going to get it. It wasn't a pre-order or anything like that for me.
Last of Us, stuff like that was in the mix. What was in the
No,
mix?
Last of Us was way later, right? This was Uncharted 2, or
Okay,
Uncharted
okay.
1, 2 in that range. Maybe it was 1. So remember their launch was not that great, right? So they
Right.
had Order 1886, which I bought, finished
really like
in the
that
same
game.
day, and took it back the next day to GameStop. Like they're trading it in. And they're like, I wish I could just return it for you, but like,
Yeah.
but I mean it was an okay, like graphically it was good, but it didn't really like it just didn't have a meaty campaign. It is what it is.
Right. It is
I
what
wish
it
they
is.
had like made that a little longer, but either way, they had, was it Killzone?
Yeah,
Sounds about right. Yeah,
Killzone.
Killzone. Yeah, Killzone was a
And
launch
I
title. I remember
thought
playing
that
that.
was meh.
Mhm.
Infamous, I liked. I think there was
Right.
an Infamous that
Last
came out.
Son.
Second son, yeah.
Yeah, Second
Son,
Son.
that's the last one.
Did they have anything else in the launch window? I don't remember them having anything
It
outside of
was-
like
No,
third-party indies.
it was
or
a
something.
lot of
Indie stuff.
indie games.
Resogun, was it Resogun?
Resogun, Contrast.
Resogun.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't. There wasn't much there. So
And AC, whatchamacallit? AC Black Flag,
Yeah.
Okay.
cross gen.
Cross chat. Yes. No,
yeah,
I get
but
that.
that was everywhere, right? So
Yeah,
I
it was
played that
cross-gen.
on Xbox. So
Right.
But that was one of the ones that a resolution gate and all that
Right. That's
stuff.
what I'm about to say.
Right.
So what about
yeah, and
Hargeet? The
this
fact
is the part that I was
1080p?
annoyed with on Xbox.
Oh,
right?
okay,
The
that's about
Xbox
to say. Come
One-
on, it was with they had the more powerful hardware.
Yeah, they used to, right? And then, well, so here's the thing: even the 360, that's technically on paper, the PS3 was a lot more powerful.
Yes.
It was just so hard to use
program,
that nobody
yeah.
took advantage of it.
Yeah,
Right.
cell
Right.
versus power PC.
And so like that power narrative never really mattered to me, but
Translated.
the headache you run into is they decided to use the Kinect. They had a much underpowered box. If they had said, instead of 1.3 T-flops, it was 2.5 T-flops.
Right.
Said, hey, we're taking half of that to connect.
Mhm.
You still got a little bit of overhead over your
Right.
competitor, or it's very similar. That would have been okay, right? We wouldn't have had this whole headache. But it was 1.3 versus 1.84, something like that. The CPU is actually faster on the Xbox versus the PlayStation, but that graphics you just saw. Obviously, the resolution was
Yeah,
an
well,
issue.
720p versus 900 or 900
Yeah.
versus,
1080.
a
Mhm.
1080p.
And a lot of this, by the way, is community driven, right? The average gamer who plays a game could give a crap, and
Right.
that was because
Well,
you're just
no.
playing the game.
That was
right?
Digital
But it was
Foundry
pointed
making
out.
their bones.
Exactly. It was
Right.
it was the community, like whatever it is, it's internet based console war stuff, right?
Yes,
And
beautiful
so
stuff.
ultimately, you have the game. Can you play it? Cool. It's good. You can play the game, right? But for those who wanted to know, oh, but it runs better over there. And then there's some people who are like, that is an absolute must for me. That's
Right.
going to be like 1% of the gaming community, but fine, they
But-
exist.
Hargeet,
But
I gotta give
to me,
you
I
some
didn't care.
Pushback though, like we come back. Okay. So you and I come from. Well, you didn't do Genesis, but I came from the Genesis Super Nintendo. I came from buying multiple games. I brought that Street Fighter 3 times, actually 4 times. I brought it for Super Nintendo, Genesis, and TurboGrafx.
Wow.
And I had TVs, and I would put them all on, and I would do the moves, and I would listen. And Cog will be there with me, and we will do the check marks. Which one did the fireball faster? Which one had the pixels?
Yeah, we would compare. We go screen by screen.
Yeah.
We was doing our Digital Foundry
would do
way back
Digital
from
Foundry way
TurboGrafx
before them.
16. Also, we'd be like, "Yo, they got this game, and let's see
Yes.
who's better."
Yeah.
We like, "Oh, this one do 2D whack." That's what we
Right.
knew. Sony PlayStation did do 2D. PlayStation
Right.
1 did do 2D
Versus
good
the-
versus
yeah.
Saturn, and then we figured out they did
Stuff
3D
like
better.
that.
Look at you.
So
Yeah.
we can't say that the resolution didn't play a huge part in it.
Oh, yeah.
It had played a huge part in this. All right, so Don is out.
Yep.
Phil Dominus Maximus. And this
Well,
is
so
still
one last
before-
thing that
go
Don
ahead, go
gave
ahead.
us was the Call of Duty contract, right? Because
Right.
Yes.
they put the money into studios. There's a film studios, right, into the video part of it instead of into Call of Duty, which they should have done.
Right.
They didn't do that, and they let that go to
Yep.
PlayStation.
Agreed.
Like they were still doing fine until Call of Duty became a PlayStation associated thing instead of an Xbox associated
But
thing.
cinematic gameplay is the crux in what holds Sony up. I mean, you can't say that Don didn't go after what Sony was doing. Quantum Break
Was great. I loved it.
probably one of the best cinematic story-driven games that was released in that Xbox One era, right?
Yeah, it was
I mean,
great.
if you agree? All right, so that goes directly after Sony, but also Sony had Sony Studios.
Yep.
And didn't Don think greater to try to outdo Sony at Sony's game? Like, we got our studios here.
Yeah.
We're gonna do this TV stuff.
TV
We're gonna
studios.
directly go at them. And Quantum Break was one of the ones. I mean, they had great actors in every aspect of the game. I mean, I thought the game was a
was
really good game. The TV show was really good that was integrated into it. Do you think that was a failure on his part going after Sony's story-driven narrative base?
It's a failure of what the allocation could have been. So here's the problem, right? So
Right.
if Microsoft invested appropriately, they
Right.
should have done both, right? The games are necessary. You have to keep that going,
Right.
and then also add this. And it as I said, it was visionary for them to kind of go in that path because that is where things are. Look at right now, how many of the video games are going into movies?
Oh, for
Right.
sure.
It's just constant.
Edge runners,
All of them are doing
Witcher,
it,
and
right?
all that.
So
That's right.
then the Don was ahead of his time.
Sometimes
He
Microsoft
was.
innovates a little too early, and their messaging sometimes doesn't land correctly with the base, and it pushes on. It eventually goes there,
Yeah.
but
Right.
it's all about the
But it's
message.
not. It's not just that though. It's like you're a console, video game system, right? You have to. That part of it cannot be diminished, right? So, and that's what they did. They took the investment that was going into games and said, hey, we're gonna take part of that and put it over here. You want to do those things, great. That has to be extra on top of what you're
on
doing
top
gaming.
of what the core
And-
is.
and
Yeah,
If the gaming loses, which is what happened, look, they went down to 4 studios and bought Mojang. That's not enough.
Enough.
You're not going to compete
Yep.
with established
Agreed.
Nintendo that puts out banger after banger,
New studios.
year after year,
But
and
Minecraft
established
is the
Sony.
greatest.
They didn't have enough. They had
100%,
no.
and that's why they
had
bought
no
it. That's why
ownership.
Satya
Right.
bought it. Even if they were thinking about closing down Xbox, they're like, this is just a printing money machine. Why don't we
Right.
buy Mojang? It makes sense, right? Or Mojang, I think is how it's actually
Yeah.
pronounced. But
So,
So-
all right. So you on the Don era? Okay. So
Think-
let's
think we
close
go
off the
wild
Don
mode.
era.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's
We
look
go
at the
wild
Don
mode.
era and let's get
Addict
to this
style.
last part. And so you on the Don era? Let's close out that part. They allocated funds that they should have put on Call of Duty, right? This is what you're saying.
and other exclusive games, right? So they should have had those third-party deals. They, I don't remember that many coming out near the end of the Xbox 360.
They didn't.
Yeah, and then the Xbox One, Phil tried to get a few things, but like you need more. You just need to have a pipeline going, right? And that is where I think they failed. They put money into the movie side of it, which is cool. So they had Remedy make Quantum Break. That was one of their exclusives, and that deal was to expand on the movie side of it, right? With the studio that they had. Great, but you need to do the games as well. And losing Call of Duty was just
all right. So they're fumbling, and Sony's getting greater. What is your position on Sony now?
So as far as where
This
Sony
is the more
is,
in-depth history we've ever
Yeah,
done.
he's going through every aspect of the era.
right? Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
This isn't what he played. You want to ask where the condition of the industry was during
Like he want Hargeet to bend the
Hey,
knee to Sony, so Hargeet is not about it. Like
he damn sure
he's
not.
not about what you try to do. But I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Yeah. So
I'm finished.
PlayStation did a great deal of soul searching in the PS3, right? You had to do that, right? When they came out with the $600 or whatever it was console versus the 300 and 400, right, that Microsoft had. You have to look at what happened there. They got their butts handed to them, especially in the US market, not in the world. The rest of the world, it was still a Sony centric world, but the US market, it was substantially 360 versus PS3. And that matters, right? This market drives the culture of the,
absolutely.
pretty much what happens everywhere. So that happening to them, they had to say, okay, well, we got to come up with something better, right? And they basically took whatever Microsoft is saying and saying, what did not resonate? Let's make that our messaging and make that happen, right? So the PS4 was going to do the same bloody things. It was going to be online all the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Me and King talk about that all the time.
Right. So all that stuff was going to be there. They decided to pull back because they saw the backlash. And they're like, yo, we don't want that backlash. So
and
we're going to
Microsoft went first. Yeah.
So we're going to undo that. And hey, they put their price at $5. We're going to make it $4 to
and remove the
people to come
camera.
to us. Right. So fair enough. I mean, that's good business, right? So they did that. But yeah, so with that, they also established during the PS3 era, hey, we need to have games that are going to bring people over, right? They had to fix their house as well. And so they did. They brought in a bunch of studios. They had a whole bunch of great games, right? And that solidified them as a potential for the next generation. And people latched onto it. Because remember, the beginning of the generation was nothing. It was a promise of games that were to come. And they did eventually come. And they were good games, right? So that just expanded their thing. The Call of Duty thing being there and the marketed with PlayStation just helped accelerate that, right? So the majority, and now that we have the ABK acquisition stuff, we have all the things that came up from the court cases. We know that majority of the players are doing stuff like Call of Duty and Apex, and they're not buying their games. They're saying that. This is Sony saying that, right? That they need that Call of Duty. They need like those kind of games. That's what drives their revenue,
For sure.
right? And so like we know what the majority of the players are playing. That is what they're buying their box for, is play those casual games. It's not a bad thing to have a catalog of games that exemplify the great capability of your system, right? That's cool, but I don't know if it drives the actual sales. I think people just want a box to play games, and Nintendo, because they got destroyed by them, has said, well, we're not competing with Sony, and Sony says the same thing. We're not competing with Nintendo, right? So if Nintendo does not want to step up and say, hey, we're going to make a console that will actually play all the AAA games, right? So that the viability for everybody to come to us is there, right? And then there could be contractual things. That's fine, right? People might get into whatever, but there is the potential to put every game that comes out on that Nintendo platform. Well, they aren't in that market, and that's where Sony is, right? And so Xbox is the only foil to them, but Xbox has been faltering a lot, right? So that's kind of where we are. So Xbox hit themselves more so than Sony did anything to Xbox.
So it's more self-inflicted, more rakes.
So to me, it's more self-inflicted. And then Sony took full advantage of it and said, why not? We will just go and take everything, right? So at this point, they're a wounded animal. Why don't we just make it so impossible for them to come and attack us? Okay, that's cool, but there are some potential headaches with that for them, right? If you become too dominant, that is also a bad thing as far as the market, right? So, and now we'll see what the fruits of that is now with this big ABK acquisition, right? As to whether one thing that I've been pointing out, and I don't know if anybody else would agree or not, but is that if they have such a dominant position in Japan at 98% versus 2% of Xbox, that makes it very difficult for them to go make an acquisition, right? Because then they have to say, okay, we are hurting in this area. You're at 98%. Why does it matter?
Right.
Why does it matter that it's Japan? They're a Japanese company. Sony is a Japanese company. Anything they do has to be approved in Japan.
Right.
Right. So now they have to go through the JFTC to say, okay, I need to go buy, and people want to say, oh, they're going to go buy Square, they're going to go buy Capcom, they're going to go buy, okay, they want to buy that. How can the JFTC say, okay, you need to expand your 98% market share, we should allow you to do this? That's impossible, right? Because they define anything over 50% in the market to be a monopoly.
Right.
That's the JFTC guidelines, right? And that would have them say, pause, we're not going to allow this until we understand what's going on. And I have to say, like, it's very hard for me to understand a scenario in which they have a case to make against Xbox to say that, you know, we should allow you to go buy a big thing.
Right.
I just don't see it. But again, I'm an outsider. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in the M&A world. That's just my reading of the tea leaves. So this didn't matter before. Why didn't it matter? None of the regulators thought Nintendo wasn't a part of the deal. It was Sony who said we don't compete with them, and they put that in the freaking court documents. Right. So they don't. Now all the regulators have to agree. Okay, so Nintendo doesn't compete with you. You're saying that. Okay, cool. Then if Xbox, so this is where so anyways, as far as the market, you know, I think Microsoft did a lot to hurt themselves, and then, you know, as far as Sony, they took full advantage of it, and why not? That's the way
what you're
supposed
to do. That's what you're supposed. That's what I'm.
And now it's funny. Now the like, you know, Phil Dominus, he decided to go into Satya and say, hey, no, we shouldn't close Xbox. We have something here. Right.
That's
and
the
he
part
made a
people
pitch,
forget.
and he's on that vision. He's making those things happen.
That's his greatness.
And you can tell that the company is behind them. And I said this way early. I think it was to Colt, it was to somebody, that basically, if you ever hear these words, we're all in on from Microsoft. Yeah. Yo,
pay attention.
Be careful.
Pay attention.
Pay attention. Yeah. They are going to
absolutely.
Be in it.
And that
Satya Nadella said that.
That's what when I hear Satya parroting Phil's comments.
Yes.
Is when I knew, and that's the thing. Like, I'm glad you said that, Hargeet, because that's the thing. A lot of people don't want to give Phil his flowers. Like, we talked about the Peter one, we get it, but you made the key point where the chips were down. We don't know if they're committed to gaming at this point at Xbox One. We talked about the studios. We talked about the movie direction. This is the Dawn era. Now he leaves. Phil inherits a disaster. It's a disaster. Yeah. So for him to have his sensibilities to say, hey, right, if we're going to be in this, this is what we're going to do. There comes Game Pass and all that stuff. And that's a great point. And now we see the trajectory and the turnaround that they're trying to do there.
You don't spend, what, 85-ish
right,
billion
if you're not trying to be in it. And absolutely.
They are definitely in it, right? Absolutely. And I do not think they're stopping. You know, they've outright said they're going to acquire. And so they will keep doing this. And, you know, it's funny, like, so you're on with last
Defining
video,
Duke.
right? Defining Duke. And you know, Colin is he's understanding but is annoyed with this side of
Microsoft. Different opinions than me.
And I think, like, to Colin, I would say, look, they are going to keep going until you say I need Xbox, because that is their job. They want to make you a customer, right? And if you are not a customer, they haven't done enough to make you a customer, and so they're going to keep going until you say, yeah, I know it. I need an Xbox. I need an Xbox in my life. That's the way, right? Or I'm accessing their ecosystem this way. They are a player that I need to work with, right? And so at least that's how I see it. And I think, you know, Colin sees it more of like, you know, this is going to push their side to go buy things on PlayStation. And
right. That's his fear.
The consolidation thing. And that's great. That, again, if more people start coming to the platform, then they're good, right? That the ultimate driver here is to be able to compete enough in the market that they're a good player. Right now, they are so dead last that they need to keep doing these things. But anyways, that's how I see that. And, you know, but I think this is where things are going to be interesting. Like this,
it's going to get interesting.
Like it's already
absolutely
petering, but hey, this ABK thing could turn everything around. We don't know. It comes to supply. It comes to people wanting it. If you have an attractive offer of COD as you know, like a COD specific console, and you have COD and Game Pass, and you have ultimate perks and stuff like that, there's just so much potential.
We got to see what the effects. We got to move on, because we went crazy with Game History, and this was dope. Don't get me wrong, this was super dope. I just read the talk. I was like, damn, we got to get topics. I just realized. Oh, all right. So look, brother, tremendous Game History. Jesus, wow, this was great. What I did want to really quickly, I did have one more question for you in reference to community and what you're known for, which is like, you really are in these gaming community podcasts. You really bring people together. You're in the Xbox Live Party chats. You're at the events. You know what I'm saying? You're going with us. You're doing that stuff. It's just like, kind of, what was the tipping point just to get you into content creation? And now you're doing podcasts, RDX. I saw you initially before that. You were doing other podcasts with guys. You're doing stuff. You've been over. I saw you XNC. I'm seeing you moving. So, like, what was that transition to say, hey, I've been in this gaming thing so long. Now I want to actually, put my voice out there.
Yeah, it's I got more in. I would watch these things all the time, like a Colt Eastwood thing or Dealer and all these folks that were out there. Actually, what got me a lot into it was Crap Gamer.
Okay. OG talk.
Eventually became a Sony guy, right? But he would put up videos all the time. It would just come into my my YouTube feed, and I would say, oh, let's hear this, and then adjacent things would start coming up, right? And so then I started watching them live, right? So I never did the live ones, but then I started watching them live. And then I'm like, oh, hey, I can super chat, and then it just kind of went from there.
Nice.
And eventually, I think I ended up. It was Tim Dog needed to give away a console. I'm like, dude, I can cover for you. I got an Xbox Series X brand new if you need it. And so we took care of that. And then Colt and I sort of hooked up at some point on Party Chat, and it just kind of went from there. I met Gaz that way.
Salute.
And then Gaz had a podcast, Go Live, going where somebody wasn't there, and they're like, yo, if you need me in, bud, I can.
Yeah, so that's the first time I saw you. I was like, oh, okay, Huggies outside.
So I went ahead and subbed in, and then Gaz just wanted to I got to bring you into Game On Daily. It's fine, fair enough. So we went from there, and then I ended up on RDX, and
Zealots.
And then, well, there's also Boom.
Boom, shout out to Boom.
Boom's podcast several times, Primetime Gaming, and he's like, "Hey, why don't you just become a permanent member?" I'm like, "Fine." So I'm on Boom's, and then then we, Zocker wanted to get his own thing going with So Shady and me, and so we put that together. So and that was had been going great, but Zocker's got some he just changed his job, and it's a lot more work, and so they have to go back on prem, and he's trying to figure out how he can actually do it, and it's very hard for him to find time. So we may have to shelve it, we may have to find something else, but we'll figure it out. But
so RDX for now, though. That's what
so RDX and Boom, and then Go Live every now and then. I was supposed to be on this Saturday, but Gaz had to do
Gaz wasn't feeling well. Yeah, shout out to Gaz. I saw his tweet.
You can do that. So
no doubt. Shout out to Boom. Shout out to Primetime. Now this is dope, man, and I love to see you out there. Very informed takes, very passionate in the gaming community. We got to ask the question. I'm sorry, please.
But one more piece is you guys, right? Which
thank you.
Oh my gosh, and I gave you your flowers when you had your what was it, the was it a few weeks back? Was it 100K? Was it?
I think we had 300 episodes.
400 episodes. 400 episodes. 400 episodes.
300.
400 episodes. Right? 400 episodes.
You keep doing 4, but we're gonna be 3. That's cool. We'll take it. But we had 300.
3 or 4?
300.
300 episodes. So I'm like, okay, cool. I had to give you some. So what I found was, I kept hearing from the community about it, and I look at your videos, and I'm like, 4 hours, 5 hours. Are you kidding me? I can't spend that kind of time. Right? And I want to say it was King was on somebody else's podcast, and I'm like, oh, okay, I have to watch this.
He has that effect on people.
It's like, great. So I'm like, I had to watch, and I watched one of your older ones, and I didn't even realize the time just going by, right? I said this in that 300 episode.
I
didn't even know that it took that long.
I don't realize the time goes by too, but my girl definitely does.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay,
tell me about it.
Now I gotta watch it live.
Start us out.
And I have been watching you guys live, unless there's some family thing. I've watched you live ever since.
Wow,
it is so entertaining. It's so good, and it's the chemistry between you guys, right? You know each, you know how to finish things for each other. It's great, and then there's a lot of work that goes into it, and I think it is well done, it's just so much fun, right? And so you guys, along with some of the other bigger ones, are must watches, but this one I love. ILP, it's so good.
Oh, thank you.
It
brother.
is my Sunday.
Oh, please, brother. It means a lot to us to hear people's journey. And I remember you early days in the chats, and you'll say something to push some buttons, but you also say some really informative stuff. And we're like, Hargeet, he corrected it on us. He's right. This is what happened. And we're like, okay, cool. And you just became this name in the community. We just started to see you bubble. So it's so dope to actually now put the face to the name. And then obviously we built with you in real life. PAX East, we pulled up. That was super dope, brother. It's
Yep, yep.
always fun, doing anything with you. I'll see me, you, Addict, Summer Games Fest was, bro, so much fun. And I like that you're outside. I want to give you your flowers. Like, you are about gaming community. Like, there's no question. No one can say your passion resonates, brother. So we got to give you your flowers. Now, we do have to ask you the question, tradition, that we ask all those in the realm. I need that top 5 video games of franchise. I'm expecting a lot of Nintendo stuff. I want to hear where this going to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, right? So my top 3 are pretty easy. They're it's Mario, Zelda. I think I'd say Zelda first, Mario, and it's just the franchise because there's just so many good ones.
Okay.
And then the third one is Halo because of what it did. It was like that Street Fighter, but it changed it for the home console, right? We're that online, and we are playing. Oh, it was so good.
Woo!
So those are the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
And then it becomes tougher because I don't want to miss things. There's the aforementioned Street Fighter, but do I give it one of those positions as a top franchise? Probably not. Mass Effect has to go in there. It's just so good.
Can we ask
I
which
couldn't
one?
believe when I played that Mass Effect how engrossing it's just. Oh my God, this story, it's just so good. And like the first one still had some quirkiness. The second and third just fixed it. It was God.
Oh, fixed it. Good. Yeah.
It was so good, right? So like Mass Effect has to be there, and then that last spot, I have to give some love to the PC side, so I'm going to say King's Quest. Because that series is so good for me. It got me to like it was that made me want to continue on the PC gaming side. That got me moving along on the PC games. I so I have to give them some love. So I'll say King's Quest.
That is 5. I love that 5.
Roberta Williams.
Oh yeah, and of course he already answered this early, but favorite console of all time. We assume it's the 360.
Oh, it is. It's
Peter Moore, golden era. But just give him some more bars to why.
Yeah, so the 360 did what it needed to do as far as power, but also online. And it established a new mode for gaming. And on top of that, it was just the era when developers were pumping games out. And there was so many great franchises that started up then or were expanded. Call of Duty became a thing as part of the 360 era. You had the Assassin's Creeds, you had the BioShocks and all. Right, there's so many different, like, you think about Rockstar, and like they put out GTA 4,
Peter had the
RDR, GTA 5, all in the same generation, and since then we've had RDR 2. Right, like we still haven't had the next GTA.
True.
And they put out 2 in that generation, along with putting out Red Dead Redemption. Right, and like again, like almost all the studios, you just keep looking at it and you're like, oh my God, how many things did they pump out? Right, the one that was disappointing was Rare, who had opportunity to do a lot, but they started with Cameo and Perfect Dark Zero, I think, right, and then they did like Viva Pinata and stuff like that. I think that was, it's like, okay, these are kind of cool, but I was hoping for more from them. But outside of that, it was just killer. Like there's so many games, and you just like you didn't have a time to say, oh, I don't have something. There was always something cool coming out. And like the establishing of a whole bunch of franchises. Then I think Watch Dogs started in that generation.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Far Cry kind of became a thing, and right, it just like so many different things that just started up in that gen, and you had so many of them. Looking at the Tom Clancy stuff, Raw 1 and 2,
Raw, Ghost Recon Advanced Warfare, Rainbow Six
Vegas 1 and 2.
That was
the best
the best glass breaking ever. Shout out
physics ever.
Right?
Shout out to Terrorist Hunt.
So good, and like it was just
Splinter Cell.
Every one of these publishers was just like on fire. It was great. So like that gen, it also was the time when Xbox actually pushed out some JRPGs. We had like Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey and things like that were coming along, right? So and we had Splinter Cell. I don't know if we had like Ninja Gaiden was OG Xbox.
OG Xbox. That was before. Yeah.
I don't think they had one after that, right? But either way, so like there's all these like things, and then the 360 did bring in some back compat. It was kind of hokey, but it was okay. It was something to let you play. But yeah, I think it was just the breadth and depth of franchises that just came up at that generation. Now, outside of that, from like a me getting into the gaming thing, I think the original Nintendo solidify that I would want to be in this.
Mhm.
And then it was the OG Xbox with that Halo. Oh my
Yes.
God, was that awesome?
Mhm.
But I have to give it to the 360. It's just
No
so
doubt.
crazy how many things I played on that freaking generation.
What
And
a gen.
indies when they did the whole
Xbox
you
Live
know,
Arcade.
Xbox Live Arcade.
State of
and they
Decay
had the
was born
Summer of
there.
Ar-
Summer of
Arcade or
Arcade.
whatever, right?
Mhm.
Like Cure. Oh my God, there were
Oh,
so many
bro.
good things. It just kept going and going. Such a great generation. I wish they had continued. Right, you could just tell they kind of pulled back a bit on the
Mhm.
exclusives, but 360 was just
No doubt.
fantastic.
Tremendous choice, brother. Love the history, love the journey, hard work, brother. We can talk to you for hours. Like you have a journey that is truly remarkable, and just give you your flowers on your determination as far as your schooling, your background, your secular stuff, and then still incorporating the gaming. Always good
Yep.
to see you. So I know you said just go hang around because I know it's the marathon
yep.
today. So Solve, you want to transition to super chats or
Sure.
you want me to do the poll?
Let's
And then
do
I
that.
do have. I just want to before you actually start. I do want to give Country Big, the homie 94. He got the classic Hold the Line tee. He said finally got the shirt. Looking forward to wearing this and holding the line at the AEW show at Wembley Stadium on the 27th. So he gonna be holding the line, King. He gonna be out there at Wembley repping. Salute Country Big, professional
Put those
wrestler.
pictures up so I can retweet them and quote tweet.
Yeah. Hit us up on Twitter. Put the pictures up when you get the shirt. You know what I'm saying? We gonna hold you down, Country Big, no doubt. He do the wrestling for real, y'all. He a professional wrestler for real and out there. So Sav, you want to get the super chats or
Yeah,
what you want to
I'll
do?
get the super
Business?
chats.
Just let me know what you're doing. And then
We got Gary D. Brown, Gary D. Brown, $5 super chat. Back in LA, it sucks. I donate. I donate this to saving the Saharan desert tiger shark. But I think in this case, it needs to go to the Bungie Intervention Fund.
Fact.
Then we have Lucius95 with the 35 czars. Love from South Africa. As a lurker, I'd like to express my appreciation for what you guys do. Discovered you guys like this and always listened after the fact. Shout out.
Always surprises me like how much of a reach we realistically have.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. Then we have Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. You passed the test, Hargeet. Nintendo first and Sega LOL. Ban this man. Someone ban this man. Then we got Let's Play with Each Other's Joysticks. $5 super chat. I'm late, but just know that was a fake account, addict. Your spin is nice, but I only spin the block for Saab and his Puerto Rican freaking.
Yo.
Brother. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that. Much appreciated. Then we have Lucius95 again with the 35 czars. Kind of envious of this gaming history. Only started last year after realizing the Series S was affordable on this side.
Awesome.
Amazing. That's awesome. Then we Hollywood Rolls, $5 super chat. Happy Sunday to my NYC and West Virginia cousins. After seeing them Sony financials, oh boy, in my Palpatine voice, Order 66, Operation PS6 app is in full swing, King. Ooh-wee. Then we have Nick Kerr, $2 super chat. Love the show, Realm. Hit the like button. Yes, let's hit that like button.
no doubt.
Then we have Dr. Strangelove,
Wow,
$5
that
super
name,
chat.
Sav, is pretty.
That which one? Nick, which one? Nick. Oh, good luck.
Oh wow. Wow, yeah, that was crazy.
Wow, didn't see that one, but yeah.
They got
Maybe-
some. They got some.
Well, I don't know. It just. I think we've seen this one. We'll see. We'll see.
Mhm.
Then we have Dr. Strangelove, $5 super chat. I love me some Cognito, but I'm craving something sugary. And King, you are looking mighty sweet. Let me take a bite out of that thick, long Snickers bar.
Yo! Yo!
We outta here, son.
Yeah.
Yo, King, but you can't. Why you got your camera off? Yo, what people say?
Because I ain't listening to that.
You not about that?
Nah, he watching me.
What else we
Hold
got?
on. I pressed
by
this.
far probably one of the most paused moments.
That
you
was
guys
super
had.
Can y'all
pause.
hear me? I
I
pressed
hear you.
that A button on that pod
music
track,
went
and
off?
it just no. I didn't hear the music. Damn it!
Nah, you good. I didn't hear anything.
What
Then
about
we
your B
have
button? What's on your B button?
the B button. Let me see. Let me try. Just press is blinking. That's all it's doing,
Yeah,
blinking.
he probably got. It's a setup. It's the way it's got to be
Okay.
set up. Yeah.
Damn it. then we have C-Dub, 813-305, $10 super
Xbox
chat.
podcast or an OnlyFans.
I remember renting TMNT on NES, and it was nothing like the arcade. Yes, we know.
Factual.
I told my mom it didn't work, and we took it right back to Blockbuster. I will say the NES Punch-Out was better than the arcade, in my opinion.
Yeah, two different games.
Two different
Yeah,
games, but I
okay.
Super
understand.
Punch Out, and you had the arcade Punch Out.
Punch-Out, yeah.
The arcade with spikes were bigger. It had the green, no
Mhm.
guy.
The green,
and it came
yeah.
with that the machine. Remember that machine cog?
Yes.
You actually turn the punches over.
Yes.
Yep.
Hold it. Yeah, so it really wasn't made for that. It was really made for like the pachinko machines and the real large arcade.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
Then we got Grumble, $5 super chat.
Grumble.
Got an OG Xbox day one. DO83 and Morrowind later revolutionized my gaming life. Halo was the first FPS I ever liked. I couldn't believe what Xbox did. Yeah, that was a moment, man.
Yeah,
a moment.
For sure.
We got Forza Legend, $2 super chat. King, I still got Mortal Kombat Trilogy, best MK. Yeah, MK was great.
It was that was crazy.
Yes.
Then we have a Halo Reach Around.
That's Addict's boy.
That's Addicts, man.
Addict baby, spin for me and show me that Starfield and open up that Baldur's Gate.
Whoa! He said open up his Baldur's Gate. You gonna spin the block on that one?
What has this show become? What are we doing?
We the
here?
pause cast.
It's a
We the
different
pause.
demographic.
Iron Lord's
Since we got
pause
beefy
cast.
cog. Since we got beefy cog, is a whole.
Don't try to blame it on me. we had play with your joystick before me. Don't you
Okay,
try
so
to-
listen, we had played with your joystick, and that was cool. But then,
Open the floodgates.
But
here,
then-
man.
Let's
What
be
you
realistic.
created.
9 times out of 10, all these people is the same person.
I doubt it very seriously, bro.
Yeah, you gonna spin the block Addict for your mans?
Nah, I'm good.
I said nah.
There we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. He bought all the Wii U stock. Damn. They sold 13 million. Hargate bought 12 of them.
He definitely contributed to the numbers.
Then we got Yosemite Blam. $20 super chat. Hear ye, lords of the realm. If Microsoft gave y'all all $350 million to spend however you wanted, would you rather make an Insomniac level acquisition and have $100 million remaining for Game Pass deals, or pay the 2023 Mets payroll?
Yo, you disrespectful. You disrespectful, bro. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Not talking about that.
Then we got the homie Astro Parrot King. Remember, for 4 months, Lord Bronze. All the lords are stuck on an island. In order to get off, they must agree on the best Xbox CEO.
Ooh.
Who is it? Have a hit the slurp type of day.
Whoa.
Well,
It's tough.
you talk about the slurp juice before.
Yeah.
Well, I
I
know
still
King
can't.
going.
I don't like when you say that.
Phil
King.
Dominus Maximus.
Phil
really
Dominus
expensive.
Maximus all day.
You know, from what he's doing now. See, the other ones are already capped. They're already capped. So they're already done. We already see what they did. And Peter Moore definitely, listen to the Hargeet and listen to what Peter Moore was actually able to accomplish in that period of time. I mean, at the point of the matter, right now, Peter Moore was probably the best.
the GOAT. Let's go.
But Phil Dominus Maximus really Spencer's a living legend. So
I will say my vote is Peter right now still, but the only what Phil is doing right now, the turnaround is so impressive from what it started from.
Yeah.
But like I said, I just need the games to land. I just need the games to land the way Peter's games landed. You know what I'm saying? And so it starts with the Starfield, the 2018 class, of everything that he brought in. That's how I judge Phil. So once Phil lands these and these games
I'm
are
going
good.
with Hi-Fi Rush. I'm gonna start with Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, I mean that
Actually,
counts.
I'm gonna go with Publisher of the Year
In 2021? No, that's fine.
Yeah,
But we got to talk about 2022. I feel that.
But Redfall is a blemish.
I get that. Or I would say, like I said, we'll see how the generation, because we're still early in the generation.
Right.
But once those games hit for me, then I'll give Phil all of the credit. But he's
Country
amazing.
Big, I'm down with you, Country Big. I have a feeling Phil hasn't even started yet, for sure.
No, I agree. I mean, look, what he's doing as far as a turnaround and the hands he was dealt is impressive. So yeah, Phil definitely. He's right there. Like I'm just letting it play out. That's all. I'm just letting it play out.
Gotta see. Yeah, for
Just
sure.
gotta see.
Yeah.
I think
Where you at?
as far as a platform, Peter did more, because he actually had like BioShock.
Yeah.
You know, I think the original Dragon Age was. I can't remember. Like BioWare games in general. I think he did better on like an eye for talent, an eye for games. But I do think Phil has set himself up to be the best executive ever
of all time. Yeah, like Phil is on a path. We just gotta let it develop.
Because the most important thing when it comes to a gaming console is the games. And
facts.
It's definitely been ups and downs when it comes to that particular part during his reign.
No doubt. Really quick, I'm just curious what Hargeet, who he have. I know he's muted. I know you're sorry. He's eating. He's muted. I was just curious.
Yeah, no. So I'd have
Greatest
to say at
Xbox
this point
CEO.
it's Phil. It's got to be Phil.
Yeah, break it down. Over Peter?
I like the Peter Moore era, but it was only a few years, and he did do a lot in that time.
Okay.
But it
think
also
that's
was
fair.
in the
That's fair.
ascent of where Microsoft was still spending, right? So
True.
he had the wallet available to him, and so he spent that wallet. I think Phil had to dig out of, as you said, it was a mess. It was a mess. It was a bad situation, a disaster, right? And he had to dig out of that, convince the company not to kill Xbox,
Facts.
and bring it back from the death to where it is now. And yes, it's not at where it should be, but it is way better than where it was.
But at the same time, Peter Moore had to deal with the Red Ring of Death. And that's one of the,
which is
like the worst thing.
And a dominant PlayStation at that time.
Well,
we had to deal with a Redfall.
It wasn't dominant when ROG came out, though. By that
Correct.
time, Microsoft had kind of solidified themselves.
Yeah, they had. It was a year early. They was a year early. Correct.
Right. So so they were a year early. ROG started like what was it, like a year and a half in, something like that. It started to become an issue, right? So they extended the warranty for 3 years or whatever it was, right? But that's a warranty issue, and it's a simple one. When your CEO says, "Here's an open bag, go ahead and just do what you need."
But I got to push back. It was the Tylenol moment, because if he can't convince them to spend all that money to correct this issue, he could have been out there.
And we're talking about we're talking about convincing someone
Balmer,
to fix a
people were
problem that your
scared of
engineers
Balmer.
caused.
Yeah,
like
they were scared of Balmer, terrified. But I understand what you say, Hargeet. But it's a
here's
fun
the
one.
thing: Microsoft isn't like they're not immune to having bugs and problems in their products. So they're used to the fact that they have to fix stuff, right? And I'm pointing out reality.
Are you implying with Windows?
So-
Are you implying?
We all know the history. We all know the history.
Fair enough,
Windows
fair
had
enough.
Lots of problems, lots of security problems,
Fair enough.
They had and so this wasn't out of the realm of norm for them. So to handle it, they were a big company. They had to take.
I do feel like
right?
the Red Ring
So-
of Death is not just a problem, though. It was
a PR nightmare.
Yes,
Time.
absolutely. Yeah,
But
Tom,
they
we got
handled it the right way and said, "We will just cover it. Like whatever,
Yeah.
just tell
Yep.
us you had it.
Fair
we'll
enough.
Just cover it."
We will
Right,
we will revisit
but-
who did that
But
for
I
you,
think
Xbox.
Phil
You got
has
Phil.
done so much more to bring a brand that was dying out of that into a brand that was at least at the start of the Series S and X generation was the most buzz there was, right? It's the one with the most enthusiasm going forward. And now they've kind of killed that a bit, and COVID might have done some of that, whatever it is, but they've had a few bad things happen, stupid things happen, right? But going into this generation, you can't say that the Xbox didn't bring the energy. And that's got to be on Phil, right? To say, we're going to turn it all around. Here's how we're going to do it. The community, like they come to the community. They come to these things. Right?
Acquisitions
They
and all that too. Shut
They
up.
talk to us, right? So
Shout out
I
to
don't
Phil
know, I see
Dominus
Phil.
Max. We got the votes. Okay.
I'm gonna be the contrarian here because y'all seem to forget y'all history, right?
Talk to him.
There-
I'll try to
there-
tell him.
there
Go to
is
the
no
beginning.
Xbox without
Yes.
Robbie Bach. There is no
Ooh,
Xbox
we
without
go to the OG,
Seamus Backlund.
Seamus.
There
Yeah.
is
We
no
go to the
X-
Papa.
no, fair,
These are
that's fair.
these are the dudes that had to walk into the room
Facts.
and convince
Team Direct
convince
X.
Bill Gates.
Yes. Let's get them their
that
flowers.
This was a good idea.
Good
and
point,
back then, you got to understand it. The rule was with an iron fist.
Facts.
This is what we are. You're convincing these guys that getting into this space is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
They should spend money to
Jay
do
Allen.
it. And then the thing they came up with was so revolutionary for the space that and the fact that the machine came out and it did everything that it professed that it was going to do.
Yeah.
It did everything a professor was going to
Ethernet in the
do.
box, hard drive, soundtracks. They did a lot of stuff for it.
Everything,
It
that
just
people
wasn't
thought
on
at the
Windows.
time was crazy.
It just wasn't on Windows.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that. That was the only thing. And Bill, and he had to get over it because he could have nixed it right there. So wait a minute,
Facts.
hold up. And he could have given the project to the other team that just wanted to make an iterative thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so without these guys sort of advocating for this level of change,
Facts.
it would not have happened. So I love Phil Spencer. I love Peter Moore, what they did with the brand and taking it, right? And I think in the long term, I think Peter Moore had his moment where he was the perfect person at the perfect time because the showman was given the keys to the kingdom and said, show. And he did. And he went out there and showed. And he did everything that is in his nature to do as a marketing guy and made Xbox that thing. And he saved it when it needed to be saved. And then now Phil came in, and Phil's story has not been written yet, right? Completely written yet. And I do think that if Phil manages in the long term to accomplish what to reinvigorate the Japanese base and bring that back into the fold, and then to continue to be like you said, Cog, we need those games and we need those games to hit with regularity. If that happens in the long term, when this story is done at Xbox, and you know, he's a lifer, so maybe he's there for life, we don't know. I think it's a very compelling argument to make that it's him, but to start, you gotta, because again, Xbox
I'm glad you mentioned
Xbox had no business jumping into this space.
Seamus Blackley, the whole crew. Let's get to some
and Robbie Bach. So that's it. I'm done.
Okay, cool. Let's get to some
let me see. Okay, that question. No more questions in super chats. Thank you.
Go tangents.
We have THX 1138 $2 super chat. Colin will die on that PlayStation Hill. Hashtag mega fan. I don't know what Colin has said. Why is he catching strays?
For no reason.
They've been trying to get him all day.
This is Colin we're talking about. He could have easily said something
alone.
the past hour.
With the Cobra Commander.
Then we have THX 1138 $2 super chat. A Sunday without IOP is not a Sunday. Hashtag GOAT. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Much love. Much love.
Then we have Mexican Zoidberg, member for 30 months, Lord Bronze. Now we know why Hargeet is always gifting codes. This man is balling.
Pocket watches. Pocket watching.
Then let's put the crest in the chat for Rambling Entertainment. Welcome to the realm, Lord Bronze. Appreciate you. Rambling Entertained. Sorry, not entertainment. Entertained. Rambling Entertained.
All right, salute.
Then we have Let's Play with Each Other's Joysticks, $5 super chat. Just remember who started the movement. The difference is my love and lust for Saab is real and pure, unlike these phonies.
Put the flag down.
Yo.
Then we have S Cruz $8. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
S Cruz $8 super chat. Yeah, Xbox lost last gen, but PlayStation didn't win it correctly. Hargeet mouth open on his knee. Chair, what's going on here?
Whoa!
Yo.
Visuals, sir. Visuals.
No good. All right, I think we are caught up.
You guys are wild.
Thank you.
Right. Any business? Should I do the poll? Where we at?
Go ahead, do the poll. Poll, and then I think King could go.
Okay, so I'll do the poll. Last week's poll results and the people have spoken. With Switch 2 rumored to be launching in 2023, which aspects of the console has you most concerned? The winner of the four-way ILP poll at 63% of the vote was no backward compatibility group. So that's the highest concern. Coming in at second place at 16% of the vote was I don't care. Switch 2 will hold back the generation if it's less powerful than the Series S. Coming in at third place is 12% of the vote was the LCD rumors over no OLED. And in last place at 7% of the vote, which I'm very disappointed, Nintendo Party Chat and Messaging Group. That seems to be the least of people's concerns. Cog is crying inside. Addict. People are concerned about back compat, bro.
I don't. I don't know what to tell you guys, man. I feel them,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, it just depends on what you want from the system,
Mm-hmm.
And it is what it is at that point. Yeah, that's all I really got to say about that.
No doubt. Are we gonna take care of business?
Yeah, let's do actually before business real quick.
Mhm.
Hargeet Chani, member for 25 months, Lord Gold. We got a bunch of codes in the chat. Thank you, Hargeet. Appreciate that,
Much
brother. We
love.
got Stray, Remnant 2. We have
Ooh.
Atlas Fallen.
Ooh.
Shout out. Hargeet always coming out, showing out for the community. If you
Facts.
get this code, give a big thanks to Hargeet in
Give
the
him a
chat.
shout out, y'all. Come on.
And then we have a new member in the realm, Lord Bronze Huffy Bear.
Shout out to
Huffy
Huffy
Bear.
Bear. Shout out to Huffy Bear.
Shout out to Huffy Bear.
All
And
right.
we are done.
We are done.
Yes.
Let's pay the bills.
Oh, okay. Hold
Mike's
on.
muted.
He said Mike muted. After years of fine print contracts and getting ripped off by big wireless providers, if you learned anything, is that there's always a catch. So when I first heard of Mint Mobile offers premium wireless surge starting at $15 a month, I thought, what's the catch? To be honest with you, I'm like, for real. But after talking to them and using their service, it all made sense. There isn't one. Mint Mobile's secret sauce is that they're the first company to sell wireless service online only. They cut the cost by the retail stores by passing it on to your sweet savings to the customers. All right, so when I got the Mint Mobile, my son needed the phone, right? So I got him for the summertime, and he goes to the store. He wants to be out and about, and I'm like, how can I keep contact with him without being overprotective? So Mint Mobile allowed me the opportunity to do so. So I got the phone, got the SIM card and everything in the mail, put it in, and you expecting it to be some weird charges to pop up someplace, but it didn't. He actually was out, and the service is incredible. I'm like, where you at? He's like, oh, I'm at the park. Or you at the store, and he calls me, Daddy, they don't have this. I want to get this. And I'm like, wow, this thing sounds really clear. It sounds better than the service that I'm using. I'm thinking about switching over, to be honest with you, to just join him in his Mint Mobile journey. So Mint Mobile definitely gave me the peace of mind when he's outside, that I don't think that he's going to drop calls or it's going to have a problem with connectivity or service. So it's definitely something that works for me and works for him. To get your new wireless plan for just $15 a month and get the plan shipped to your door for free, go to mintmobile.com/ironlords. That's mintmobile.com/ironlords. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/ironlords.
No doubt. Don't get the clam. Get the call.
Yeah, don't get no clam.
Don't get no clams with your Mint Mobile.
no clamming.
Put clams in there, you ain't gonna get it.
Yeah, they just it's funny, man. I see Ryan Reynolds on doing this commercials and stuff like that. Like he really he out there because he just recently cut it in half, didn't he? Like from 30 it was like 15. So he really trying to get people on this, man. I gotta give it to him. You know what I mean? He bought this company and kind of just said, you know what? Let's see what happens if we don't take people to the bank every single day with these services. So I like the fact that these options are out there and the quality of the options are just increasing, right? Like the quality of the phone call you're going to make or the internet access is on par with what people just used to having this safe, I just pay my monthly thing to T-Mobile, whatever. But this is different, right? This is just like you go in and you're a little scared at first, but then you go in and like, this is the same. Oh my God, my pockets. Thank you so much.
No, I just really, it's just so clear. I like the quality of it. The quality of it is nuts. So it is what it is, to be honest with you. I had my trepidations with it. I thought it wouldn't really work. It actually really worked. So
yeah.
Salute Mint Mobile in the round.
Awesome.
Welcome to the first topic, y'all.
Yeah. 3 hours in.
3 hours in. This is fantastic
Almost
timing.
4.
So look, I will set this up. This is me. We kind of developed organically this week. Just so much craziness going on. So Baldur's Gate. Let's shout out good friend to the realm, Destin Legary. Seems like he had an editorial out in reference to Baldur's Gate 3 causing some developers to panic. And so buckle up. This is a little long setup. There's a lot of moving parts to it. So it looks like in this editorial by at IGN that Lord Destin had, Baldur's Gate 3 is being widely celebrated by fans and developers alike, but some are panicking that this could set new expectations from fans. In his opinion, good. He said why fans feel this way and why they're celebrating games like Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring. The Baldur's Gate 3 reaction has stirred up a bit of controversy that has some worried that Baldur's Gate 3's gameplay will cause a raised standard from fans. The Baldur's Gate 3 controversy is because Larian Studios has created something that others are worried will be compared to their games. The Baldur's Gate 3 developer reaction wasn't all bad, with some pointing out that it should get them to look closely at their practices, but many also defended the status quo. So there's a lot here. That's the first part, and he was going off of I believe, I forget the gentleman's name, I'm going to butcher it, Xavier Nelson Jr., who's also David. He's also he had initial comments that Destin reacted to. And then I want to shout out another good friend to the realm from Respawn, Tyler Owens. He had a response kind of to the editorial that from a developer perspective that Destin had. So he basically says, again, with Baldur's Gate 3, I don't know a single game dev who has actually conveyed this sentiment about Baldur's Gate 3. Instead, I've heard devs ask folks not to use the great things achieved by this team as a weapon to use against other devs, which is exactly what's being done. He continues, devs are absolutely looking at this game to analyze and learn from its success. It's a great example of what consumers want and more something that we should celebrate. It should not stoke anger, motivate harassment, or make you upset at other developers. I've seen content suggesting that it should make people angry, and this is why devs are talking about it. We all strive for excellence, but few of us will ever achieve it, and demanding every game provides once-in-a-generation innovation is just insanity. Framing this as devs panicking Baldur's Gate 3 will somehow stop us from our real goal of extracting all capital from gamers is just disconnected from reality. Anyone saying this knows nothing about the people making games. Can we stop pretending like the people who make games are the ones who play right, talk about them, are adversaries, let alone people? He goes a little personally. I'm going to skip the other part. On top of that, most of us don't make very good money. Many devs living below the poverty line where they live. Why in the actual F would we be against consumer-friendly practices in the game industry? Now, the last statement I want to get in defense to Destin responded to Tyler here. And then Destin's point was, the idea that I brought up the topic to use it as a weapon against devs is gross. Xavier said that a $200 million risk could take an entire wave of studios with it. That should make devs and gamers mad. The bosses of company placing those 200 million bets are posting billions in profits. Maybe panic is not the right word, but what is it then? To see the industry rally behind not having raised standards is bizarre. And I'm responding to a conversation started by developers to explain why it comes off the way it does to many others. It is absolutely not to create a weaponized attack. It's simply to talk about the topic broached. Customers are feeling frustrated by business practices implemented that you probably don't even like. The original thread reads like we shouldn't get used to Baldur's Gate 3 like games, as it will probably never happen again, and we should probably get used to the status quo. We should be on the same page and probably are in some respects, but the thread I reference seems like anyone feels like we shouldn't even hope for something better for everyone. That's frustrating to your customers because we want developers to feel like they can succeed. Instead, this topic is labeled as a weapon and completely shuts down what people are trying to say, that we wish we lived in a world where things could be better for gamers and developers. So this is the hottest topic in these Twitter streets, excuse me, and it's going back and forth. So just want to bring this to the realm. This is, one of the hottest ones. To start with Hargeet, our guest. Where do you land on this whole situation?
So it is interesting that there's potential pushback from developers. It does mean that maybe there are issues with the current development cycle. I get that. But look, Larian did what they needed to do to make a game that's just working well, and to then say you shouldn't expect to meet that level, that's not exactly the right message. And when somebody comes up with something that's good, you should then say, okay, that's what I need to match up to. That's an open market, right? So when somebody comes up with something that's revolutionary, you then say, okay, well, that's the market now. I got to pivot to that. And I don't see this as revolutionary. I mean, we used to get this all the time. If you bought a game for, the Super Nintendo, did you expect, it would be half broken, and then you would get patches. No, because there was no way to get patches. You basically just had the game, so it bloody had to work. It's just the way it was. And like that's what they're delivering. They're delivering a game that like has all of the game. There's no microtransactions. There's no DLC or whatever. Maybe there will be, but there's nothing they're asking for. There's like the game is done. Here it is, and it's just working. Now there are bugs they're finding, and they're patching those in. But what I guess they're the developers are or the other developers are hinting at is like, look, the level that they've gone to, they sort of branched away from normal thing. They had a 2-year consumer-led development cycle, right?
Yeah.
Because of early access. Okay, that's cool. There's nothing stopping anybody else from doing that too. You could do that in a private beta of some sort. You could find that out and find out what the community thinks. So that's a possibility. But I think that the current standard we're seeing, unfortunately, is most games come out unpolished. They're being required to be somewhat live in that there's microtransactions of some sort. There's battle passes or expected DLC drops where you can buy the ultimate edition that has those with it, right? Whereas this is just foregoing all that, right? And I don't know that it's a that there wouldn't be a backlash for something like this, but they do need to recognize if they're going to say these kind of things, the expectation from the purchaser, the consumer, is that you are going to release a game that is not up to par, because this is now the standard, right? It's the same thing as Breath of the Wild coming out, and then you say, okay, well, the next game that comes along that has anything like this, I expect you to be like Breath of the Wild, right? And so is that a bad thing? No, because that's the way it is, right? They came up with a game. That's how it comes. And
what you ultimately will always be compared to, right? With
exactly. And there's so many that have been compared to that. And you're like, well, but that's the way it is, right? That's the world that you live in now, right? You can't just say, well, okay, I'm making a new product in an area that has a whole bunch of competitors, and somebody else came up with something better than me, therefore I need to complain. Well, no. You need to match what they did, right? That's just the way it goes. And in this same industry, it's a lot of players, and somebody out of nowhere can come up with something cool, and that's the way it is, right? So like Halo Infinite, would they have been happier if there weren't other games that pull people away? I mean, that's just the way it is, though. There are games that pull people away, and those games resonated more, and they took the community to that, right? Like Halo started with like this massive buzz, right, when it came out in 2021. But it fell off because of their own failures, right? And that's just the way it is. You have to compete, and if Apex is coming up with more stuff or Fortnite is coming up, well, hey, guess what? They're going to take your market share. That's the way it is, right? And you just have to deal with it. That's the world. So I hear what they're saying as far as these other developers that don't expect, but like, look, you now need to live in the world where this came out, right? And so you have to react, right? So if Microsoft didn't have to compete with PlayStation's games, they would be in a different position, right? Because we would never see it. Hey, but wait a minute, that game over there is so much better. Why didn't you do that, right? Well, that's the way it is, right? So it's not like
hashtag just one was created for that,
right? Literally, right? And so like is it fair? No, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. That's the market, right? You have to compete into the market, and if the market is here, that's where you are. If somebody shifts it there, that's where you are. You have to contend with that. And Larian did a good job. They put out a great game, and they're staggering it to make sure that's quality wherever they put it. Fair enough. That's the way it is, right? And that's how you. So now you have to say, okay, well, that's what you need to meet as well. Now, will that happen? I don't know. In most cases, publishers, even the big publishers like Microsoft and Sony and whatnot, have like deadlines of when they need to kind of put things out, right? They have these windows. Now, some of them are more lax. Sometimes Microsoft is like, hey, you know what? You need an extra year. We'll give you an extra year, right? Fair enough, right? But that doesn't always happen.
And not everyone is afforded that. Yeah,
exactly. And so this is the world. I get that there's pushback, and that these things happen. And EA may say, look, I need to put a game out this fall. I don't care if you're like 80% or 90%.
Fiscal quarters coming up. We got to get it out.
Right. Yep, and so that's unfortunately the world we're living in. So I get some of that from that side, but to be fair, the market puts what the market puts out, right? And you have to deal with whatever happens.
Fair enough.
And now this is the top-rated game of the year. You're just gonna have to contend with it, right?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Now, well said, well said, brother. Let's get at it because I know his time is limited. I got to get him in. This is big for you because I know, you really go hard for Baldur's Gate 3. You've been playing these games. You got me to pick it up when I thought I was going to try to stand strong and wait. You know what I'm saying? And I've been loving it too. So where are you at with this? I know these type of games are near and dear to you, and we're lords of turn-based. And to see Baldur's Gate shining the way it's shining, the engagement, the Metacritic, everything is cooking. So where you at with this whole, what side are you on as far as, with the devs pushing back at Dustin's statements and this whole thing?
Dustin's 100% right when it comes to this. Look, I find it hilarious that, developers and publishers want to push back at Dustin. They said, well, this can't be the standard. Well, what's the standard? Let's define the standard. Almost every other game, if not every game, just about is broken, doesn't work. Bad performing games. And the ones that do work, they're flooded with microtransactions. They care more about you buying extra stuff than the actual core gameplay that's going on. We're looking at Destiny. Bungie has a hard time keeping up with demand that is wanted. They can't come out with armor, but guess what they can come out with?
Eververse.
15 Eververse armors that's in there constantly being shifted in and out.
If we make one more regular suit for you, we won't be able to give you exotic missions. But Eververse is lit.
Well, we don't. Well, technically, I guarantee you, and I can never prove this, but it's like one of those things. It's like they're working on, okay, does this look good? It's just the free armor. We want them to buy the new stuff anyway. It's like, look, I'm getting this is our fault. Let's be real here. We have done so much. We'll fix it when it comes through. We'll play it when it comes through. We'll
launch it without the features.
I don't mind day one patches. I mind day 3 week patches that should have fixed the game 3 weeks ago. That's what I mind. Love Jedi Survivor, unacceptable at high launch. Love Diablo 4. Well, actually, I ain't really love that game, but it is what it is. They chose to take the game in the direction it went because they wanted to encourage you to get into their seasonal pass. They wanted to encourage you to buy stuff to help you with that seasonal patch instead of the core gameplay of stuff people are going to play. It's like I said, when it comes to the broken games, how often we buy a game? It's gotten to the point where I'm going to wait just to see if it functions. We are consumers waiting to see if a game can function before we purchase a game. Look, and then when it comes to should this game elevate standards? I think us as consumers demand games to be elevated. What worked 10 years ago don't work today. What worked today ain't going to work 10 years from now. It's naturally going to elevate. And until the industry gives me more fixable and games that function on day one than games that are broken, you have no right to tell me what I can and cannot feel should be the standard of the industry. Because until I can go out there on any store and buy any game and it functions correctly, that is when you could tell me what the standard should be. The standard should be a game just functions. And we don't get that half the time. The standard should be if I pick up a $60 game, I'm not nickel and dime for the rest of the game.
So
when it comes to microtransactions, that's what the standard should be.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. So you don't consider Baldur's Gate, because some of the devs will push it back and say like, this is an outlier. Like this is, Larian had, all this time and, like that. I'm not trying to say make excuses, but it's just like, they're saying like this is kind of rare, so to speak, that this doesn't happen. So your thing is, well, this is like kind of what you're mirroring what Hargeet saying, like this is the new standard. I'm sorry, but like this is
the new standard because we let it be the new standard.
Okay. Well, the game is
this can be a standard. Look, every game. Look, obviously, you take a game like Baldur's Gate 3. In its function, in its genre, it is the high standard. Games like this raise that whole genre standard higher and make the rest catch up. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to tell Dustin that shouldn't be what we want. We should thrive for that. And look, there's scenarios. This is more on the publisher than developer side. Most devs are pushed to put stuff in games they don't want to. We've seen it with, way back in the day with Dead Space 3. They didn't even want that game. EA pushed that game on them. So a lot of this issue is just whether or not, the people who make Baldur's Gate 3 have 100% transparency on what they want in their game and what they don't want in their game.
Right.
It's one of the reasons Bungie and Activision split, because Activision wanted something, Bungie wanted something that didn't meet on equal ground. So it was easier to split that relationship up. It's just like I get so sick and tired of just seeing games broken.
I feel that.
And it's just like at this point, people are like, well, you know, they'll use, well, Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for 3 years. Okay, that's not an issue. Maybe that should be the standard. You know, maybe we should see more games in early access for 3 years if we get a product like this at the end of it.
Looking at the result.
And then people are sitting there attacking them because they have a bunch of people. There is countless studios with double to triple their size delivering subpar content compared to what Baldur's Gate 3 has. There's no excuse. Like, people are like, whoa, you know, there's indie devs. I don't think Dustin's talking about indie devs. Justin is talking about the AAA structure and how nickel and diming us and broken games have been, and how something like Baldur's Gate comes out, does none of that, and is selling 3-4 million in the first couple weeks. Because guess what? Baldur's Gate did the oldest trick in the book when it comes to selling stuff. Word of mouth. We're going to give you a solid product, and you going to sell our game. We ain't doing it.
Yeah, there was no marketing blitz. There wasn't no... this game is off the strength of the word of mouth, high praise review. No, well said. I hear where you come in.
It's like, you know, I get that Baldur's Gate 3, in all sense of tech, it should be an outliner. But my thing is we're talking a way big difference thing. Well, it's like I said, the biggest issue in the industry right now is every other game is broke. And I'm not even putting a lot of that issue on the developers. It's a lot of the publishers. They want to meet these quotas for these investors. They want this quarter being higher. Like all this, there's way more layers to this. One of the reasons that Baldur's Gate 3 does, and I'm not saying it because I got butchered how to pronounce their name. I'm not doing it. The biggest reason they're able to succeed in the way they did is because they have very few people to answer to. A lot of other people and devs in the industry, they don't have that gift. And unfortunately, maybe we need to let more of these, you know, examples happen. I think that's one of the things that, like, I give Microsoft a lot of props with. They're like, look, make the game you want to make. This is the kind of game that Microsoft would have let them make.
Now, acquisition by Microsoft actually has some positive results. Wow.
You give this same tools and the same studio to someone like maybe an EA or Ubisoft or an Activision, it's hard to tell how it would have came out the other end.
Look,
it's they look at the overall perspective. I feel like, you know, these armors look hard. Well, it's the in-game armor. It's the armor that you really grind for. Can we charge for that?
You're funny. Let me get Sav look like I'm worried. Sav fixing his face. I don't know where he going with this. So I'm worried to see where Sav is going. Sav, there's a lot of controversy. The devs are pushing back, you know, and obviously the gamers, and Dustin feels a certain way. Where do you sit on this whole Baldur's Gate 3? The rising boat? What's the analogy?
The rising tide lifts all boats.
What we doing?
I was laughing because it's like, if you let Addict go on long enough, he's gonna say my point. Damn it!
He's stealing your point. Okay,
always happens. So but it goes back to this idea for me that it's the philosophy behind this idea that no, we can't achieve this certain thing, behind the reality of the business realities of why it can't happen, right? And I just feel like those things are, the argument is sort of happening head to head, but they're kind of arguing with apples and oranges.
Real quick, I forgot to say this. Baldur's Gate, and I'm not butchering their name, this studio made a game this popular that's a turn-based RPG. That's all I gotta say. Like,
good too.
Yeah, and it's quality, right? And I think we discussed this briefly last night, but for me, looking at it, when you compare some of the comments that some of these devs were making, they're coming out of spaces where they don't have the luxury of this early access that Baldur's Gate had. Baldur's Gate, they started work on this game after Divinity 2, and then midway through development, they said, hey, we're going to put it into early access. You can buy what's there now and support and continue to support as we continued development, right? Same thing happened to a lesser extent with Hades. Look at the quality of that game at the end of its development cycle. So I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I know King is not about being the beta boy. I understand that.
Not a beta boy. I said y'all talking King about early access. I'm trying to hear what he think.
But again, we have two examples where the end product has been better for it because of the input and the money, right? The financial support of the community,
people
right?
Need to get paid for that. That's doing
100%.
developers
100%.
doing
But
the work.
because of that, right?
Do you think
because
there's
of
an
that,
argument? Real quick, do you think there's an argument that maybe Sea Thieves should have been a preview?
could have been, right? If we look at
it went from then to now.
If we look at Grounded, right? Do you think Grounded would have been? Obviously, Grounded is coming out of the Microsoft camp, right? The bag is a little bit
Grounded
different.
did have an early access,
It was
right?
100%.
And it came out very polished. People were very impressed with Obsidian.
Very
I just
impressed
feel
with
like
the product.
Sea Thieves wouldn't have got that heat right out the gate if it was an early access.
Millions of people disagree with you.
But that was years of
King about
building
to
that
cook when it's his
concept for those
turn.
millions to play.
But the game is still viable, regardless.
Oh no! But he's talking about when it first came out. The heat it got when it first dropped.
Whatever bad vibes it had, it didn't affect it at all.
Well,
It
continued to improve, though. It continued. You can't say that it stayed trash and then people kept loving it.
No, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. If it's a game of service, what happens on a game of service? It builds.
It builds.
And if you're going by what people are saying, like bringing up Sea of Thieves, I think that was the worst thing that you could ever do. You should never
millions.
put them up.
Millions of people
Because
playing.
the fact of the matter is, Sea of Thieves is probably one of the most played games, period, on the platform. So I think should stick to Boulder Gate.
Anyway, I already know where he going. Continue.
So again, when the arguments come out that no, we shouldn't strive for this, that, and the other, in some ways you're comparing apples to oranges because a lot of these other devs don't live in that world where their game could come out and be like, yeah, we want to put this in early access and have the community pay for it. It's not the case. They're beholden to what publisher deadlines, internal deadlines, and at the end of the day, we've talked about this in the past. The fact that the financial aspect of game making is so intrinsically tied to the product, it's not removed from it. It affects the end result of the product. So over the past decade, we've gotten used to the fact that, hey, a patch is going to fix this. A couple of patches are going to fix this. Oh, this is going. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. A couple of months down the road. That is just the nature of normal game development now. When you deviate from that, right? You get things like a Hades, like a Baldur's Gate 3. That isn't the norm. That isn't going to continue to happen, right? And I think when some of these devs are talking about, you shouldn't ask us to aspire to that. That is not being considered in the conversation. That's part of it, right? Now, if any of these devs, and it's weird for me to even think that a dev is saying, nah, we can't do that. It's really hard for me for a creative person whose life is built on building these things from the ground up from nothing. Mind you, game development, as much as all of these devs are professionals, they've been doing this for a very, very long time. If you ask any dev, when you build a game from the ground up, even if it's the third game in the series, it's like building the wheel from the beginning. You're like, nah, the wheel doesn't exist. We got to rebuild the wheel. It is literally starting from the beginning. So you have to intrinsically be a person that loves that level of discovery and pushing yourself to see what more you can do. So for a dev to be like, nah, we can't do that, it almost feels like Stockholm Syndrome a little bit, where some of these comments feel like they're defending publishers. Like they're defending, like they're so entrenched in this idea that their ideas get to a certain point and the money's gonna stop or the deadline. Like it almost feels like that is the nature of what they've been doing. They don't see anything different. They're not part of an indie dev. They're not part of this. And all of a sudden, it's like, it's weird because it felt like they're developing the power. They're defending the powers that be. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's very weird.
In fairness, a little bit, because I know you go, but Tyler's thing is saying that, hey, like, they want what you guys want. It's not that they don't want it. Like he's saying, I've seen content suggested it should make people angry. He said, we're all striving for excellence, but few of us will ever achieve it. And demanding every game provides once in a generation innovation is insanity. So he says not that he doesn't want it, but he's just saying like the reality of it happening is where the disconnect he has with gamers.
And the reality of it comes from the realities of the business, right?
I call cap though. The majority of these AAA studios that have these type of funding that this studio went with Baldur's Gate 3, they fell from a variety of variables. It had nothing to do with the quality of the studio, that nothing to do with the talent. Could have been management, could have been a variety of all of this stuff. The majority of them can make these type of games. They just, because of, you know, like I said, publishing outreach, because of bad management, that is what's resulting in these games.
That seems to be the key thing, and I'll get to it when it's my turn.
That is the key thing.
Yeah, I'll get to it when it's my turn.
That is the key thing. But that is, to Addict's point, we've been supporting this, right?
Yeah, and there we go. Let's get to it. Let's get to it now. Exactly. Let's get to it.
We have all created the conditions, and it goes again. It's one of the things that's very circular, right?
Yeah.
Because as consoles progress, power progresses.
Bad behavior.
We reward bad behavior because the bad behavior begets, in a lot of ways, the hot new game with the new tech.
Launch
it
without
great.
the feature. Launch it without the frame. Launch it without the.
And it's just this. It's this, right? It's this.
One of our topics is something we're about to be disappointed in as far as ports, right?
So it's like it is a problem that is intrinsic to the industry and how it's functioned now for a pretty long time, right? And it's not gonna. That's the thing. It's not gonna stop because we keep it. And it's never going to happen because if you think about the scenario that causes this to happen is everybody just stops buying. Everybody stops buying. That's not going to happen.
Be talking, but when it's time, we see what the numbers say, and they see what the numbers say.
And at the end of the day, when it comes to this argument, I get it on. But it is talking. At the end of the day, when the next thing, if Starfield comes out, and it doesn't reach that level of quality, or whatever, they're not gonna hold. But Baldur's Gate did this. No, they're not. Nobody's gonna do that. At the end of the day, it's not gonna happen, right? And it wouldn't be fair to do that to Starfield because Starfield is a different thing, a different entity. You at the end of the day, when you finish playing both of those games, you could say, I like this one more than that one.
Right. No, fair
but
enough.
It wouldn't be fair to make that comparison either. So again, people are outraged once again for something that is going to blow in the wind and be done with. But I do think it's an interesting conversation to have when it comes to this cyclical nature of these problems that we all feed into.
Factual.
We all feed into, and at the end of the day, the answer is to stop doing it, and that's not going to happen. So we're going to sit here arguing about the same things over and over again for decades because it's just the scale is going to change, right? That's it.
Yeah, I stood on my square. I ain't supporting Nintendo with they online. I'm just joking. I'm being messy. I'm sorry.
Didn't you play Tears of the Kingdom?
I don't want to talk about that. So you try and expose me, and I don't like that.
Like I said,
you try to expose
over and over
like
again. The gaming industry has our compassion and our passion. They have it straight in they hand, and they know that
I stood on my square.
There's been very few moments in history, in gaming history, where everyone came together on something.
Facts.
And when usually it does happen, so I always got to give it to the PC people, even though you guys get on my nerves. You guys stand together a lot more than the rest of the industry.
No, factual. Let's get the king. I'm dying for this. This is what I've been waiting for. The king. This is Baldur's Gate is causing industry shifting dialogue. We got devs versus gamers, influencers. It's real outside. Where does the king stand on all this?
I don't even know how this is a topic. This is millennial crap. These entitled little. Oh God, these dudes is so. All right, one person saying that devs should aspire to do this and. The devs want a participation trophy. No, we participated. These are the participation trophy dudes. No, our game should not be held to the standards of the next guy because the next guy can run faster, jump higher, and do other things. We should never aspire to be as good or as great as that guy. I haven't even heard what this game has done that has broke the genre that is supposed to be so mind-bending. I hear Cog talking about, the dwarfs got strong arms. I had people talking about, oh, they're able to do things with bears that should not be done.
This.
It's okay. It's a game that's out in a cycle now. It's a lot of things surrounding this game that's having a lot of conversation about it. It's a high quality game that's being staggered on release. You have one group talking about, oh, it's exclusive to us. Shut up. If it released on the PC, it's exclusive to the PC first. All right, so stop claiming things.
Yeah, Larry said that.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. But it is water finding its level. All right. Before, you know, if y'all listened, if y'all was here in the early part of the show, Hargeet and I and, you know, the rest of the panel was talking about games being released. Those games didn't have an avenue of a patch and stuff being upgradable. So when they came out, these guys did the best that they possibly could to deliver you the product that they possibly can give you, the best quality product, right? And from those days, you got gems. You got those games that, oh man, it was so dope, and they were really good. You got the Baldur's Gate and stuff like that. All right, so now you have people that got so lax and got so laid back in the ability of saying that we're going to launch a patch later down the road.
Facts.
We got this. Oh, hey man, when this feature's not there, we can just release this feature later.
Facts.
So, you know, Baldur's Gate fell into the perfect storm. I want to know what the conversation would be if Stadia was still around.
Oh, because
right. So because the game would have been released on Stadia, right? So I want to know if it would have released in its same polished state that it is now. And I know you're going to say Divinity and Divinity 2 Original Sin, all those games show that they do produce quality. So why are you shocked? Right? Why is this, oh my God, they've done something that nobody has done in the industry, and this game is genre bending.
Let you cook.
It's not. It's just a quality studio releasing a quality game, and it had enough time to release this quality game to the platforms. And you guys are overwhelmed by the fact that it's a quality game being dropped, and then somebody had the ability to say, yo, you know what? Everybody should strive to this. And developers is like, no, we should not be held to the standards of somebody else. That doesn't make any sense. That's idiotic in its statement. You should be held to the standard, but it's water finding its level. And what y'all don't want, and if anybody's opposed to a good game being good and a good game having not to release a patch and to fix this after you made your purchase, if you, the developer, is opposed to that, that means that you don't want them to look at you. You don't want them to look over to you because you probably planning a patch after the fact. You're probably saying we can get the game up to running speed here, and then we can release later with this patch that get it up to 1440p, and then we can release the 60 frames per second patch later, and then we can let's stop that rhetoric. Let's release the best possible games that we can release. And
that's all I'm on, King.
I mean, like you said, we're consumers. When you go into the store, does somebody say, all right, here's your fish. We're going to give you the potatoes in like 5 hours. No, they don't do that, right?
Or they charge you to cook the steak. We can give you the raw steak, and if you want, you can pay more to have it cooked.
Well, that's if you're at hibachi. But you got to think about it, right? You got to start demanding better as a consumer. You guys are so easy to bend the knee. You're so easy to give your money in. And like Addict said, you're rewarding bad behavior.
And it's us too. It's not just a chat.
Okay, as long as y'all said
no.
I'm about to get y'all. I got receipts on y'all.
No, I'm talking about the consumer. I am the consumer.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the consumer. I'm definitely 100% in on this. I was screaming Halo Infinite needs to be released. How Halo Infinite release. I didn't care about the co-op. I don't care about a lot of things.
Care about Red 460. Y'all ain't care about Little Man split screen. Y'all ain't care about none of that.
I don't care
I'm still about that. I'm still about that.
Yeah, I don't
Just
care
to
about
throw
a lot
wrinkle
of
in this, King. If you paid for Game Pass, you've already paid for it.
That's the truth.
I heard Game Pass. I'm good. That's what I heard.
See, and that's the thing. The thing is, you remove the bickering by giving somebody something they perceive for free. Right. So that's why I don't have a dog in the fight. I haven't played Baldur's Gate. And I can't tell you the quality that is in. And I refuse to play Baldur's Gate right now, knowing that Starfield's about to come out, and I'm about to jump into that. And I got to finish Final Fantasy 16. I got a backlog of stuff. But for those individuals that did get Baldur's Gate and you do like that and you expect quality going forward, then by all means, you should speak to that. You should tell people or developers, I want the same quality. But you can't say that you want the same quality, and then you're saying, well, they can release that 60 frame patch later, but I'm gonna have to dig in on this.
Factual.
Right? So you got to stand on your square, and we are not willing to do so. The hypocrisy in this whole topic, to be honest with you, is very high.
Facts.
Yeah, like I can literally hear right now, Starfield is buggy, it don't work, it's a bad game, and I'ma still want to buy that sucker to try it myself.
Wait, I know dudes ain't wait, but I gotta ask King this, because this is the other thing is, again, where I gotta, you know me, I gotta keep it balanced. You know what I'm saying? As far as what the devs are saying, they are saying that this is an outlier. They're saying these dudes got like 6 years to make a game.
No, I agree
these
with that.
dudes got, shout out to Laren, because the game's amazing. These dudes got early access.
They got paid too.
And right. And my question, King, this goes back to you, because you are anti-beta boy. You do not like doing betas. You do not. Right. I know you don't. You've always said on this podcast that gamers should be paid. That's a developer.
Give me my money.
So how can we have that when these goes against what you believe in?
Well, this is this part. As far as if you're gonna beta test something, and I want everybody in the community, y'all can sign petitions and do that. Refuse to beta test their games until they pay you. Because they used to have research and development departments. They used to have gameplay departments. They used to have all the stuff that they used to play. They used to pay people for. They brought people in, and people played the games and found the bugs, bug testers. Excuse me.
QA.
They had all of these things in place. They removed those things when they found out that you idiots decided to say, you know what, I'll test it for free, and I'll give feedback. If they give you a whole questionnaire right after you played the game, did you like it? Did this board have this? If you see any bugs, could you please report it? So you are snitching, and you ain't even getting paid. At least these snitches out here in the street is getting paid. They and the police officer, they're getting a check at the end of the month.
What's funny is I'm technically in the QA thing.
Yeah, I know.
I QA.
I know.
We know you QA. You play these games.
As long as you're getting paid, it's no problem. If you're not getting paid, the hell with this. So no, I don't agree with a lot of this stuff, and I don't care. But if you're gonna have me beta test your stuff, pay me, because that was what I was doing before. I come from back then. I come from looking at the job hunting in the back of the magazines, and they said, if you play games, do you want to bug test? Do you want to do this? Do that. But you guys are doing it for free. Like, this is beyond me.
I think what the individual that was saying this tweet is like, game development is so many variables that Baldur's Gate 3 is an example of the majority of them being done successfully or just without a lot of issues.
They didn't do nothing. They got the bag from Stadia. Let's keep it a buck. They got the bag from Stadia. He was making a game.
I feel you. Maybe they could have made the game without that money.
And they was sitting on a game, and they said, you know what? We're going to get more money. We're going to get the PC money now. We're going to get the PlayStation money. We're going to get the Xbox money. You don't think all that money can turn into a great game in all this time?
Well, we've seen plenty of times where all that money didn't matter.
I never heard of no problems with the game.
But I don't know, King. Look, Larian Studio says it believes in Google's platform. All right, that aged poorly, but it is not going to participate in the exclusivity game. So it wasn't exclusive. It was always. And I see the question is, when did they decide the early access route was the right route to take? That's the question, because that's what made this game what it is, right? And
it was the player feedback.
It was the feedback and the fact that they were allowed to make it. No, they got paid. They got paid to keep making the game.
This is the problem.
Early access, crazy, right?
This is my problem. Early access. Yeah, I'm playing it in the background. I'm part of the
what's crazy, club. If you're in early access, you're literally paying them to beta test their own
game. Because I want to be part of the exclusive club.
Let me ask you this.
NDA dudes gotta have that voice.
Let me ask King this: If having more publishers experimenting with early access games leads to better quality games, would
That's
you be
the thing.
okay with that?
I'd be okay if they start paying people. I'll be okay if these dudes stop
But they
simping.
do
So
get
you're
the
not-
discounts most.
So
of the
you're not
time.
gonna be happy at the fact that when you do decide to play Baldur's Gate 3, it's a
I
better
don't
product
care.
because
You know what
of the
I don't-
beta boys that played it before
you
you.
know why? You know why I don't care? Tommy
Right.
that's sitting there putting in 30 hours but can't buy food for the week.
That's his fault.
But I'm playing Baldur's Gate.
That's his fault, though. That's his fault.
noodles.
We gotta
You know,
get.
get Tommy 10.
We gotta
10,
get G. We
15
hold on
bucks
one
every
second,
time
Hargeet,
he
because I want to respect G's time. Shout out, we got the legendary G Park watching folks in the
Park in the
realm.
building.
What's going on? Let me get a
Happy
quick mic.
Sunday, it's Lord's Day.
No doubt, it's the Lord's Day. Look, man,
Yeah.
this topic is raging. I'm glad you was able to join it because I want your perspective. I know your time is limited, so I want to respect
He was very
that.
vocal in the chat, so I feel he felt like
he's very
had
vocal. So
something
look,
to say.
obviously we saw Destin's comment, we saw the editorial, we saw the pushback from gamers, we saw obviously developer pushback from saying, hey, outlier, not that we don't want those same things too, but it's not apples to apples, that kind of thing. Where does Lord Gene Park stand in all of this controversy about Baldur's Gate 3 and the excellence that it is raised in this community?
I need to get this off my chest because,
Let's go.
watching the conversation has been infuriating.
Here we go.
It is
Let's go.
crazy. My biggest question is goes back to the original tweet, which goes back to Mr. X Nelson, right?
Yes.
The one that Destin was citing.
Yes.
Right.
And that was back in July 8th, and I totally missed that tweet. I didn't even know that there was anyone talking about it or anything like that. Destin's video was the one that highlighted it for me.
Mhm.
My question is, who was he responding to when he wrote that Twitter thread? Like where did the context originally start from? Because from what I can tell, I don't see people saying, hey, Supergiant Games, or hey, small studio, you need to make a Baldur's Gate 3. If you're gonna make an RPG, this is the standard you got to be. I don't, and Xavier Nelson writes for small studios, so I don't think anyone's expecting their studio to make a Baldur's Gate 3, right? But maybe
think this
there
takes
are.
more on the
Maybe there
AAA.
were people who were saying that. So that's why I'm wondering, like, where did the context start
It
from?
started
Because I
July
feel like-
8th, yeah, when he put that
Yeah,
out.
because like people, like at this point, that thread and Destin's point is just talking past each other. And
Right.
what's crazy is that Destin's video is making other devs talk past him, and they're starting to say foolish things like, "Oh my god," like that PR guy in Canada, Sean, who got ratioed by Cromwell, who said Baldur's Gate 3 had insane funding from D&D, and then Cromwell had to say, "What funding?"
Yeah, when Cromwell said what funding, I almost passed out. That was
Dude, I
wild
would have
funny.
deleted my account. That's crazy. But like he was defending the original point by Nelson that says, hey, like this a project like the Baldur's Gate would be too risky at scale, blah blah blah. But it's like, are people saying that? Are people asking? But then also to that point, Disco Elysium was made by like how many people?
Like 30, yeah.
Like 30 people, and that game is rated higher than Baldur's Gate 3, right? It obviously it didn't sell as well, but it's
Right.
still at that quality. It's just a much smaller game. You can still make a game like that with a small studio. So even that point is confusing to me. And then Destin wrote his article because I guess he saw, even if you go back to that original tweet by Mr. Nelson, you see people responding already.
Yes.
By saying things like, "Hey, like you can't do this," and what's up with microtransactions and like buggy games and blah 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 and all these shady practices. So already that interpretation of the original thread was out there. I think Destin was boosting that
Right.
point of view. I don't think that he would just decided to just make this some other thing. I think it was already some other thing, and then Destin was boosting that point of
Right.
view, and then now people are responding to Destin.
To
making it
Destin
about
thinking
some
that
other
he's
thing.
the initiator. Yeah, that's a good point. That's actually an excellent point. No, I'm
Yeah.
finished, Gene. I'm sorry.
So I mean, to me, it just goes to show like how crazy. Like you can just see the communication breakdown in real
Yes.
time. I imagine that everybody is actually agreeing with each other to a certain point. Like yes, small studios probably can't make this big of a game. Yes, microtransactions and shady business practices are bad. Yes, like who can disagree with any of that shit? And that's why you can't really disagree with what Destin is saying and that's why Destin's video is popping off because like at the surface level of it, he's right. But it's like, is he addressing what Mr. Nelson was talking about? I'm not sure.
Right.
It doesn't seem like it. But then what was Mr. Nelson responding to?
Yeah, because it seems like his initial talk was just kind of like, again, what he said, I like a lot of people. I'm deeply excited about what the lovely folks at Larian accomplished with Baldur's Gate 3, but I want to gently, preemptively, that's the key word, like preemptively push back against players taking that excitement and using it to apply criticism or a raised standard to RPGs going forward. And then that's what started the whole thing about dev cycles and developers and office and all that other stuff. I wanted to get Hargeet, Gene, unless you finish. I just want to make sure you get everything off, and I want to get Hargeet, and then I'll jump in.
I just want to end off with, like, it's just crazy to see the communication breakdown in real time. And then for me, like, that makes me think, like, like, what other things are we getting wrong in history? Because we can't even get this one thing that happened in July right, Like, this shit is on text, on paper, and we still cannot interpret this shit correctly.
Language
so
of the
who's
Lord.
to say that the Ten Commandments are correct, Come on.
Listen, we're definitely...
But I mean, it's just wild to see, like, everyone just completely talk past each other. And we just got this messy whole discourse where everybody is just saying kind of like, just saying different things. And fighting about everyone are just having their own argument and their own fight in their own head right now.
Yes. And I think it's getting really messy out here. Hargeet, then I gotta get my bars off because I didn't go yet.
Yeah, I was just gonna add the development cycle, like as far as the time frame, games are taking as long, and like so Larian took 6 years, I guess, to do this game, and look at Avowed, that's 6+ years of development. At least we don't know when it actually comes out. It's maybe next year. That would make it at least 6 years because they knew of that game before they acquired them, and that was in 2018, right? So we're talking at least 6 years. Starfield's 8 years, right? So games do take this long now. That's just the norm. And like, so again, if it is, a AAA versus AA indie, right? You can give slack to a AA or indie, right? To say, okay, we don't expect this to go at that same level. Larian is a pretty big studio though, and they should be at that AAA level, right? So they spent 6 years to do it, and they came up with a polished product. I think some of the things King was saying were very important to note. They didn't do anything crazy. All they did was put out a game that they should have put out. That's it. That's all they did. That's all they did. They put out the game, and it's just polished to the point where it does what it's supposed to do. They promised this is what it's going to do, and it did it. That's it. That's not.
What's funny, Hargeet?
This
This game literally just comes out. It functions very well, like it's supposed to on launch, and it doesn't have microtransactions in it. And people are giving it this much praise. That's how bad we are in the industry right now with microtransactions and unpolished games. That when those two things are done, we are putting them on such a high pedestal for stuff they should be doing.
I get you. Look, let me jump in.
I also want to point out that I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 does do something special.
Yeah, it's a special game.
And we haven't seen a game like this in Mass Effect, and it is more complicated than Mass Effect.
Gene about to take my points. Go ahead, Gene. Go ahead.
It ever was, like at the beginning of the game, there are main characters that you can completely miss and kill, and they're just gone from the rest of the game.
Yes,
that's it.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a game that does that in a long time.
Well, that's the thing. That's one of the arguments that people were talking past. The fact that as a Baldur's Gate game, if you look at the history of what Baldur's Gate has been, and it being based on D&D is about emergent gameplay. This is stuff that happens on the fly in these games. It's not built for that in other games. Like this is so they decided to take that formula, right? Because I guarantee you people would have been disappointed if you just got Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 again looking prettier, right? They had to elevate that. And in elevating that, now you have it where besides the PC community, now you have the console community looking at it. And now you have this whole swath of people who never thought about Baldur's Gate before, looking at the most complex RPG they've ever seen in their life and looking at it like it's a brand new toy. And it isn't a brand new toy. It's a toy that has been improved upon over decades.
Exactly. It's the same thing as what happened with Elden Ring, right? Where people were like, "Oh my God, what is Elden Ring doing?" Bro, they're doing the same thing they did in Demon's Souls back in 2009. The beautiful thing about Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3 is that these developers are doing what they always been doing good, and that's what we're celebrating right here. They didn't change the dynamic or anything like that, despite what the market says. They didn't make it more casual. They didn't simplify it. Didn't make it more linear.
Good point. Good point. I gotta jump. I'm sorry. I gotta jump. I can't get no bars off. I've been waiting. I've been patient. I've been hosting. Look, man, this is a great discussion. I think personally, a lot. I lean more with Gina saying. I think we are talking over each other, and I think between gamers and developers, And I think, honestly, the anger is misplaced. I think that the anger really should be at the publishers here. I think we are attacking the developers, you know, saying that they should be doing this, but a lot of this is coming from up top. When we look at what you guys are saying, especially what Saul was saying as far as like the structure of these games.
Trend
and
chasing.
Right. And right now we're looking at, you know, insane player choice, you know, Baldur's Gate, a turn-based game, Addict, right? Doing this kind of thing. And to me, I always look at it, and I think, Gene, you alluded to with the Mass Effect comparison, which was what I was going to go to, is that if you're the publisher, right, and you go, yo, all right, Baldur's Gate, all right, you know, Mass Effect, why is this game taking 5 to 6 years to make? Right? Now, we know Larian's in a different situation, but let's just say you're EA. Let's just say you're some publisher that is managing this game, right? And they're going to like, look, well, we got all these player choices and, they, you know, all this ability. You talk about characters that you may not even see or die at the beginning of the game that you may miss, and all this choice and Paragon, Renegade. And then they sit there and look at the metrics and say, well, 10% of the people, 5% of the people actually picked this choice, and you made all this development time for this, right? So then now it's the pushback. Right? Because the games are expensive. Games are taking so long to develop. And then in their mind, they like so little few percentage is actually going to see this. Yo, Baldur's Gate 4, Mass Effect airdrop, we going to have to cut this. You see what I'm saying? This is where the pushback is. So I think developers want it. But again, it's the publishers. And it goes back to what we were saying earlier, where it's just like, rewarding bad behavior, so to speak, right? When a game comes out and we don't see that level of polish and we don't see, you know, the features and we see the nickel and diming and the over monetization, right? The problem is a lot of times, and we don't see the multiple paths. I remember even Fallout 4 got a little pushback for not being as hardcore as Fallout 3 with player choice
that's why I've always
dialogue.
said it's a great like first-person shooter action thing, but
Right.
it's not a good Fallout game.
Yeah, because
we just had a really good recent example,
Okay.
Redfall.
Yes.
Redfall.
Yes.
Come on. You want to talk about chasing trends? You want to talk about publisher you know, interruption or whatever like that?
Yeah.
You want to talk about devs wanting to make their own game, but then they couldn't. That's Redfall right there.
It's a good point. They went out of a lot of the original team, as we heard,
quit.
right?
They quit.
They quit because they was like, this is not the game we're going to win. So I honestly still blame it on the publishers, and I still blame it on the gamers for supporting bad habits, microtransact, all this stuff that we say we're not going to do, we're not going to support. But when the game, the hot trailer come out of that game that you've been waiting for, or that remake or whatever, we bend the knee. So I think that's
It
where
sucks that we're put in that situation too.
True.
I
Like, it
just
really
hate when
does
people
to-
use that as an excuse.
All right, let's go, Ken. Go ahead.
No, it's just the fact that, okay, yeah, Redfall, whatever. If the game would have hit, then, you know, we'd have just heard, despite all our challenges, the game still came out to be good. Oh, now the game is, it was whatever. Well, you know, I didn't want to be there anyway. This didn't go right, you know. So it's always, you know, it's excuse laden. It's just, listen, take your loss or got your loss. You know, you were there. You could have easily said, yo, for the people that did leave, they say, yo, I'm not going to be a part of this. I don't like this. This is not where I'm going. San Diego Square, get out. Go ahead, do that. So then you could tell across the street, I told you it was going to be trash. I told you, and that's why I left. Good, I'm down with that. But don't, after the fact, you know, yell out, you know, it's a game. You know, I wasn't about the direction. If it would have hit, though, you know, despite all our challenges.
Why they got two different acceptance speeches?
You know how it
It's
goes.
true. It is true. It's all about how the reaction
Yes,
goes, right?
Look, I will
Listen,
say,
I know it's gotten bad, guys.
Yeah.
We see that famous like yellow tint like apology thing on every studio now. We know we launched with issues and we're sorry that it went this way. It's like that's becoming there's someone that can I honestly think there is someone out there that can get really good at that and make money because so many studios
off
have
the
to do
apology
that
tweet
now.
about
The
how the
apology.
expectation
Just
wasn't
imagine,
made.
like, we're hiring for an apology tweet. It's like
But look,
a company
Hargeet, I'll give it to you, Hargeet. I just got one last point. I'll give it to you right back to you, Hargeet. But like to Hargeet's point, I just think we are at an inflection point. I think
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate has changed the game. Even though theoretically, like Hassan and Gina said, that these games have existed. It's just that we haven't had it in such a while, and now you're seeing the positive response.
Rarely this polished.
Right, for the polish, right? And now there's the pushback. But again, to Hargeet's point, right? Like, this is the new, I don't say the new normal, but this is what the gaming community is now gravitating with their wallet so far and say, hey, we want to see this. And it's like, oh, well, it's like there's certain inflection points. When Breath of the Wild came out, it's like, yo, remember you saw publishers kind of chasing a Breath of the Wild clone bag for a little bit. There's certain points where it does raise things. And now it's like, if you don't have this, then gamers are not going to respond to it. But go ahead, Hargeet. I know you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so on the publisher thing, I'd push back a little bit in that it is good to set constraints on a development studio to say, like, don't go crazy. If something only resonates with 1%, don't spend half a year on it.
Right.
It's not going to be enough of a result. So don't do that. I agree with that. What I'm very concerned about is when they take a single player studio and say, make it something that's live. Because that has almost never worked.
Add the co-op component. You got to co-op. You got to
co-op.
Squad,
I'm okay with potentially doing co-op.
Okay.
It's more if I want to add, some sort of live service capability to it. Make it multiplayer, right?
Just so
Anthem,
they can fill it with microtransactions.
Yeah.
And things that just don't make sense, right? So when you try to do that, you take what a good core group can do and say, expand yourself into something you have no comfort with, and suddenly make a product that's at the same quality as what you did before. And it rarely works. It's very hard to do. I can't even think of an example where that's actually worked.
Right.
But
it worked a little bit in the Assassin's Creed games, where like they did just enough to where they can put microtransactions in, but they didn't go they didn't jump in the pool.
But it's not live service, so they did have like a couple where you had co-op missions, right? But it's not. Hey, this is an MMO where everybody's playing together. Like it's very hard to do that well in an established thing, and a studio that tries to do that, it's not as easy to pull off. So I prefer that they don't do it, and I'm very concerned with where Sony's going. I'll just say, like,
with the live service. I know where you're going with the 10
where
live
they're
service,
pushing all their majority of their money into live service, and some of their studios to say, hey, you should look at live service. This is exactly what happened with Redfall, right? Where ZeniMax is like, yo, we need people to, we need games that make a lot of revenue, and it's good to look at these live service things, which is how Redfall came about, right? Which is how Fallout 76 happened, ESO happened, right? But that studio, Arcane, was not like a good multiplayer studio. They're very good at making that single player narrative.
Bethesda at the time was chasing trends and a pre-acquisition era. That's what I keep telling people. They trying to get that back. And to your point, and Attic, we will appreciate this, because even though it wasn't a topic, we moved this topic out. This topic was supposed to be Avowed today, but then we saw this Baldur's Gate, we changed it. But did you see what Furquas and the Avowed CEO said as far as how they initially thought it would be more attractive to publishers for Avowed if they had a co-op, right? And they had to sit back, now that they're under Microsoft, and say, you know what? That is not our DNA. This is not what we do. Let's do these more contained, well-written stories. And now Evolved is turning into the game that they wanted to truly be.
They saw Redfield and was like, yo.
Nah, this is before Redfall. No kidding.
One thing I want to say, though, is like, shout out to Microsoft for allowing them to make
That's
those changes.
what I'm saying.
Because a lot of publishers are like,
and for them to say no.
A lot of publishers would have said, you promised me a co-op experience in this so I could sell it better.
Facts.
That's what I'm gonna get.
Nah. Yo, they also Redfall said meeting.
This is before Redfall, King. No.
This is from before, right?
This before. This is one of the games that they show, and Phil and Love was like, oh, they got this cooking outside of Outer World. They're trying to play.
And they also when Redfall was good. It ain't nobody in that building did not know what Redfall was going to be.
But here's the thing. This is when COG, we always say, not every developer is created equal.
Fact.
Because a lot of other studios would have seen what was going on with Avowed and said, we're going to make it work. Obsidian was like, we can't make this work. We got to restructure.
That's right, because they saw.
You know, see the tweet from Ginga from Arcane Studios.
Yes.
He said, you know what? Sometimes other studios are just at another level. We can't make a game like that.
Thank you for saying that's big. And fair to dev, that is big. Like, not all studios created equal. We got to be real. As far as development,
get beat up and said, "I'm not going across the street."
Anyway, look, we beat this to death. Unless anybody saw if you had any other balls before we
No,
move on.
I just laughed. Shout out to the canary in the coal mine. To all of this, Sean Layden.
Ooh.
Sean Layden,
That's
a
true.
couple
That's
years
true.
ago, has been saying it, and this is all about the scope of these games being so unwieldy that all of these other circumstances impede the art, right? That's what it is. Like it's just crazy. So
Would you rather it go backwards or you rather it continue on? The thing that I see,
I don't think there is any going back, right? There's
That's
any
the
going
problem,
back.
right? So, like,
it's
we just
figuring
expect
out.
more.
Yeah, it's figuring it out, and that's the thing. We've been conditioned to expect more. We've been conditioned to constantly expect more, better graphics, frame rate, fidelity.
Why is that
dev
so?
cycle?
Why is that? Oh, that's because
we pay more.
exactly. So as we move forward, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, Cog? We're gonna move to the next.
Let's just jump this right in, right? Because this is a perfect
Okay.
transition.
Speaking.
Red Dead. Yeah, we got to get the Red
We're
Dead
gonna
port
get
out the way. Let's just get it out. Let's just get it over with.
I'll do it right after Red Dead.
Yeah.
Speaking of rewarding bad practices,
Let's get it. Let's get right
I
to
was
it.
gonna go, but I want to stay for this one. So
Okay, go. I want to say thank you, G.
I'll hop on after this.
Yeah, I'll get you first, G.
friends at Take-Two Interactive and Rockstar have decided that they're going to bless us with not a remaster, not a remake, but a straight port of 2010's the Xbox 360 PS3 classic Red Dead Redemption.
Coming in hot.
A straight port that guarantees the minimal amount, and I hate to say this, the minimal amount of resources they would have to spend in order to allow that game to be playable across all modern platforms.
Conversion. Use the right. It's a
it
beautiful
is
conversion.
basic.
bro.
It's like they took the microtransactions for 1 month. This is your budget.
This is your budget. Just go do this. So yeah, the re-release of Red Dead Redemption will be coming to the Nintendo Switch.
Woo, coming in hot.
A platform that is going to more than likely receive a new version or a new system next year.
Switch 2.
But you have to assume that they know something about what's going on there. So I'm assuming that this game will be backwards compatible with whatever the new machine is, and a PlayStation 4 version to also ensure that game is playable on a PlayStation 5.
PS4 is out here.
Is out here in the streets.
In the streets.
As someone who loves this franchise, loves this game in particular, I was particularly disappointed that we got nothing. And I'm elated. Elation was not a word that was in my vocabulary last week. So I've heard a lot of different takes about why this is, from a business perspective, you understand why they would do it. Minimal amount of investment, maximum amount of
profit,
of return. Now, when you look at the worry, right? The worry in this moving of it is that we get the same initial result we got with when Grove Street Games got the GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition, and it was far from definitive. And it was far from definitive to the tune ultimately of nearly 15 million copies sold. Rewarding bad behavior. So now the dev team working on this game is Double 11 Studios, a studio that has worked on a number of Vita games. They've done work for games like Crackdown 3. They've worked on Minecraft Dungeons. They've done a number of different sort of contract work for a lot of these games, and they have done smaller games of their own accord as well. They've been tasked with bringing this forward. So as a fan, I'm obviously disappointed. I'm disappointed in the fact that we don't get a PC version, but obviously that would have meant putting in the bells and whistles that modern gamers expect from a PC version. So from a business perspective, with them being all hands on deck on GTA 6, I understand, right? Not happy, but I get where they could be coming from with this. But at the same time, I think with them specifically, I think there is a trend towards them caring less and less about the single player aspects of their IP, right? I'm not saying GTA 6 single player will not be amazing, right, but they're going to drop an amazing thing and then walk away from it and focus on whatever the next aspect of GTA Online is going to be, right? And that's, to me, disappointing because it means that when they're looking at the examples of an RE4 remake, they're looking at the examples of a Dead Space remake, and they're saying, nah, we don't need that. We don't need to spend the time, the money, the resources to do that. We're going to give them this, and they'll be happy with that. And 15 million sales in, you can't blame them. But either way, it is bad behavior that we are continuing to support. Because my man Gene, I heard you. I'm punching up. He's like, I'm getting it on the Switch. I'm like,
Gene is one of the Gene is the problem.
Gene is the problem.
He is personally responsible.
I'm the guy buying Assassin's Creed every year, so that's on me.
Me too. Again, I'm at fault in other ways as well. So, what do you guys think? I'm sick to my stomach, but what do you guys think?
Gene, let's start with the offender. Let's go right to him.
Well, I think I'm going to be preaching to the choir here, but I think the real winners here are Xbox players.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. One of the biggest bonuses of the Xbox platform is the backwards compatibility. The fact that for some reason Microsoft is the one that's actually caring the most about their legacy titles and their legacy games. The fact that I can log on to Red Dead Redemption online on my Xbox Series X right now and still have my level 17 cowboy from back in like 2000 whatever, still playable now at the exact same spot that I left him like 12 years ago. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy. And I think you forgot multiplayer is not even included in the
in the new package.
Wait,
no. It's Undead Nightmare.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Undead Nightmare is going to be in the package, but no multiplayer. Wow, so go. You just go.
Just get ahead.
Yeah, and it's like the servers don't. If the servers didn't exist anymore, obviously you understand. They exist.
Oh, the servers they didn't shut them down.
No.
Oh wow, that's crazy. That's different.
They're still live on Xbox.
That's different.
So yeah, I logged right back in, and you know, if you log back in, people are cheating like crazy. You know? As soon as I logged in, I got sniped from somebody in the clouds, bro.
That's crazy.
No doubt.
Don't even try to play it right now, but I mean, it still looks good in 4K. I actually played, did a fresh run of it a few years ago when the Xbox came out. And I saw it there, and I was like, that's the magic of Xbox. That's the magic of this platform.
That is
so I think it really emphasizes, you know, how we don't care about the legacy of our titles. You know, and this is what's enabling these companies to keep charging us more. You know, the fact that PlayStation has no backwards compatibility with PS3 at all. And the only reason why they're releasing it on the PlayStation 4 is just to have it on modern consoles, I guess. That's it. And the Switch, you know. So that's why I'm going to get it on the Switch. That's the only portable version that'll be legal around.
That is true.
That's the only reason why. But yeah, otherwise it's hugely disappointing, right? No 60 frames per second. I think people saw that the LODs, the distance of certain objects is a little bit pulled back, so you can see a little bit more farther back. That's kind of cool, I guess. But otherwise, I don't know what they're.
No 60. That's
no 60. And to be clear, a lot of people have been saying this incorrectly. The remaster, the conversion, the port. But let's be clear too. A lot of people have been saying this online. It's not true. The Xbox version is not 60.
It's not 60.
It cleans up the choppy 30 that the original game had. It's a rock solid 30, but no 60 either.
It looks clean. It's very sharp. It looks great on the 4K set. I highly recommend it if you still got your copy. Download it. Just go buy it on Xbox.
Yeah, it's cheaper. You can just go
cheaper too. Cheaper too.
It's cheaper, and you get it online. You know. Try cheating there.
No, good point. Appreciate you, G, for pulling up on
All right,
this.
I'm gonna hop out, guys.
No doubt, brother. Always good to see LSM fan punching up, watching him post the homie. G Paul.
Holding the line. G's punching out.
Punching up, punching out.
No doubt. Salute,
God bless
brother.
Y'all. Take care, guys.
God bless. No, the addict. Let's go with you because I know Hargeet had to step away for a little bit, and I know your time limited. So, Red Dead, you in right? Day one. Let's go. Switch.
I don't know, man. Like these days,
Nintendo.
I can't even touch anything that has like a horse in it because I swear I got PTS. I just like every time I try to play something like a Red Dead, I just vision like trying to pull out a gun and just it's not there. So it's like, you know, because of my disorder, I'm not allowed to get on it. I don't know. It's like weird. Like that's a joke, but like there's legit games that like mess with me. Like I can't play Hellblade because I can't stand her. Like I just get so freaked out by her voice in my ears and stuff. It's just like when it comes to this game, don't support it. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, don't support this game. You know, if anything, go by their competition. That's we're going a different way than boycotting. Go by their competition. You know, if you got stock in the company, pull that stock out.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it's just like the only way they're gonna hear it is money.
There we have
Yeah,
it. Looks like Hargeet is back.
That's all I got to say. You know, I appreciate everyone coming through. I have to take off.
I know you
here.
gotta run. I know you gotta run.
Yeah, I was supposed to be out here by 4, so I'm probably going to be in trouble. But you know, it is what it is. I appreciate everyone for coming through. Appreciate Hargeet and Gene Park for coming through. Hit that like button. We almost got 1,000 people in here. We got 476 likes. Hit that like button.
Likes up. Come on, y'all.
I'm definitely gonna have to. I'm gonna have to tune in for that PlayStation 5 USB port for King.
Crazy.
I gotta hear that. But I appreciate everyone coming through, and I am going to stay in and just mute everything because I don't want to accidentally close out of
the
thing. Yeah,
no doubt. Lord King, new remaster. I mean, conversion.
Nothing new, bro. Stop it.
You're not excited?
Nothing new. The news is new.
It's hot. It's new.
This is the epitome of the last topic we just had, bro. This is exactly, and you dudes gonna run out there, and y'all gonna buy it, and y'all gonna support, and the sales are gonna happen, and they're gonna keep doing this to you dudes. They will not do this to me. I don't care. The last time I played it was when the game came out, and the fact that I was able to take my disc and put it in and still play it on my Xbox works for me. This is the difference between an Xbox user and you guys. So you guys can continue to take this and have fun with it. I like to hear that you ain't getting nothing new. I like to hear
That's what you like to hear.
The only thing new is the price. God bless. Have a good time. And listen, see y'all on the other side. Someday you may wake up. You know, this is for the consumer that blindly just clicks and buys or goes to the store and, hey, what came out new? Good. You think it's new? That's on you. Oh, wow, Red Dead Redemption. Don't they got it too? You at home, you find out that the game is for $10 on Xbox. You sucker.
How do you sucker?
Sucker.
Why you damn? That's old school. You ain't got to call him a sucker.
The game is regularly on sale on Xbox. Wow. Like you can get it for $10. Like it's just really
portability for the Switch.
And you can actually get the disc pretty cheap, right? If you want to get a second hand.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What about
like $10 for
Nintendo? They want to get some love. That.
Sucker.
It just getting it at the start of the Switch generation, right? 2017. I would have been elated to see this. At the end of it, when you know, and this is the thing, they have to know that the next thing is back compat, right?
Yes.
Because they're not going to even spend the resources on putting it on Switch now with Switch sales waning, knowing that a new one's coming next year. So this is fully back compat.
Oh, you think okay? So you think they know? Okay, I see where you're going.
And it is the minimal amount of work that you have to do to just get it on the Nintendo platform. That's it. Same with PlayStation. It is the minimal amount of work to get it on the legacy PlayStation platform that also plays on the new one. That is it. And it's disappointing, you know what I mean? But I think that's what it is on the Switch. Is it cool? Yeah, because you'll be able to, play on the go and it's a native version. Sure. I'm not doing that again. I know, but I know a couple of million that will.
Oh, I know people will. They say,
I've been waiting for this my whole life. Shut up.
I think the saddest part about it is that you're taking a 360 game and porting it to the PS4, and the fact that they did not tout anything about that port, there's nothing. You know that there's nothing. That is crazy to me.
No DualSense? Nothing.
What?
They don't got nothing.
Bro, they would have said something. What wouldn't you tout that as like, yo, the PS4 version, especially playing on a PS5 is gonna give you da. No, nothing.
Yeah, that's wild,
bro.
That's a whole sucker bet.
So, Hargeet, your thoughts? Excited? You getting this day one? You gonna get the DLC?
I, like King, I don't have to. I own this on Xbox. So I don't need to worry about it. We got a 1X enhanced version. So we actually get 4K. They get nothing.
I would like to ask our friend behind the scenes, and we know who we talk about, because this game, has all of the great back compat features except for FPS boost. And I think the FPS boost breaks. At some point it breaks to the point they're like, nah, we can't implement it. We'll
that's
do
why
everything else.
It won't work. Yeah.
So I'm thinking is that because this game is notoriously built on spit. they had to bring in the bands. The bands had to come in and fix this game. So it's probably one of those things where it breaks so badly in certain parts that they could not even think to put it in the final sort of back compat build of it. So
yeah, so one thing I'd love to see if they could pull it off, because we don't need a new version of it. I don't need to pay $50 for it, but if they could just go in and say, you know what, we're gonna patch the old 360 version like they did with the One X Enhanced.
Yes.
To say we're gonna uncap the frame rate.
Ooh.
So if your Series X can drive it to 80 frames, go to town.
Okay.
Right? Why not just do it? So that's a question up to take two. They could decide to like, hey, what the heck, if you want to do it, why not? Go ahead and make that happen. Outside of that, we have the best version already. It doesn't matter. This port is doing nothing to enhance the game. It's not 4K, not 60 FPS. It's just a direct port. We got the best version of the game.
Yeah.
We keep the multiplayer. It's still running. You can still play it. We keep them. They don't. So this port seems kind of weird to me. It really kind of slaps the players on those platforms. It's funny to me, right? Because I have it on Xbox, but it seems bogus, right? They should make some attempt to make it more modern.
And this is the thing, Hargeet.
Little like upres. How big a deal could that be?
That's the thing, right? And the thing is, we haven't seen any sort of upgrade to this game for 10 years. So you're assuming, my assumption is, okay, they're telling Xbox and PlayStation, yo, don't do any upgrades at the console level because we're coming out with something, right? We're coming out with something. You would think that's what it is. I'm like, okay, fine. They're gonna make me pay for it again, but they're gonna give me 4K, 60, whatever. No, none of this is true. None of this is true.
Yeah, I think for me, I'll jump in real quick. My disappointment was more, they've been called out for actually saying in the past that they wouldn't do something like this.
Yep.
Because there was a statement from, Strauss Zelnick, 2021. He said, I'm not sure, as far as remasters, not sure there'll be a bigger part of strategy. Remastering has always been a part of the strategy. We've done differently than the competition. We just don't port titles over. We actually take the time to do the very best job we can, making the title different from the new release for the new technology that we're launching it on. So we improve the technology, we upgrade the visuals, and we have performance enhancements. And that's why I think our remastered titles typically do so well. Like this was 22. This is what he said. It's funny. He's kind of had to walk it back because recently, well, now about remasters, it depends on the vision that the creative teams have for a title. And in the absence of having a powerful vision for something that we would do with a title, we might bring it in its original form. We've done that. And in certain instances, we might remaster or remake. It now depends really on the title and how the label feels about it and the platform and what we think is the opportunity for consumers. So clearly, there has been a shift here. Clearly, the lift is lighter. And they're not doing the care and all this attention to detail that they said they was going to do in 2021.
Grove Street, baby.
Yeah, listen.
How much do we got to pay to get that money? Oh, we want to pay $50,000? Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that. So I just thought that's all I wanted to do to end this topic. If anyone else has anything else before we move on to Kings.
Sick to my stomach.
Yeah,
for real.
Let's move on. Then we got the last. You want to do the super chats off?
I'll do the super chats and then pay the bills and then we'll move on.
That's right. We got bills. That's right.
Okay. We got Gears Infinite. Welcome to the Realm Lord Bronze. Gears Infinite. Put the crest in the chat. Then we have Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. The backlash is from publishers, not the devs. The publishers only view us as credit cards and are more than okay dropping busted games.
Yeah,
that's true. Nintendo, the Otaku, $5 super chat. I'm still waiting for open world games to catch up to Breath of the Wild. We definitely not gonna see RPG standards change with BG3.
Well, I'd say Elden Ring did that, right? Elden Ring took that Breath of the Wild and made it as good as it probably could be. It's pretty close.
Exactly. Mr. MDJ, $5 super chat. If you look at the state of these full price releases, we are all beta boys. It's nice for a dev to put it in Front Street before everyone spends $70. So, that too. Hollywood Rules, $10 super chat. As graybeards, we're lucky to have seen all of the changes in the industry, and it's why some of these Sony guys can't wrap their heads around the possibility of Sony failing. Winning and Sony on top is all that they know. That's true. I can see that. And we have the Darj Knight, £5 super chat. Yo, sorry I haven't been around much. Life's been busy. Blessings to all the round. Blessings to you, sir, brother.
Bro, salute.
Appreciate you.
Blessings.
Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat. Streamers were saying BG3 should be the standard. This conversation happened before Destin. Asmongold was saying BG3 should be the standard from now on. Yeah. Nintendo the Otaku, $10 super chat. I understand devs sticking to what they're good at and being successful, but there should be some pushback when they hole up in a box. Some of the best franchises came from devs leaving their square. Completely agree as well. Completely agree.
Also risk.
But yeah, there's risk, right? There's the whole thing is that when they try to mitigate risk with stuff you don't like microtransactions, stuff like that. Alvin, $10 super chat. I get this whole BG3 combo, except the pushback on MTX. Long as it's cosmetic like D4, just ignore it. I work hard and my pocket's fat. If I want my Oblivion horse to floss, mind your broke business.
Wait, he said mind your broke business?
Mind your broke business if I want horse armor.
Shut your blood mouth? Oh, damn.
Your blood clot.
Yo.
That
man said stop pocket watching. Okay.
Yeah, I feel you.
That's where he at.
Void Lock. Member for 19 months, Lord Bronze, Baldur's Gate, Remnant 2, Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and Elden Ring are the standard we need to set in the industry. We're good.
Won't disagree.
Nintendo on the Otaku, $5 super chat. We shouldn't be celebrating devs like Obsidian saying we couldn't expand our repertoire and keep it at quality, so we ran back to our comfort zone. That's not quite what they said.
That's not what they said. That's not what they said.
Then we have Jericho, $10 super chat. BG3 is a good game, but let's not forget it's isometric. You're not about the isometric.
You're not about the isometric.
How's that a caveat? Nah, it's not good enough because it's isometric. Robert Keller, $2 super chat. Rockstar, more like Scamstar. Am I right? Yeah, somewhat. Shout out to Strauss.
Shout out to Strauss out there.
Corey Tidwell, $2 super chat. BG3 is a good game, but there is some cap going on.
Damn.
It's a moment. It's a zeitgeist moment. Like I said, couple of weeks, the conversation will be in the ether like everything else. We are caught up, sir. So time to pay the rest of our bills.
Zymics.
Mute the mics. This episode is brought to you by FactorMeals. With the busy fall season just around the corner, you might be looking for wholesome, convenient meals for jam-packed days. Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit, can help you fuel up fast with chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. You'll save time, eat well, and stay on the track with your healthy lifestyle. As summer comes to a close and autumn approaches, that means change is in the air. Whether it's the kids going back to school, the changes in the weather, or the impending holiday season, everyone is in a mad dash to finish the year strong. Like I said, change is in the air for everyone except for me. Because for me, winter, spring, summer, or fall, I'm always working. So that means, unfortunately, the seasons meld into one, and it's a little difficult for me to enjoy other aspects of my life as much as I should. One thing I can say for sure is that Lady Saab always makes sure that I walk out of this house with my breakfast, lunch, and dinner in tow. And she does all of this while also being a working professional. What that means is that at the end of the week, you have two very tired individuals looking for ways to spend less time in the kitchen and more time enjoying life. In comes FactorMeals. We started using Factor a while back now, and I'm pleased to say that it's been a hit. We've been able to cut our prep time in half by replacing half of our weekly meals with Factor, and it's been amazing. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, or snacks, the meals are fresh, they're varied, they're healthy, and easy to prepare. Just heat them up for a few minutes, and you're done. And Lady Saab has just a little bit of her sanity back. So if you're too busy to end with your end of summer goals to cook, but want to make sure you're eating well, With Factor, skip the extra trip to the grocery store and the chopping, prepping, and cleaning up too, while still getting the flavor and nutritional quality you need. Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are ready in just 2 minutes. So all you have to do is heat and enjoy, and then can get back to crushing your goals. Refresh your healthy habits without missing a beat. Choose from 34 plus weekly flavor-packed, dietitian-approved meals ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Level up with Gourmet Plus options prepared to perfection by chefs and ready to eat in record time. Treat yourself to upscale meals with premium ingredients like broccolini, leeks, truffle butter, and asparagus. Too busy running around during the day to think about lunch? Keep your energy up with Lunch to Go. Effortless, wholesome meals like grain bowls and salad toppers that are ready to eat when you're on the go, no microwave required. So if you're looking for calorie-conscious options ahead of the busy season, try delicious, dietitian-approved calorie-smart meals with around or less than 550 calories per serving. Need an extra boost to support your wellness goals and feel your best for the rest of the summer? Try Protein Plus meals with 30 grams of protein or more per serving. Round out your meal and replenish your snack supply with an assortment of 45 plus add-ons, including breakfast items like our delicious apple cinnamon pancakes, which I love, bacon and cheddar egg bites, also a favorite in the household, and potato, bacon, and egg breakfast skillet. I'm a breakfast guy if you can't tell. Or for an easy wellness boost, try refreshing beverage options like cold pressed juices, shakes, and smoothies. With Factor, you can rest assured you're making a sustainable choice. We offset 100% of our delivery emissions, source 100% of renewable electricity for their production sites and offices, and feature sustainably sourced seafood in our meals. This August, get Factor and enjoy eating well without the hassle. Simply choose your meals and enjoy fresh, flavor-packed meals delivered to your door. Ready in just 2 minutes, no prep, no mess. So, head to factormeals.com/IronLords50 and use code IronLords50 to get 50% off. That's code IronLords50 at factormeals.com/IronLords50 to get 50% off.
No doubt. Salute to the Factor. I don't know. There's a lot of beefy talk going on in the chat.
There's a lot of beef. Yeah, they gave a lot of beefy options.
A lot of beefy options, a lot of truffle butter talk.
Truffle butter.
Yo, that's crazy.
That's crazy. That's why you had to say it like that. That's the part that had me there. Yo, we got to get the link if you can, so put the link in the chat.
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Put that in there. And
yes,
then,
sir.
We can get the super chats and move on to the final topic.
I'll put the link in a second. Give me a moment. Let me read the super chats.
No,
Okay, hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get too many more in. We didn't have too many more.
Too many.
Corey Tidwell, $5 super chat. Another thing, if Forza Horizon is niche, BG3 is esoteric.
Yo, wow. Okay.
Then we have Corey Tidwell, $5 super chat. Sav said truffle butter, like a rub it on the back of his elbow.
Like it was lotion.
Yeah, truffle butter.
Shit, I don't like the way you say it.
Yo,
It's different. All right. So
that's it. We're caught up. Yes, we're caught up.
Don't forget to put the factors. All right. Final
yes,
joint.
I would do that.
All right. This is Kings. We made it. Jeez, a long day. Yeah, this Kings topics. Also, I'll set them up.
And then
K&N news reporting, but actually some actual sourcing on some of these.
Yes.
PS5 USB ports seem to be coming in hot, y'all. Shout out to Kotaku.
Coming in hot.
Yeah, shout out to Kotaku. At PS5s got so hot at fighting game tournament, things melted. Sony's consoles reportedly cooked USB ports at the fighting game tournament for Street Fighter 6 and more. So I'm going to read some accounts here from King graciously provided me all the accounts going on. So over the weekend, thousands of fighting games descended in Vegas for EVO 2023, biggest fighting game tournament of the year. And some competitors had one problem. Some of the PS5s running all the games were melting their controller connectors. With the last matches of games like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, they basically was stating that at this year's event, this meant more than a few players dealing with PS5s that got so hot they screwed up the adapter. So you show a couple of people with The gentleman is Eduardo Cuervo. This is my melted controller. It just took one set. Kyoko236HS. He said this got stuck on my stick. I got it had ripped out of the PS5. They say Evo is proving that PS5 is not the answer. Posted Twitter user SaberAZ on August 5th. USB ports are melting like cray. And he said on his this is not isolated. We need to go to PC or Xbox at least. Kyosho 236 responded with a photo of the plastic insert in the USB port. This thing got stuck. I had to rip it out of the PS5. So other locals that had setups for PS5 or Street Fighter 6 said for multiple hours, the backside USB ports of two of them melted and got ripped out. They said they were not designed or they underestimated the heat the console generates. So yeah, there's been a bunch of reports about this, and then shout out to CNET.com who also commented on this and also said tips to ensure your PS5 doesn't melt. Use the front USB-A or USB-C port rather than the rear, which is next to the heat exhaust.
Put it next to the rear.
You just love this. It forced
away from that port.
It forced to use the new rear 8 USB. If forced to use the rear USB port, make sure the console has had enough time to cool before getting.
Put it in when it's hot.
You're ridiculous. And then 3, avoid using unlicensed converters until there's a statement from Sony or the third-party hardware manufacturers. So I don't know if you want to start on this, King, or you want me to also lead into the second part of your topic.
What was the second part?
So according to KNN news affiliate, news.italy24.press Press Italy 24 News states that how many PlayStation Plus subscribers are there? Sony has not communicated the updated data. So it's arousing curiosity and a little bit of concern at Sony's decision not to disclose the number of PlayStation Plus subscribers as of June 30th of 2023. For the first time at the end of the fiscal quarter, the company has not disclosed the updated number of PlayStation Plus subscribers. So there's some... What?
I said a mass exodus.
The reasons behind the decisions are not clear. We do not know if it's a moment.
It can't be good.
We don't know if it's a momentary or perhaps definitive choice moving forward, as far as Sony no longer interested in communicating this information to the public. As of April 30th, I think the end of the previous fiscal year, the service could count on maybe 47 million enrolled in the combined Essential, Extra, and Premium Plus. So there's been a lack of communication there. So King, these are your topics. Where do you want to start as far as the USB port scenario, overheating and
Xbox? Y'all stand up. I told you it was an unstable box. I told you it will overheat when it's stressed. I told you it will not perform good in crowds. I told you it gets stage fright and the dude start burning stuff up. He's a hothead. The boy don't work right.
He's stupid.
You got the affiliate told you go to PC or go to Xbox. This dude crazy. He cannot be trusted in the back port. In the front port, he get kind of wild too. Yo, your boy was in a match. He had one move left and his A button stopped working. Couldn't figure it out. He cost the dude the match.
So they're the detriment of the EVO competition, is what you saying. They own EVO, okay?
Yo, they own EVO and they PlayStations is messing it up. Imagine owning something and you gotta have a competitor because your product can't perform.
Like Call of Duty?
Like
Minecraft?
Oh my God.
I waited for this. All you frauds. And listen to Mark Cerny and when he told you, just when it starts to, the power starts to consume, we will take the power from here and we'll raise it up and then the performance will enhance. So when we don't need this, we will use this. Well, you needed both of these. And your console with bananas, it can't hold it. Is it Captain? We're about to break up.
Not the Star Trek. Come on.
It said we have an illegal part in the rear engine. He said, "What would you want me to do, Captain? Burn him out."
Illegal port. I
Set
can't.
fire to him. Do not allow him to enter through the rear.
With you. I cannot with you, bro.
Yo, your PlayStation. This is the part where you need a fire extinguisher. I'm so happy it happened at EVO, and everybody in the world got a chance to see it.
Everybody in the world got a chance to see.
All right, so let me give y'all
Look
two
at
tips.
you now.
Yeah, this is look at you now energy.
Let me give you 2 tips on how to keep your PlayStations cool. Rip the wings off. The PlayStations perform better butt naked. Yo,
Wow.
and as far as the
That's what we
braggart,
doing.
the braggart known as Sony, our numbers are superior. We have 44 million subscribers. We sold 40 million consoles. We have 10 million active subscribers right now. Sony, what was the fiscal numbers for your subscriber base? No comment.
Are you implying that the numbers are not increasing and that's why they're not disclosing shit?
I believe everybody left. And somebody said, "Yo, are you gonna send the numbers in? Hold on, let me get those." Oh, hell no. Send this up the pipeline. We have a problem.
Do you expect numbers to come back for PlayStation's
Never.
numbers?
Once Starfield hit, everybody left for Starfield.
Everybody. Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
They said Starfield showing up. What we gonna do? They left. Who left? The subscribers. They in Game Pass. They got the 14-day trial, the dollar deal. It's back, baby.
I can't. He's so stupid.
Wow.
Yo,
KNN News.
so we can't keep up with these dudes. We're burning up and we're leaving at the same time. Yo, I waited for this.
Why
And I
you
told
waiting
y'all
for
was coming. Y'all was holding the wrong line. Pause. And none of y'all dudes is talking about this. Y'all was hoping that this hadn't hit the radar. I watched podcast after podcast. Nobody was talking about the fiery, but I had to.
So you doing the Lord's work. You bringing the truth to the people. That's what you
Sunday,
doing.
The light will be shown. Rob will tell y'all, listen, that dude over there is an unstable entity.
So you're going back on your original design. I believe when we had Will Be Hood on, you said it's a supercharged Yugo and that it's unstable. It's an unstable box. That's what
They
you
pushed
said.
it. Street Fighter pushed it to its limit. So this is the reason why you're hearing about a pro, yo.
Oh, so this is the reason why they okay.
This is the reason why they talk about a pro, baby. Because they knew
Yikes.
after Evo, they say, yo, get that to market. Back to you, Jim.
Well, there you have it. KNN News reporting, giving us the news that most are afraid, clearly, to talk about. King doing the Lord's work in reference to Sony's operations, clearly. So, Hargeet, your thoughts on both the PS5 USB situation as well as the lack of reporting of PlayStation Plus subscribers.
I got a follow up, King. God damn it.
Gotta follow up King. This is your man.
Man. All right. So, look, we actually did talk about it on Risket's podcast on Friday.
Salute, Biscuit for the biscuit.
And look, I had the same fear. Like we know this is supposed to be a 9.2 T-flop box. It was supposed to be 3 gigahertz, and they overclocked. Let's just be honest, they overclocked, right? The second they did that, I'm like, yeah, there's a reason we don't recommend overclocking as a standard. It's it reduces longevity, and the other problem you run into is heat dissipation, which is why they have this behemoth, ridiculous console with this massive heatsink, right? And as you keep doing this, eventually your cooling system will lose efficiency. That's just the way it is, right? Remember back when was it Austin Evans? Is that the guy?
Yeah, yes. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You know, he saw Rev 2 or whatever, Rev 1.0,
Vision 2,
whatever
yes.
the heck it was, right? He came up and said, "Hey, look, they reduced the the size of the heatsink in that is probably not going to overall be a good thing because it will be less efficient at cooling, right? What was he right? Look, the problem with this is it was always going to be this way, right? After about 3 or 4 years, these consoles were going to come due to have these problems, right? They've always had them, by the way. Returnal like caused the console to shut down, right? They've had games like this happen where like it pushed it too far and it just couldn't handle it and snap, it turned off, right? In this case, it's melting freaking USB cable. That's pretty nuts. But again, it's not something I didn't expect. I unfortunately was looking for this to happen at about this time. We're in that time frame where it's going to start showing, hey, you're overclocking. That has a negative impact. There's just no way around it. Now, I don't know how widespread it's going to be. It may work out. It may be like 90% of the consoles it works fine, and 10% have problems. The major question is how much of it is. If it's like 1%, 0.1%, 0.001%, is it 10%? Like we don't know, right? As games keep coming that keep pushing the console, up to now we've been playing cross-gen games.
Right.
They don't push the console. Now we will start pushing the console. What happens, right? First, like you're doing this variable clock thing, you're doing smart shift, all this fun stuff that you were playing with. How does that actually work in the real world when you really push the box to its limits? What will happen? How will this play out? Will it be consistent? Will it be inconsistent? Will people have different experiences? And will your box, based on how well your cooling is working, throttle you down or just shut off? Right? So these are headaches they're going to run into. Now, I'm not saying that the Xbox is bereft of this. There have been like little spot issues here and there, but it is clocked. It's locked at a certain amount, and that's the thermals they designed it for, and it seems to be okay for the most part, right? So this was just, and like King was saying, this might be why they have a Pro. Yeah, this is also probably why they're going to do a Slim, is to
That's
fix
what I was about
these
to ask
issues.
you. Do you agree with King?
Right.
Yeah, like if with the reason.
And Slim may not be Slim. Slim may just be that it's better at cooling, right? They found a better way to cool the thing. But I like this is a disappointing part of what would happen when you go down this path. They tried to, up the performance a bit to kind of match what Xbox was doing, which they probably didn't really need to do, but they did. And up to now, the performance narrative has really not really worked in Microsoft's favor anyway. Even though the majority of games do run better on Xbox, it's been pretty much it's a wash for the most part. So nobody seems to really care about that part. But so if they had just left it at 9 and left it at 3, they probably would have been okay. But they decided to do this. So I don't know what the end outcome of this is. It's obviously not a good look. It's perfect, like King said. It's at EVO, their own event. Yeah, that's right. It's happening, and the contestants are like, "Yo, I don't want to be on this platform anymore." That's not great for them, but it is what it is. It was bound to happen at some point. This stuff does come and bite you. This is why overclocking just isn't.
Yeah, so you don't agree with the
hey, Hargeet, is little man holding them back?
This now you going in your mistake talk because when they say little man was a mistake, so now you saying PlayStation's a mistake is what we doing?
I don't know if it's a mistake for them to have decided to do the overclock. I think, and look, they come back and say, no, we didn't overclock. We always designed it for this. Really, you designed a console that looks like a freaking house and it has freaking wings on it. Like seriously, you did this because you had to compete. And Microsoft came up with 12 T-flops, and you had to say, oh crap, I can't have single-digit T-flop. Then I have to do something better. To me, that's exactly what they did. They redesigned it to make it this massive monstrosity, right? Liquid cooling and all that crap, right? Whatever, liquid metal. So, to me, that's what it is. Hopefully they iron this out and it doesn't cause a massive, failure. If it is going to cause more problems, then you're looking at a massive replacement. It could be like, hopefully not to the level of RROD, but something similar like that. In most consoles, there's something in that generation where some major, annoying hardware thing happens, right? And fair enough. This could be this one's, and hopefully they iron it out and go on. But it does seem rather amusing that it happened at EVO and it's melting. I mean, melting a freaking USB cable. That is pretty nuts.
King, make sure he found that and brought that to the people. Real quickly, Hargeet, your thoughts on King's talk about the PlayStation subscriber numbers?
The numbers.
Not being disclosed
this is it's the same playbook that anybody plays when you're going up. Everybody likes to tout their numbers. See, it's better. And when they're going down, you're like, yeah, no comment. We don't really want to talk about that anymore. like,
Yeah,
so
true.
Microsoft stopped doing it
Yep,
too, right? A
yep,
long time
fair
ago.
enough. Microsoft did stop.
And now it's the same here, but it would be nice if it was more open and we had to get these numbers, but to be fair, we don't have to get these numbers. If shareholders, say we want them, they could respond. Ultimately, they all they owe to the shareholders is, and to the federal regulators is, the bottom line of how much you made, how much you brought in, how much you have for net income, right? And if that's all they're going to report, that's all they're going to report. We can guess based on those numbers, though. This this is how much we made in services.
Yeah.
Right. We can guess if they're going up and down. But yeah, they're probably, like King's saying, they're probably in decline. If and I don't know if this is a viable thing. If people are seeing this ABK thing and saying this is going to happen, and my future purchase of a console, right? Because we're still at the beginning of the gen, right?
Yeah.
Is that I'm a Call of Duty player. It seems, and especially with the thing that just happened, a few weeks ago, with the 360
with the
games
360 numbers going up, it's almost like, you're right, Hargeet, like a zeitgeist is happening where it feels like people know it's about to happen. So like there's a resurgence, so to speak, on the Xbox, 360, Xbox platforms with Call of Duty.
And they're like, okay, well, you know what? Maybe my ecosystem needs to go the other direction, and I want to go back to the heyday of Call of Duty. And to me, that's when Call of Duty was in its ascent.
Oh yeah, that's my Call of
Duty. But 360 era was its ascent, and mostly the Xbox One, PS4 gen, it's been on decline.
Yes.
Right. So, and the best games we've had of in the last 5, 6, 7 years have been the remakes of the
golden year ones. Yeah. Right. Golden era.
So it's like, okay, if that's really the best, and we have those here in Game Pass, the servers are going to be up. I can keep playing those. I'll get the new ones. It may be a shift that's happening, right? How much, I don't know.
Yep.
Right. But even, Sony came out and said, look, this is a big deal for us. This is a big part of our revenue stream. It could hurt us, et cetera, right? Maybe they're right. Maybe this will be a shift. How much, again, percentage could be 5-10%. I don't know. But that is enough to say we don't want to report the numbers. Look, if you went from 50 and lose 10%, it's 5 million gone, right? So 45 million. You're and I think they're at 45, and they're going to go down further down to like 30 something, low 40s. They don't want to report that. That's fair. And so I don't know where this ends up, right? We'll see. The other things are, as people are going away from being locked down, right? So people might have gone in 2020 and said, hey, I'll just buy 3 years of PS Plus because I'm locked at home, and let's run out, and I can go outside now, and I don't want to play games as much. Okay, fair enough. That's another thing that can happen, right? So there's been a decline in revenue. Wow. This could be a part of that too. But yeah, it is interesting that they're deciding not to report. They may see this as an ongoing trend, because usually if it's a dip, you'd say, okay, fine, we'll just talk about the dip, and then we expect to get it back, right?
Right.
So I think this is going to continue to decline.
Wow.
And so if that's the case, then they need to ramp up. Like, you notice they said 4K for their cloud, right? They're trying to
yes, they're doing, what is it, Project Chronos? Right? They come in the cloud.
Right. So they're going to try to push more to see if they get. So ultimately, and like we've all been saying, they're going to start doing day and date. They're going to have to compete. You can thank us, PlayStation players. You will be getting those benefits. Jesus. That's going to happen. At some point, they will have to compete.
It feels like
they will have to bring the customers back. And that's how they're going to do it. So it is what it is, right? Like this constant need to keep, like you were saying, like we're the ones who make these companies do what they're doing by keep buying. Right? If we said no, I'm not gonna pay you, and that's what's happening. We're not gonna pay you. You got to give me what the other people are giving me. Why should I expect less? Right. That's when that company has to come to the table and do what what the people want. This is a good thing for everyone if they decide to finally do what they should do, which is freaking at least put half of your games day and date. Like if they're gonna make all these games as service games and not put them in their service, they're doing a disservice to those games.
Sure. No, I agree. Games as a service, 100%
they should just
agree.
do it. Like Sea of Thieves exists because it was in Game Pass.
Yes.
Right? It got horribly rated, but because it was in Game Pass, people tried it. And they're like, I actually kind of like this. Right? And they stuck around. And then Rare was able to put in more content, and it worked out. Right? So if that wasn't there, right, that's what, like, Sony's gonna have to learn that lesson. Do you really want to say $70 entry fee?
Right.
And you're trying a whole new genre on a console that doesn't generally do this? Okay, good luck with that. I would suggest put it in PS Plus, right? See what you get.
Good point. No, very good point.
But these are things that, so yes, the decline is interesting.
Mhm.
It does mean that they're expecting more of that.
Mhm.
That's why they didn't want to report the numbers. So I would expect that to kind of dissipate. They're not going to tell us that, but we can guess from the amount of services revenue, if it's increasing, decreasing, what's happening with the subscriber numbers. But yeah, so that's what I think that's where that is. The hardware thing is going to be very interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. Very much so. No, thank you, brother. That was well said. Solve your thoughts. KNN seems to be a little accurate this week. I must say, not all off the top crazy. I thought it was hilarious that he found an Italian website to report. I've never heard of Press Italy 24.
We're international, baby.
International, which is your sourcing. But yeah, what about this week's KNNs? What do you think? USB ports coming in hot and PlayStation Plus number reporting.
I mean, the USB port. Only King could find out. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, I mean, to Hargeet's point, it's just a matter of like this.
Right now.
This is what you can't when you think about the sort of closed ecosystem of a console. It's only so far you can push that console. It's not like a PC that's built for a wide range of cooling and sort of differently spec'd sort of components that will, create a larger range.
Xbox was good.
A larger range of heat than you would see on a console. So a console and SoC is built to deal with a certain range of heat, no more, no less.
Mm-hmm.
So if that is the case, where we are looking, and the thing is, did they say what? Because you can run the
tips and tricks.
No, the tips and tricks. Did they say what mode they were running Street Fighter in?
Fast mode.
Fast mode.
Because it fastly burnt.
Because there's a 120 hertz mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's just a more sort of whatever fidelity mode, whatever. Mm-hmm. So it would be interesting to see what the heat levels are at those different modes and see what they were doing.
Sony and Evo didn't immediately respond to requests for comment on the controllers melting. It should note that some competitors were using unlicensed converters for their old PS4 flight sticks on PS5 due to the lack of cross-system compatibility. It's possible that issues could have arisen from using unlicensed hardware. It's also uncertain if the affected USB ports were from defective PS5s.
Every excuse
that sounds like cap. Right? It's funny, but it sounds like cap. I was like, well,
and you sit there. What mode did they put it in? They put any mode they put it in was a burn mode.
Why every mode they put it in was a burn mode?
You only got 10 minutes in this mode.
It is kind of like, I don't know. They need to start just as an Evo conversation. It's like, well, this is their thing now, right? So you would think they start sort of creating a baseline for what they accept in the tournament and not accept in the tournament. So guys is coming in with contraptions, because again, could things like this happen, and then it's a conversation that you never wanted to have that you have to have because a third party thing. I really don't. It would be weird to me that them knowing, having tested the PlayStation 5 with their components over all this time, put themselves in a situation where the thing could flame up and burn in the middle of a tournament. So it's just hilarious to me that these things happen. And yeah, I mean, fix it. Like Hargeet was saying, what is this PS4, this Pro that's coming? What are the improvements to that? The heat dissipation thing is always something you look to sort of rectify. I don't know, like if we get an Xbox version of whatever, a Pro, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that, because they literally just built a rectangular wind tunnel to dissipate heat, right? So, and from what that leak looks like, it doesn't look like the form factor is any different, right? If that is the leak and that is a prototype for what's to come on the PlayStation side, whether it's a Slim, which is, I don't think it's a Slim, maybe it's a Pro, it looks largely the same.
Somebody said they're gonna have to have halftime in it. Yo, not halftime to accommodate the cool out.
Accommodate the heat.
What's up? They got intermission.
They said they gotta implement halftime in the EVO tournament. Invincible build. You gotta relax. You gotta relax, bro.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It is very interesting. I want to see how they continue to address this. Is what I would say. I want to see how they continue to address this.
This man said halftime about the
By putting
notices.
Xboxes in there.
So the PS Plus subscriber
Yes,
numbers,
yeah,
right?
yes.
So the numbers, what are we looking at? The numbers they talk about somewhere in the 50 million range, something like that. That's
Yeah,
what they're
they
saying.
said at the end of the latest data on PlayStation Plus subscribers is updated to April 30th, 2023. At the end of the previous fiscal year, the service could count on 47.4 million users enrolled in Essential, Extra, and Premium plans.
Okay. And then the higher tiers are accounting for nearly 30% of the users, right?
Sounds about right.
Which is weird to me, right? Because again, to Hargeet's point, Hargeet feels that at some point, look, they're just going to have to be forced into giving you day and date. And I think maybe many of us that are in those tiers are just hopeful. Like, yeah, they'll do it one day or whatever. I don't know. To be very frank, it is because to this point, they haven't shown any signs of wanting to do that. It's weird that you have a lot of people in those top tiers, because the middle tier is the one that is quote unquote most akin to Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
It's that tier that's going to give you the third party sort of more AAA games and whatnot. You'll get those in there. You'll get the Sony stuff after it's been out for a year and a half, 2 years, whatever. You'll get that in there. The top tier is just basically giving you the cloud stuff and the old games. And the old games, like, to be honest, there's really no reason to be in that tier unless you're just an idiot like me, because you're not getting a whole lot of them. They've been a little bit better the past couple of months, but to pay that extra, it's not really worth it. I know for a fact it's not really worth it.
Well, it may not be worth it if you've already played the games, but let's say it's your
new
kids.
to the ecosystem, yeah. If
right?
you're new to the
And,
ecosystem,
like, hey,
for sure.
you know, you get access to all this stuff, right? It makes
and
it worth it.
It makes it worth it on the surface level, right? But when you really break down a kid and you say, hey, sit down here and play Twisted Metal 1. I threw on Twisted Metal 1. I would not want to play that. It's one of those things that in theory, it is great. PS1 games don't hold up well. Yeah. They just don't. It's more for the nostalgia factor. You throw it on, oh, wow, that's awesome. It's a little smoothed out. Frame rate is better. Now, there are certain things, though. I looked at some of the PSP offerings like Pursuit Force and stuff like that. That game still plays really well. It's really fun to play. PS1 games, not so much. So it's a matter of what they start to focus their efforts on when it comes to the backup path thing, if this is really going to be viable. But again, it just kind of does feel like the PlayStation subscribers are just really like that middle tier, and then the smaller portion of that is to that higher tier, and the hopes that it will continue to improve. And also just for like the older player that's like, you know what, I don't have my PS1 anymore. Any chance to play these games again and just kind of have them nostalgically for a couple of bucks, or just pay whatever I have to pay in the service to get access to them, I will do. They do, they are smoothed out. They do play better. A lot of them have been added. The Achievement Hound. The Achievement Hound is one that's going to be like, hey, I can play Twisted Metal 1 now and get achievements. That's cool. Whatever. But in terms of the numbers being what they are, you got to understand, they have these 3 tiers. King's point is that the numbers are fishy, or am I not right?
Yeah, he's that. Well, no, he's saying that they're fishy. He just said that there's no more growth than that. They because like you will stop reporting when you either declining numbers,
there will
subscribers,
be a plateau,
or if you've kind of stayed stagnant.
If their efforts in the multiplayer space are fruitful and these games turn out to be good, or if they're based on known franchises that excite the base, you're going to see people jump back in, whether they're good or not, right? We'll find that out afterwards. But I do think if those games and those efforts are good, you're going to see that plateauing sort of start to elevate again. So definitely that. But again, it comes down to the consumer being smarter about the decisions they make and not just blindly putting money into stuff. And when you start seeing that, oh, I played this game already, or if we have both consoles, right? I have Game Pass already, and a lot of these games are in Game Pass already. I don't need to do it again on the PlayStation. It is, you're going to start having people making that decision like, all right, do I really play multiplayer on PlayStation? If you're not a PlayStation first guy, there really is no reason to pay for a multiplayer access on a PlayStation, right? There really isn't.
Yeah, especially if Call of Duty is your game and you decide to do that on the other side, right?
Yeah,
And-
right.
Game Pass.
There's also a potential that people just forego the new console, right? This is a time where they would be on the PS4 saying, do I want to go to PS5 or not?
Yeah,
Right? That's another thing. Maybe they just don't have one yet, and they're like, I don't want to keep paying. What's the point?
Yeah. So this stuff is interesting.
Xbox.
We'll really see how what happens with these numbers once if we get a Pro, we get a Slim, we'll see where those numbers go, and it's gonna all depend on what goes into that service at some point. Again, unless you're a PlayStation first player, and there's plenty of them, you don't really have a need to play, for that base tier, right? For me, I like to have the stuff, so whatever, it's there, but I'm playing the multiplayer games on the PlayStation, so it's just going to depend on what they do to that service to make it something that people want to jump into. And again, we're going to start seeing those games soon, so we'll see how it moves the needle. Unless they do the rake step of not putting them day and date into that service, which would be like the stupidest move ever. But you just never know, right? You never know.
I'll jump in. This is funny. I have to give K&N credit. There's some valid stuff here.
We work hard.
Clearly, you're top-notch reporting. You're
nose to the ground. That's the reporting.
Yeah,
to the ground.
His street team is crazy. His street team, he infiltrated.
We got something good.
Yeah. He was in EVO. Look, it's a hilarious look. Like, you can't. I mean, they're overheating. This seems to be true. There's multiple accounts. There's Twitter accounts posting. I cannot deny King's K&N street team on this. Yeah, it's hilarious. But, it's a bad look, especially because of the fact it's their tournament. It looks bad. So, yeah, the question is it a result of like what Hargeet says? Sorry, Hargeet, stop laughing. He's making me laugh. I can't look at Hargeet. He's laughing. But is it a result of what Hargeet is saying, which is maybe this is a preemptive thing as to why they are looking to go to another system? Because we all felt it was like not unusual because they went from PS4 to PS4 Pro, but this seems very aggressive early in the gen. To go slim, to go like they're being really early. And I'm wondering if, that had a factor into it as well as the amount of sales that they look to project. So that's all I got there. They got to clean it up. It's a bad look as far as the fighting game tournaments because these kids put their heart. What happened, kid?
No, I'm just saying, God forbid. God forbid a kid is in the house and
he got to burn the child alive.
Burn it down, man. I mean, come on, man.
These kids put their heart and soul into these tournaments, and I love EVO. I love it. So yeah, you don't want faulty hardware being a factor in your loss.
You train hard, baby. You can't let your hardware let you down. You made a choice.
You made a choice.
Wrong. Yo, it's crazy when they say, yo, man, use an Xbox or a PC. Because this dude ain't built for war.
Shout out to coordinator. King's Italian News Division woke him up at 3 a.m. with that breaking news. Yeah, K&N was on the scene. So we got that.
Said live from the Vatican.
Literally.
Said we got Pope John Paul or whatever.
Reporting.
How do you feel about the PlayStation not living up to snuff with the subscribers? Mass exodus.
We'll be interested to see what happens in ABK because obviously Call of Duty EVO is huge. I mean EVO, but Call of Duty esports are huge, and most likely we would assume Microsoft is going to take the marketing and we'll move on from that. So there's that. But to the other thing, I think this other thing is more relevant and not more relevant, but it's also relevant, which is the subscribers. I'm 100% with Hargeet. You tend to not want to reveal when the numbers are not as favorable. That's just generally how corporations work. And I think that, whether or not they've plateaued, we do have to look into the fact that kind of what Mike Phil and Xbox was saying was that the what is King?
I got a question.
Yes, King. Go ahead.
When Microsoft stopped reporting numbers, the other team was talking about how it's not favorable and they're going on.
That is true. The talk for years is Microsoft show the numbers. Where are they? What are the
Sony?
Right. So the irony of this from K&N News is now they are no longer reporting PlayStation Plus subscribers, that is something to raise an eyebrow. I'm gonna have to give King this. This is something we have to monitor moving forward. Is this a one-off? Is this the new normal?
This is it. I told you, yo, I remember, Cog, I remember it was probably like March, and dudes was like, I told dudes they was moving funny. They don't look the same. And it's like, yo, King, you gotta have a series of these events to happen in order for your prophecies to be actually
that is
relevant.
true. That is true.
And,
yeah, you coming for me now. I go what you doing.
No.
Oh,
What
okay,
I'm just saying, I'm just putting out in the universe. Internet news is gonna bring you the best, baby.
Like,
I told you that VR, PlayStation VR 2 was a passion project. All you dudes that did get inside, you know, the dust is collected on top of your joint.
Ryan McCaffrey agrees with you.
You know, yeah, I told you, passion project. I told you something was wrong with the Gran Turismo. Didn't look good. They were talking about the sky. This is what happens. I told you it was an unstable box. It wasn't going to act right.
You did say unstable, but you did say that.
And it definitely got to... Yeah, I told you they was juggling. They was juggling. And apparently they were juggling hot balls. Pause.
Whoa.
And this is what happens when you juggle too much stuff. You just sometimes you just
burn out
up.
USB ports. Yes.
Yeah. You can't put it in the back USB port. Why have it there? This is things that is going on here that people. I'm just asking you to open your eyes. And then when your favorite console says, "We just ain't gonna report that to you no more." Wait for this moment.
Look, it definitely subscribers, you know, is not there. So to Solve's point, they're gonna have to make this subscription serve. If they look to improve it, they're gonna have to do things to make it more attractive. And the reality is, I think that what Xbox is saying in the reports of the trial holds more weight, which is the console market is kind of saturated. You've reached that peak, so you're gonna have to do other things. And we know their lack of willingness to do day and date as far as PC stuff right there. They're looking to move it later. I don't know if that shifts. I don't know if it's, you know, any other things of perceived value. We know the premium tier, they're going, what is it, Project Chronos, and you know, they're going extremely hard with you know, cloud features now, you know, as far as cloud streaming, right? This is something that, again, PlayStation guys were very resistant when they used to hear Microsoft talk about this stuff, and this is not the future, but this is, like Hargeet saying, this is what Sony is mimicking. We have information now that's showing the pivot, right? So, yeah, I think that's the case. I want to see, you know, how long this trend continues, if it does, you know what I'm saying, as far as the lack of subscribers. But, yeah, it's definitely something to put an eye on, because I know they don't want to be left out. So they may have to pivot. And sometimes with Sony, historically, they move like behind, like kind of what Hargeet you were saying when PS4 caught up as far as features, things that was going on with Xbox One, even though they got vilified, end up being copied and end up being an industry standard and stuff like that. So, yeah, we just got to monitor to see what's going on. But yes, King, I am paying attention to your reporting on this. So
99% right all the time.
Yes.
To add to that, I guess, Cog, if you think about it, like, so Microsoft, like Phil said, that the console, as far as Game Pass, is kind of at its level, right? And that's kind of where PlayStation is. Now, the beauty for Xbox is they decided they're not going to be on just console.
Correct.
They've got PC Game Pass, which is growing.
Right?
Yeah. And then they're doing the streaming thing. Now, Sony's saying, hey, we'll do the streaming thing, which I don't know if that's a market or not. That's to be determined. PC is absolutely a market.
Yes.
They could totally take PlayStation Plus and say, hey, we'll give you, you know, a premium tier here and give you PC games.
Yeah. And shout out to Lob Supremacy, not to interrupt. He actually got a point. He said even Judge Corley in the trial said PlayStation should put their games in day and date to make PlayStation Plus service better. Because they were like, well, why does it, they were like, why are you so worried about Game Pass with Call of Duty? Why don't you make your service better? That was the counter. Continue, Hargeet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
no, go ahead, King.
Since the console has plateaued, and what we've seen is
the subscribers have not the console sales.
I think 120 is it.
As realistic,
you know, I just want to bring this up because somebody said something last week, and I just want to get this out because this thing was bothering me. They were saying the ads wasn't up for Starfield, and then when the ads did come out for Starfield, they said no consoles necessary. And I saw there was a lot of you know, ponies or Sonys or whatever they guys are called. These weird terms. We don't use
racial
those
slanders here.
We won't be using those racial slanders. The blue team, the team of blue, the blue team, those guys, those blue guys.
Oh my God.
They were talking about that's an L because you don't need a console to play this. You guys got TCL televisions. They said Samsung, bruh. And those TVs is 2,000 and better, bruh. Like, so you mean to tell me instead of going to get a little man, you'll be worrying about going to get a $2,000 television? No, this is a bonus for the $2,000 television person
is
that
out of pocket.
Yes, thank you, show me, Hargeet. That's right. Those individuals that decided, I just wanted to do it on the Samsung. And if you were never gonna buy a console, all you have to do is pick up a controller. See, I got that Samsung television upstairs, and it has Game Pass built inside, and I can stream games. So to reach a broader audience, this is not a clown situation. This is not a flex. You talking about, oh, they that's an L for them. No, dummy.
No, yeah, because you're talking.
This is the world turning on you.
You're talking to echo chamber of people who not seeing the trends and Sony's movement. Yeah, Sony's movements are showing what you're saying, right?
Yeah, they're joining us.
Yeah, they're literally mimicking certain things, at least positioning themselves to be in that space, and they're not, trying to stay stagnant. That is a good sign.
But Cog,
yes,
didn't they have that app, that Sony PlayStation app, inside the Sony Vega console? I mean, TVs.
I can't
forgive me if I was wrong.
I can't remember.
It was the first one to put their Sony app inside the televisions. And being that it wasn't used that much because nobody was buying Sony televisions. I
haven't bought a Sony TV in a while, so I don't know if they're using the PlayStation remote feature. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I'm not sure. I would defer.
KNN News will be back to reporting this.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, that's all I got. Let's see how this plays out. And let's get the super chats. You want me to get the poll? You want to get the super chats lined up? Or... Let's get up out of here. This is a long one. Pause.
Oh, let me see.
I get the poll if you want to.
Yeah, get the poll to me.
All right, cool. With the extremely positive reviews of Baldur's Gate 3, which feeling do you more closely align with regarding developer success? Larian success, I should say. The choices are A, devs should never be weaponized against each other to mimic an outlier, like Baldur's Gate 3. Choice B, Baldur's Gate 3 should be used as a shining example for other devs to mimic its excellence. C, gamers should demand more from publishers and the current state of AAA launches. Or D, all that sounds nice. Y'all still gonna bend the knee and buy that Red Dead Part 1 when it's all said and done. Rock the vote when it goes up on Twitter. The legendary Hargeet Chani doing the full ILP gamut, the marathon. The man put in work. He had snacks. He knew what he was in for. And he was here for the smoke, changing backgrounds. Feels like I was talking to two kings today at some point, but we're going to let that go. Tremendous gaming history. And for real, one of the most positive members of our community. Always brings people together and plays games. Thank you. Plays games, y'all. Where can the fine people find you? What do you have going on, sir?
Yeah, so I'm not on social media, but I am on Discord. If you want to catch me there, it's HChani. That's my my Discord handle, and then HChani is also my gamer tag on Xbox. And as far as podcasts, check out Game On Daily. It's GameOnDaily.com, YouTube.com/GameOnDaily. Yeah, and then RDX, which is Dealer Gaming's channel. We have our usual Tuesday night podcast, 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, and then Primetime Gaming with Boom. On Boom's channel, Double Barrel Gaming. That's 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Wednesdays.
Nice. So, shout out to Boom. Shout out to look, man. You're out there in these streets, man. It's good to see you. Finally, we got it. First of all, appreciate your patience. You know what I'm saying? We've been talking about this for a long time, and you've been so cool. And it was really cool to kind of we did PAX, which is always dope when you pull up. And that's always fun. But it was really fun to do Summer Games Fest and just talk to the executive, just be as part of the energy. And I actually like the hotel lobby for we just talking and just meeting in the people.
Next time, definitely come to the hotel I'm in.
Your hotel is lit. Hotel. Oh, and by the way, me and Hargeet bought our dinners. Just for the record. There's pictures floating around
with Aaron Greenberg. Yeah, we paid.
We paid for it. Even Harry, I was surprised Aaron commented. You know what I'm saying? But it was kind of fun.
But you're part of Illuminati.
Yeah, we are Illuminati. We are well funded. But that particular breakfast was funded by LordCognito and Hargeet Chani. We did our own lifting that day.
Yes.
The Microsoft checks came later, right? I mean, because you know how dudes run with the narratives. You got to make sure that particular one was not funded. But anyway, now salute to you, brother. We had fun with those jokes. We was laughing, and it's always good to see you. Hopefully, we see you at some more events. Maybe PAX West, PAX East, or whatever. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll definitely just catch up in PAX East. Of course.
Shout out to Risky for the Biscuit. He said, "Damn straight we pay." Risky for the Biscuit, sir. You're Illuminati. You're bought and paid for. We have to check the receipts on you.
You're well funded.
You're well funded. I heard
Cut it
Xbox
out,
Australia checks are lit. So we gotta watch how you moving now. You blew it up.
Come on, mate.
And what King said, Colt, come out. Colt, come out. They got us. They got us. King said we got to tell the truth, shame the devil on what happened that fateful day on breakfast. All right, we got it all clear now. It's all clear. So you want to get to super chats?
Yes, sir. Real quick. Let me see. We got Robert Keller, $2 super chat. Does Factor have the beef sundae and joystick?
Wow.
We'll have to see if that's there. Robert Keller again, $2 super chat. PS5 is the next George Foreman grill. Cook that meat.
You know what's funny? The PS3 look like a George Foreman grill.
Yeah.
The PS3 is crazy.
Here we got Robert Keller again, $2 super chat. PS5 can't take it from the rear. Needs protection.
Yo! Music, please.
Please.
Hey. Back to you, son.
And we have Elias with the $5 super chat. Nintendo Switch always coming in hot. PS5, hold my USB.
Whoa. It's crazy.
Then we have Risk It for the Biscuit, $3 super chat. We at Xbox Infinite fear not the ire of Sony fans.
Yeah, Risk It, you about the smoke, sir. I will give you that. You are all about the smoke. You and King get on great. Fine. We can get you in the realm eventually, too.
Yes, sir.
Then we have Hector the Macho Man, $10 super chat. General King, Operation Firestarter was a success at EVO.
Why are they acting like they reporting the King for successful missions?
Like he's sending them out to do hits.
Yeah, like he's like he got crash dummies to send them on missions to do stuff to sabotage Sony news.
Thank you, soldier.
Yeah, they're going out there creating the news.
It's hilarious why they gotta say they reported successfully to him.
Now me and Lord Addict's Wolfpack are trying to locate Jim Ryan. Source says he is hiding out with Fractions and Free R. Kelly.
Wow.
Macho Man out.
Salute Macho Man for being absolutely messy.
Then we have the Rubber Knob. $5 super chat. I can just see Jim hiding in the bushes out back, toasting marshmallows on his PS5.
Operation Firestarter is crazy. That's just crazy right there. That's wild. That's different. That's different.
Then we have Sir Duck, member for 37 months, Lord Bronze. Glad I got the PS5 big block. Haven't had overheating yet. But when I do, I'm going to make sure I cook those beefy steaks well done.
Yo, they wild today, boy. They are wild.
Then we have Stitch, $2 super chat. Those PS5s were doing the hot ship challenge.
Hot chip challenge. Yeah.
Hot ship challenge.
Ship challenge. Wow.
Chip, sir.
Okay. I got it.
Then we have Michael Mooney with the £5 super chat. In the UK, there's deals for a PS5 plus 24 months of premium for $32 a month, £32 a month. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
The price down, try to make it more attractive. Okay.
Then we have S Cruz, $8 super chat. You know it's bad when a console that sets itself on fire is still whooping Xbox for sales 2-1. Wow.
Yeah, King. Yeah, 2-1.
We just found out the fire, and we just heard that they're not reporting any more numbers. So I think you should just pump your brakes, sir. The war has just begun.
Then we have Selfish Burrito with the €6 super chat.
Wow.
Worth noting for the premium PSPlus tier, the remasters are in there. Yakuza 3, 4, and 5. The Last of Us remaster, Spring to Mind. Last of Us remaster, Spring to Mind. So not just PS1, PSP games. So yes, they are at the top tier. There are some day one things. I believe Stray was part of that. There are some that are in the middle two tiers, like the top tier and whatever the middle tier is. There are some that have been just top tier. So
Salute.
Then we have Angry Hippie, $2 super chat. Pope King Mass Exodus emoji when.
That'd be dope, right?
Salute.
Then we have Slow-Mo Backslap, $2 super chat.
Oh,
Forte
holy.
told me that playing games on a TCL is A-okay.
Shout out to Forte. Shout out to Slow Mo. Miss you. We gotta get DPS back in here. I miss you.
Then we got put the crest in the chat for the newest member of the realm, Lord Bronze, God Emperor Sofa King.
Okay,
Shout out
God
to you.
Emperor. Okay.
That's it. We're caught up.
Oh, we caught up. No doubt.
right.
Salute everybody in the realm. Shoot the Lord out of here at the dip. Lord Soft, where can the fine people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Running. I gotta go see my family before they head out to the airport before they leave, because they're leaving tonight. So I just gotta go by and say hi. You can find me trying to maybe play some games. We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
From that raw guy like with you. Shout out to Back for Dead in the chat. Good to see you, bro. Good to link up with you at GCX. That's my man's. Lord King, where can the fine people find you? What you got going on, sir? Besides reporting news, no one else gets.
We
first.
out here. We working hard.
You working?
We working very hard. But I would like to give a shout out to Hargeet Chani. Thank you so much for coming through. I wish you would be at PAX West. Didn't get a chance to hang out with you in Cali this year. I mean, the plan was that way, but stuff happens. But stuff works out for how it works out. But it's always great seeing you at PAX East. Love hearing your gaming knowledge. And your flex is incredible.
His flex was crazy.
Consoles, what's up? That's what we do. We
My
don't
flex
worry about
was
Red Ring of Death
crazy.
here.
Yeah, he was like, that ain't affect me.
Yeah,
I
that
was
nothing.
good. I was just getting that one for the credit.
Yeah, he go down.
Yo, that was crazy.
He like the NFL. One go down, next man up.
Facts.
It wasn't even a worry. Like
It
put him
wasn't
on
even
the
a
box,
thing.
like,
Yeah.
He's on the injured reserve list. It is what it is. But hey, you can catch me on Twitter, King David OTW. Same gamer tag on Xbox. On my PlayStation, Game Pass Lover 360. Some cry. It's
Game
crazy.
Pass Lover.
But hit me up and I could put that out. Look to the realm. Shout out to Ben again. Look to the realm for Kickstarter. We're about to do some stuff. Some stuff is about to happen. It's about to come out. And we're going to have people sign up for that and get the newsletter and trust and believe up and on.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy stuff. For everybody that did get a Valari pillow, Valari pillows are still on sale. It didn't stop happening. So, go in there, get a Valari pillow. Link is in the description. Also, if, you got that focus.
Oh, yeah.
Focus
sure.
up,
For sure. Get that advance, baby.
GG. We ain't playing out here.
Cold Iron Lord.
Remember, the Mint Mobile read was dope. Check that out. Remember, code mintmobile.com/Iron Lords. Go check that out. And listen, thank you guys for hanging out. We had 1,000 people watching.
Yeah.
I appreciate each and every last one of you.
Baby, rock it.
Even if you super chat, you don't super chat. The fact that you are here spending time with us and having fun, we appreciate everything. Thank you again for showing up.
No doubt. Again,
Absolutely.
much love. Send love to the realm. Again, Hargeet Chani, much love to have you pull up finally, brother. That was bad fun. And again, we got some stuff. I don't want to jinx it, spoil it. Y'all don't want to miss next week. I don't want to miss next week. Next week could be potentially special. Not like this was, but we got some things that we've been trying to work on for a while. So stay tuned to the realm. We'll reveal it when the time is right. And yes, let's get everybody enjoying this Sunday. Oh, you super chat again?
One more super chat, but I didn't say anything with the Hargeet. My apologies.
yeah,
My
yeah.
brother
Send up,
Hargeet.
send up
Love
some
you,
love.
brother. Listen, man, from the moment we met the first time in PAX East, I was just trying to rush out of here. Love you, man. The fact you come out, you hang out with us, and you show so much love. It is amazing. And then the fact that you're now like part of the podcasting community as well. Yeah. Everybody gets to see your acumen for the gaming space. I love it, man. So thank you once again for joining us. It's long overdue.
Long overdue. Yeah, we've been talking about this since PAX East at the top of the year.
Yes.
So this man been patient. He never complained, because a lot of dudes be complaining. God, what's going on? I'm like, bro, the list is crazy. But nah, Hargeet got you, bro. I told him. He said, I don't worry about it, Cog. I know you good. Stage 1X. He says, are y'all coming to Seattle? Yes, the Lords will be at PAX West. Pull up if you in the area. Salute. That's all I got. You want to get the super chats to roll up?
Yes, sir. Again, shout out to Gene Park as well.
Gene. We didn't even shout Gene out. Facts. Gene was on fire today. Yeah, absolutely.
Gene had to speak today. He's like,
I need to get in this. Facts. Salute.
And we got one more super chat, $2 super chat from Stitch. I meant to say Chip.
Okay, so one chip challenge is PS5. Look, that's all I got. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Thank y'all for rocking with us. This was a lot of fun. Tune in next week. Trust me, y'all ain't gonna want to miss it.
I won 3,000 next week, guys.